bound by her father's predicament. Song she found herself trapped in a contractual marriage with this man. The memory of last night's events in the private room gnawed at her. After all, she was his wife, however unwillingly. Her humiliation, she knew, would only fuel his anger. He donned his work uniform and headed towards the office. Before he even crossed the threshold, the sound of a furious rant erupted from within. Han Chunming, who do you think you are? You think clinging to Song Shi's coattails will let you run wild in Xin1? Han Chunming's voice dripped with indignant fury. Clearly outmatched, Song Shi pushed open the door and stepped inside. Since when did Xin1 become your domain? At the sight of her best friend, Han Chunming rushed over, her voice thick with a potent blend of grievance and frustration. Ren Shuang insists on Dongdong's discharge. Dongdong is one of Song Shi's patients. How can others interfere? Ren Shuang's tone was infuriatingly nonchalant. Your patient has outstanding hospital bills. You should have been kicked out long ago. Song Shi slammed her hand on the desk. Dongdong is only 6 years old. Discharging him will kill him. Ren Shuang, ever the provocateur, twisted the knife further. Knowing full well that Song Shi's father was under investigation, he sneered, "Why don't you get your daddy to come and bail him out?" The air crackled with tension, the scent of conflict heavy in the room. The sudden appearance of an elderly man broke the stalemate. Everyone's here. Xiao Song, come with me for a moment. Ren Shuang watched Song Shi's retreating figure, simmering with resentment, but he dared not show it in front of the director. I heard last night that George Sheng of Highway Group said he wants to support us with 10 million. The director, beaming, clapped his hands. I'll leave this matter to you. Song Shi's face fell. That man couldn't stand the sight of her. The director quickly added, as long as this deal is secured, your promotion for the second half of the year is guaranteed. But Song Shi declined the offer. Director, I don't need a promotion. I only have one request. The next day, Song Shi arrived at the Highway Group building, but the receptionist refused her entry. The moment they heard her name, they turned her away. It seemed George Sheng had given prior instructions. No wonder he'd said, I'll only guarantee your safety. Anything else is not my concern. Desperate to see him, Song Shi decided to take a gamble. She stood at the top of the stairs and, without hesitation, fell backward. This was perhaps the most tragic female lead she'd ever encountered. Life seemed to be playing a cruel joke on her. Her father had just been ousted, and the vice director immediately arranged for her to entertain their business partners. Not only did she have to pour drinks, but the partner had the audacity to say, if Dr. Song would have a crossed arms drink with me, I'll lower the price of the equipment. Song Shi kept her head down, but her gaze drifted involuntarily towards the man at the head of the table, George Sheng, as they pressured her for the crossed arms drink. George Sheng finally spoke, his voice cold. Hold on. I wasn't aware that female doctors nowadays also handle public relations. Silence descended upon the room. The partner, his arm around Song Shi, stammered nervously, a forced smile plastered on his face. Mr. Sheng, you misunderstand. She's my woman. Song Shi instantly wrenched herself free. The partner erupted in a string of curses. Who do you think you are? The vice mayor's daughter. Putting on airs. Song Shi nearly stumbled. To her surprise, George Sheng caught her. Was he actually helping her? Impossible. He was probably just enjoying the spectacle. Then, George Sheng spoke, his voice laced with authority. I'll cover your hospital's equipment needs. A wave of confusion washed over everyone. Before they could react, he continued, I'll put down 10 million. Consider it charity. This was the quintessential domineering CEO. With that, he took Song Shi's hand and led her away. But the partner wouldn't give up. Mr. Sheng, you can't just snatch her away from me like this. You're disrespecting me. You have to respect the owner, even if you're just beating the dog. And this was the CEO's woman. George Sheng's voice was glacial. Your respect. He picked up a crystal ashtray and smashed it against the partner's head. George Sheng didn't even flinch. You dare hit her in front of me? And you talk about respect? The now bloodied partner finally understood. Mr. Sheng, I was wrong. I was drunk and talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. George Sheng's expression remained unchanged. Afraid I'd take a liking to you? He tossed the ashtray to the floor and strode towards Song Shi, grasping her wrist and pulling her along. Song Shi was still reeling, struggling to process what had just happened. He hated her, didn't he? Why would he do this? Suddenly, George Shung released her hand. Just as she was about to thank him, he cut her off. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? Or is it that your father's failure has left you with no choice but to resort to entertaining for money? As expected, Song-shi had been foolish to hope for anything different. He was still as cruel as ever. Song-shi started, how am I doing? What does it have to do with Guan Xiao? George Shung gripped her chin hard. It's none of my business. Song-shi, you know exactly what our relationship is. Song-shi recalled her father's words. Your father was reported for corruption. That's why he lost his position as deputy mayor. Go to George Shung. He'll guarantee your safety. I have something on the Shung family. That's why George Shung will agree to a contractual marriage. She thought cynically, look at this protagonist, agreeing to go home with the CEO every month just to treat her patients. The next morning, Song-shi arrived at the hospital and heard a shrill female voice inside. You think by clinging to Song-shi, you and Day can just run wild at Xinguang? Song-shi pushed the door open and asked in a low voice, since when do you get a say at Xinguang? Han Chunlong hurried towards her, saying anxiously, Xiao-shi, Ren Shuang insists on discharging Dong Dong. Hearing this, Song-shi's face grew colder. Dong Dong is my patient. How dare you make that decision? Song-shi's gaze fell on Ren Shuang. She scoffed coldly. Your patient has overdue hospital bills. She should have been kicked out long ago. You used your father's position to give free treatment to so many patients before. Now your father's lost his power. Why should the hospital continue to do charity work? Gu Hao slammed the table in anger. Dong Dong is only 6 years old. He'll die if he's discharged. Ren Shuang crossed her arms, her voice dripping with arrogance. Then tell your father to come and save him. As they bickered, the hospital director approached. Xiao Song, come with me. In the director's office, he thought about George Shung from Highway Group, who had offered to donate 10 million. He was entrusting this matter to Song-shi. Song-shi thought to herself, entrusted to me? George Shung doesn't even want to see me. Going there would be humiliating. The director continued, if you bring back the money, your professional title evaluation for the second half of the year. Before he could finish, Song-shi interrupted him. Director, I don't need a title evaluation. I just have one request. Half an hour later, Song-shi arrived at George Shung's company, but the receptionist told her she couldn't see him without an appointment. She thought bitterly, the moment they hear him Song-shi, those old rules. It was clearly George Shung who benefited. No wonder he said that day, he'd only guarantee my safety, nothing else. Safety. Song-shi suddenly thought of a plan. She'd gamble and pretend to sprain her ankle. As expected, George Shung appeared. He immediately caught Song-shi, then pushed her away. Song-shi, he said coldly, is the boy who cried wolf game fun? I don't have time for your theatrics. Song-shi said, I need to talk to you. Give me 5 minutes. I promise our future interactions won't be unpleasant. George Shung paused, then said as he walked, pleasant interactions? Your father forced you on me with threats, and you talk about pleasant interactions? Song-shi stopped him. Wait, I can cooperate with you. My father may have fallen from grace, but his connections remain. If you need it, I can contact any official in Shuanya City. George Shung looked exasperated. He grabbed Song-shi's hand. You're really going all out for that 10 million. Song-shi looked confused. How did you know? George Shung scoffed. I was just curious what the director offered you to make you go this far. The hospital will perform a heart surgery for one of my patients for free. George Shung thought for a few seconds. Deal, he said. The finance department will contact you tomorrow, and you have to come home with me at the end of every month. Want to know what turning the tables looks like? This protagonist will show you in a second. At George Shung's doorstep, Song-shi thought, George Shung, your mother doesn't acknowledge me at all. This whole time, she's insisted I call them uncle and aunt, especially his mother. She only sneers at me. George Shung noticed Song. She's standing there, frozen. What are you thinking about? He asked. I just don't think it's appropriate for me to be at your house. George Shung continued. Don't overthink it. It's just for show. Coming home at the end of the month is a family rule. Hearing a noise at the door, George Shung's mother came out. She opened the door with a smile. Shung-li, you're back. Then, noticing Song-shi, her expression changed instantly. Song-shi, what are you doing here? George Shung said, Mom, I brought her. Noticing his mother's displeased expression, he lowered his voice and said, at least, nominally, we're husband and wife. His mother ignored Song-shi and pulled George Shung inside. Your father isn't feeling well, and is resting. Go say hello. George Sheng tossed his jacket to Song Shi, expecting her to hang it up. Song Shi fumed inwardly. Had he called her over just to be his maid? Suddenly, another woman's voice cut through the air. Annie Ren, look at this fish. It was Jiang Jai, Song Shi's nemesis. Jiang Jai fixed Song Shi with a look that clearly held malice. I'm a guest invited by Annie Run, Jiang Jai announced. Song Shi retorted, not to be outdone. What a coincidence. I'm George Sheng's guest. Jiang Jai, never one to miss an opportunity to gloat, asked with barely concealed spite. I heard something happened to your father. So you're sucking up to Sheng now. Song Shi's expression remained unchanged. My father is just cooperating with an investigation, she replied with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, as if a switch had flipped, Jiang Jai shrieked. You used your father's influence to outbid me at that auction years ago. Serves him right that he's been arrested. The words struck a nerve. Song Shi grabbed a fruit knife and pointed it at Jiang Jai. Auctions go to the highest bidder. If you didn't have the money, don't accuse me of using my influence. You're always trying to antagonize me. Mention my father again, Song Shi threatened, her voice low and dangerous, and I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Just then, George Sheng emerged. What's all this commotion? Why the knife? He demanded. Of all times, Song Shi thought he had to show up now. Before Song Shi could answer, Jiang Jai jumped in. Sheng, Song Shi is what is she to you? Her presence is making me uncomfortable. Perhaps I should leave? George Sheng looked at Song Shi, his voice cold. Indeed, there shouldn't be any outsiders present today. He's trying to humiliate me, Song Shi thought bitterly. Quickly turning the tables, she plastered a smile on her face. Sheng, how can you say that? Calling Miss Jiang an outsider would be awkward for her, she finished, her eyes glinting with challenge. George Sheng caught on instantly, a sly smile spreading across his lips. Mother, he said smoothly, why don't you and father get some rest? I'll be leaving now. Once in the car, Song Shi said, thank you for taking my side back there. George Sheng's voice was glacial. Don't flatter yourself. I just didn't want you causing a scene and dragging me into it. He'll never change, Song Shi thought, realizing she'd briefly mistaken his actions for genuine support. Suddenly, Song Shi's phone rang. What? Dongshu is injured. This overbearing CEO is even jealous of his own nephew, she thought incredulously. She rushed to the hospital. Gu Dongshu, are you alright? How did a police officer like you get beaten up like this? Han Chunming teased. I offended someone, Gu Dongshu grumbled, and they ran me over with their car. Those punks, Gu Dongshu exclaimed. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll deal with them. He then added with a grin, hey, being sick has its perks. One beautiful woman feeding me porridge, and another feeding me fruit. Lucky me. Just then, George Sheng walked in. He immediately pulled Song Shi aside. She hadn't even noticed his arrival. Is he going to reveal our relationship? She panicked. From the bed, Gu Dongshu piped up, Uncle, did you send someone to follow me? George Sheng, still holding Song Shi's arm, said coldly, I just happened to hear about your injury. He glanced at Song Shi, feigning unfamiliarity. And this is a friend of mine, Gu Dongshu supplied. Song Shi, she's a doctor here. Song Gu Dongshu's aunt-in-law now, Song Shi thought, bewildered. George Sheng checked his phone. I have to go. Oh, and Dongshu, I'll leave you in Dr. Song's capable hands. That evening, Song Shi arrived at George Sheng's house. I wonder what he meant by that last remark, she mused. Is he angry? Just as she reached for the light switch, George Sheng appeared, grabbing her hand. Song Shi, he said, his voice tight with suppressed emotion, I really underestimated you. You have Gu Dongshu, and yet your father still tried to sell you off to me. Song Shi stared at him, her eyes wide. That's not true. My father didn't. What exactly is your relationship with Gu Dongshu? George Sheng interrupted. Song Shi hesitated, then replied, we're friends. George Sheng flipped the light switch, his eyes revealing a barely concealed mix of fury and suspicion. What kind of friends? He pressed. Song Shi's voice remained steady. We've known each other for 7 or 8 years. The kind of friends who can joke about anything. Now that you know how I'm related to him, George Sheng said, his voice dangerously low. What do you intend to do? Does it matter? Song Shi countered. No matter who it is, I'll always protect our relationship. George Sheng scoffed. You're certainly good at looking out for yourself. He grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. But you told me to keep it a secret. Song, she called after him, still confused. So, is this for my benefit or yours? First, there was Chun Hao, the business partner, and now Gu Dongshu. Who exactly does this secrecy benefit? Is this CEO actually jealous? She wondered. The next day, the vice director summoned Song Shi to his office. He suggested she invite George Sheng to the hospital for a visit. Songshi knew this old fox was up to something. They said they were coming for a visit, but really, they just wanted to wrangle more sponsorships. Songshi thought that if they were willing to donate, it would be a good thing for the patients. Just yesterday, Songshi had refused the vice director. Barely out of his office, she heard a woman kneeling on the ground, begging the doctor to save her daughter. The doctor kicked her away, saying, "I don't have the money. What can I do?" Songshi rushed over and examined the woman. Seeing no other way, she appealed to the vice director. "You just said you'd agree," she reminded him. "Please take care of this mother and daughter first." Can you believe it? This aunt was pretending to be her nephew's girlfriend, sending him off to, and then, biting the bullet, she called George Sheng. "Will you be back tonight? I need to ask you a favor." As the saying goes, one doesn't bite the hand that feeds them. As long as he took a bite, he wouldn't be able to refuse her request. Songshi bought several bags of groceries and went to Gu Dongshu's place to learn how to cook. Gu Dongshu, puzzled, asked, "Why are you suddenly learning to cook?" "I'm staying at someone's house and want to cook a meal to show my gratitude. Besides, another skill is another path, right?" A few hours later, Songshi delivered the food to George Sheng's house. "These dishes are all sweet and sour, just the way you like them," she announced. George Sheng asked, "You made these?" Songshi quickly kicked the takeout containers under the table, her voice strained with guilt. "Oh yeah." One bite, and George Sheng knew she was trying to pull a fast one. "You're trying to fool a ghost. If you want my investment, you'll have to cook a meal yourself." Song, she was surprised. "How did you know?" George Sheng stood and approached her. "If you want something, you need to act like it." Song, she thought, "I can't tell him about the burnt dishes and the overwatered sauces." Just then, her phone rang. Gu Dongshu asked her to cover for him, to pretend to be his girlfriend. A new colleague had joined his department and was clinging to him like glue. As they spoke, the female colleague emerged. "Who's this?" "My girlfriend," Gu Dongshu replied. The woman stared at Song, she for a few seconds, disbelief etched on her face. "Everyone says you're single." Gu Dongshu immediately put his arm around Song Shi. "Not anymore." As they were about to leave, they saw George Sheng. "Oh right," Gu Dongshu said, "this is my boss." Song Shi quickly interjected, "Let's go a different way." She hadn't expected to be so unlucky as to run into him everywhere. Thankfully, he didn't look this way. The female colleague still didn't believe it, clutching Gu Dongshu's arm. "You must be lying to me." Song, she steadied Gu Dongshu and addressed the woman. "Calm down. Dongshu and I really are a couple." The woman shoved Song Shi. Just then, George Sheng walked over and caught Song Shi. Looking up, she saw it was him. "I'm so dead," she thought. George Sheng looked at them, his voice cold. "What's going on here?" Seeing their boss, Gu Dongshu tried to pull the woman away, but she continued to rant. "Is she really your girlfriend?" George Sheng immediately let go of Song Shi and pushed her away. "If you want to put on a show, I can provide the stage. There's no need to perform in public." "Yuan Bao, get this lady's information. She's not allowed in here again." Gu Dongshu put his arm around Song Shi, grinning. "Well, let's go then." Song Shi thought, he's already seen it. Might as well go all in. Can you believe it? Despite their contractual relationship, the domineering CEO demanded they share a room. At George Sheng's house, Song Shi busied herself again, trying to cook a meal for George Sheng. But this young lady, who had never cooked before, splattered oil all over her hands. As she cooked, she muttered, "It might be a little ugly, but it probably tastes okay." George Sheng walked in and glanced at the food from afar. Even a dog wouldn't eat that. "You're back." Song, she wanted to explain about the afternoon, but George Sheng cut her off. "I wasn't asking about that. You're not planning on using him to get me to do you a favor, are you?" Song, she mumbled, "It's my first time cooking." But George Sheng, with his venomous tongue, continued his mockery. 不愧是前市长千金，厨房都没进过. As expected of the former mayor's daughter, you've never even stepped foot in a kitchen. Unfortunately, this level of skill won't persuade me to invest. Tears welled up in Song Shi's eyes, but she quickly took a deep breath, telling herself this was nothing. Composing herself, she said, "Since you're willing to make things difficult for me, it means there's still room for negotiation. Why don't you just tell me your conditions? It'll save us both time." George Sheng said coldly, "You said before that you could still use your father's connections. I want to visit your father's former superior, Chung Diqing. He hopes seeing your father's downfall will move him. And for your sake, I've shown some leniency in terms of the benefits. She understood he was deliberately using her father to provoke her. He was clearly still angry about her and Dongxiu. So she agreed to his terms. Despite his harsh words, George Sheng still cared for Shi. He reminded her there was medicine in the utility room. After she left, unable to bear it any longer, he cautiously tried the dish. But it was so awful, he couldn't swallow it. The next day, Shi and George Sheng arrived at their destination. A man approached them, saying, "You are Mr. Sheng, aren't you? Mr. Chung sent me to pick you up." Just then, Shi received a message from the vice director. George Sheng had donated another 30 million. George Sheng put his arm around Shi, and smiled. "Please take us to our accommodations first. Sheer is tired." He then asked solicitously, "Are you hungry?" He even opened the car door for Shi. Let her get in first. Shi thought, isn't he just a natural actor? Let's just get to the accommodations. The acting was exhausting. Arriving at Cheng Deqing's house, she was surprised to find they were assigned to the same room. Suspicious, she asked, "Are we even supposed to keep up the act while we sleep?" "I'm not sharing a bed with you," George Sheng replied. "We have to commit to the performance." Annoyed, she tried to take a blanket to the adjoining room, but George Sheng stopped her. "What if someone sees us? How would we explain it?" She retorted, "You haven't exactly introduced me as your girlfriend." George Sheng's reply was infuriating. "That's because I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me." During their tug-of-war, Shi partially pulled George Sheng's pajamas open, revealing his 8-pack abs. "Wow, what a physique," she thought. "I suspect she did that on purpose, but I have no proof." Unsure what exactly happened the previous night, she woke up with a sore back. Seeing this, George Sheng approached her. "Do you want to go back and rest?" She asked, puzzled. "Weren't you the one who insisted on waking me up so early?" Just then, an assistant walked over. "Mr. Sheng, this is a gift from Mr. Cheng." She glanced at it. "Wait a minute. Cheng Daqing is elderly and has a heart condition. Tea would be more appropriate." George Sheng immediately instructed his assistant to make the change. She asked, "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll make a mistake?" George Sheng looked at her. "You won't put on an act in front of Cheng Daqing. Don't worry, my acting skills are just as good as yours." Upon entering, she saw Cheng Daqing and rushed over. "Grandpa Cheng, it's Shi. Do you remember me?" A look of surprise crossed Cheng Daqing's face. After a few seconds, he said, "Shi, you've grown so much." The old man extended his hand, and Shi grasped it with both of hers. "Yes, how is your health?" At that moment, George Sheng walked over and put his arm around Shi. "Mr. Cheng, please have a seat with Shi." Cheng Daqing looked slightly confused. "Cheng, your and Shi's acting is quite convincing." Immediately, Shi started to cry. "Ever since my father's incident, George Sheng has been taking care of me." Seeing Shi's distress, Mr. Cheng quickly led her to the dining table. "Let's not talk about that now. Shi, come sit next to me." Shi thought, so far so good. Just then, a man and a woman entered. The woman asked in surprise, "Shi, you're here too?" The man asked, "And who is this?" "This is my younger sister, Shi." The man continued, "I've heard Mayor Song has 2 daughters. This is the first time I've met Miss Shi." Suddenly, Shi's back flared up in pain. Mr. Cheng asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Looking at Mr. Cheng, George Sheng said, "Sheer hurt her back. Perhaps today." He didn't finish his sentence. Mr. Cheng immediately understood. "Then let's call it day. Not everyone is here anyway." After they left, George Sheng asked, puzzled, "Aren't you an only child? Where did this older sister come from?" Shi, fuming, could no longer contain her anger. "Older sister, how dare she?" George Sheng's words were blunt and cutting. "Judging by your reaction, I'm guessing she's your father's illegitimate daughter." She pulled George Sheng's tie. Leaning close to his ear, she hissed, "Let me tell you, she's not related to my father by blood. She's not worthy of being my sister. She doesn't deserve it." Slam! The door cried out. One might wonder what the door ever did to deserve Shi's wrath. After Shi stormed off, Yuan Bao returned. George Sheng straightened his tie, which Shi had disheveled, and asked, "What did you find out?" Yuan Bao handed a stack of documents to George Sheng. Yuan's real name is Dong Yuan. Years ago, Yuanqing married Dong Yuan's mother in his second marriage. Dong Yuan has become Yuanqing's queen in name only. Miss Song has always had a strained relationship with them. George Sheng flipped through the documents, taking it all in. and she has the audacity to bring a counterfeit navel orange as a gift. I heard that ever since Song Yuanqing's incident, this mother and daughter haven't shown their faces. No wonder Miss Song is upset. George Sheng handed the documents to Yuan Bao. She lacks composure. Yuan Bao smiled faintly. It's been a while since anyone dared to speak to you like that. If that's all she's capable of. George Sheng hadn't finished his sentence when Song Shi abruptly flung open the door and declared, "George Sheng, I want to see Cheng Deqing." With that, Yuan Bao found an excuse to summon Cheng Deqing. Cheng Deqing asked Yuan Bao with concern, "Is Song Shi's back injury serious?" Yuan Bao replied, "It's an occupational hazard for Miss Song. With Mr. Sheng here, it shouldn't be a problem. Just let me know next time something like this happens." He trailed off as he entered the room and saw Song Shi lying face down on the bed. George Sheng was massaging her back, asking tenderly, "Sure, does it still hurt?" Cheng Deqing froze in place, awkwardly finishing his previous sentence. "Tell me." Cheng Deqing blushed, feigning a cough. "Sheer, how are you feeling?" he asked with concern. Hearing his voice, Song Shi quickly sat up and dressed, asking in surprise, "Grandpa Cheng, what are you doing here? I had to come see you when I heard you were ill. I'm so sorry to trouble you." "Don't mention it." George Sheng patted the back of Song Shi's head. Smoothing things over, he said, "Don't worry, Elder Cheng. It's a chronic issue for Sheer." Song Shi added, playing along, "It's a good thing you're here." They decided to play the emotional card and play it well. Cheng Deqing asked, "So Jisheng is taking care of you now?" "Yes," Song Shi replied. "Jisheng said that no matter what happens with my father, he'll always be there for me." There's no need to talk about that in front of Elder Cheng. But it's true, Song Shi thought. As long as my father matters to Cheng Deqing, he won't be able to ignore George Sheng's kindness. Seeing their affectionate display, Cheng Deqing shook his head. "It seems I needn't worry about Sheer anymore. I'll be going now. I'll do my best regarding your father's situation." "Thank you, Grandpa Cheng." Cheng Deqing patted Song Shi's head and left. "Thank you, Grandpa Cheng." Cheng Deqing patted Song Shi's head and left. George Sheng quickly rose to see him out. Left alone, Song Shi was consumed by anxious speculation. Even Cheng Deqing said he could only do his best. Does that mean there's no hope for my father? If I can't be of use to George Sheng? Her thoughts were cut short as she collapsed onto the bed with a thud. "Dad, I'll find a way," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Hearing a voice calling, "Sure," Song Shi assumed it was the housekeeper. It was George Sheng, asking if her back was hurting again. He helped her sit up, explaining that Cheng Deqing's granddaughter had come to visit him. Seeing Song Shi was awake, the visitor immediately approached with a warm greeting. "Hello, Sister Song Shi. I'm Lin Qi. I just returned to Wezhou. I heard you were ill, so I came to see you." Song Shi replied, "Hello, I'm Song Shi. But what is Dong Yuan doing here?" Dong Yuan quickly took Song Shi's hand and asked, "Sheer, how are you? If anything were to happen to you, Mom and Dad would be devastated." Song Shi thought, "She dares to mention my father? Is she relying on the fact that I won't make a scene in front of Lin Qi?" Hearing the word happen, George Sheng's face darkened. He turned to Dong Yuan, his voice sharp. "What do you mean, if anything were to happen? Explain yourself. What could possibly happen to Sheer while she's with me?" George Sheng's harsh questioning made Dong Yuan break out in a cold sweat. She quickly explained that she was just worried about Song Shi. Lin Qi also chimed in, assuring everyone that Dong Yuan didn't mean anything by it. Although the atmosphere was tense, George Sheng pressed on relentlessly. When visiting someone who's ill, you're supposed to offer words of encouragement, not talk about what-ifs. Or are you hoping something does happen to Sheer? George Sheng's defense puzzled Song Shi. Why is he speaking up for me? Never mind, she thought. As long as Dong Yuan is squirming, it's all good. The show must go on. She turned to George Sheng, her voice soft. It's okay, Ji Sheng. Don't take it to heart. Blood relatives are different from adopted ones. After all, look how well she speaks, managing to insult someone while praising me at the same time. Dong Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, quickly bowed in apology and hurried away, pulling Lin Qi along with her. The slam of the door was enough to demonstrate just how furious Song Yuan was. After she left, George Sheng immediately shoved Song Shi aside. His expression changed faster than a page turn. The thought of Song Shi calling out for her aunt in her sleep irritated him deeply. He wanted to ask her about it, but he couldn't bring himself to, so he stewed in his frustration. He wasn't about to let that frustration go to waste. So, feigning casual conversation, George Sheng began unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time. Chung Daching invited us to dinner tomorrow. Looks like our little performance wasn't for nothing. Lan Yuzhou's arrived too. Lin Shi even brought her boyfriend, Lin Yang, Mayor Lin Dongwen of Yuezhou's nephew. By the time he finished speaking, George Sheng had successfully revealed his 8-pack abs to Song Shi. Her face flushed crimson. What's with the sudden striptease? She thought, is he trying to seduce me? She quickly turned her head away, trying to compose herself. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, what exactly are you asking Chang Daching for? A piece of land. Chang Daching owns a plot of land that several of us are after. Seeing Song Shi's blush deepen, George Sheng leisurely buttoned his shirt back up. He leaned in close, placing his hands on either side of her, his voice a low murmur. Remember to put on a good show tomorrow. Song Shi could barely process his words. This ambiguous posture. Could he be thinking of blurring the lines between pretense and reality? Just as Song Shi's thoughts began to race, George Sheng flashed a smile, picked up his glasses from beside her, and put them on. He walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving a flustered Song Shi behind, mortified. He was the heir to a powerful conglomerate, navigating the cutthroat world of business with effortless grace. She was an angel in a white coat, a healer praised as the most beautiful doctor by her patients. Two people from entirely different worlds, bound together by a secret transactional relationship. Song Yuan softly sang, advise the king to drink and listen to the fisherman's song. Dispel your hidden dreams with a graceful dance. Drinking without restraint can ruin a kingdom. A hero reveals his true self through a warrior's song. Chung Daching listened with rapt attention. George Sheng, glancing at Song Shi beside him, murmured, your sister is quite talented. Song Shi's lips curled slightly. She's not my sister, and I don't think she's talented either. Just then, Song Yuan finished her performance with a modest, I've made a fool of myself. Swirling his wine, George Sheng said, why not a few more verses? We're enjoying the performance. Gu Dongshu immediately bristled. Are you taking my girlfriend for a performing monkey? You've already put her on the spot enough. Gu Dongshu's expression shifted. The next second, he forced a smile. Song Yuan is always generous. She won't mind. Their bickering left Song Yuan feeling deeply embarrassed. I'll sing a couple more then, she said, her heart heavy. What was meant to be a moment of glory had turned into a humiliating spectacle. Chung Daching, a lover of opera, was delighted. Since Yuan doesn't mind, please do. Let's eat first. Lin Shi approached Chung Daching with a bottle of alcohol. Elder Chung, try this wine I brought. Chung Daching nodded. But then, Song Shi spoke up. Grandpa Chung, you've forgotten about your heart condition. George Sheng immediately chimed in. On our way here, Sheer specifically reminded me not to bring any alcohol, only tea. Please have some. Gu Dongshu couldn't stay silent. I brought wine too. Elder Chung is always in good health. What's wrong with a couple of drinks? Lin Shi added with a chuckle. Indeed. Chi-Chi and I will join him. It'll be fine. Song Shi countered. A little caution is always best. Chung Daching saw through their charade. This wasn't about drinking. It was about taking sides. He sighed. All right. Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He clutched his chest, sweat dripping from his forehead. Everyone rushed to his side, a flurry of panicked activity. Song Shi caught Chung Daching as he slumped. Get him some space. Lay him flat on the ground. I'm a doctor. All of you get out. Prepare emergency medical supplies. Song Yuan grabbed her arm. Get out of the way. How can we let you mess around? Song Shi was frantic. Let go. Don't waste time. George Sheng stepped forward and pushed Song Yuan away. Listen to her and get out. Meeting his cold gaze, Song Yuan swallowed her retort. George Sheng turned to Song Shi. Are you sure about this? If something goes wrong, you could be in serious trouble. Song Shi's brow furrowed. The medical resources here are limited. I can't guarantee anything, but a doctor's duty is to save lives. I can't just stand by and watch. George Sheng squeezed her hand reassuringly. Good. Do what you must. Don't be afraid. With that, he walked out. The anxious crowd waited outside. After a long while, the door opened with a click, and when Jia emerged, followed by Song Shi. Grandpa Chung is all right now, she announced. A collective sigh of relief swept through the tense group. Lin Shi's tears turned to a shaky smile. George Sheng gently caressed Song Shi's cheek. Tired? He murmured. Let's go back. Song Shi shook her head, blushing furiously. We can't yet. Grandpa Chung wants to see you. Back at the hotel, Song she had prepared a steaming bowl of noodle soup. She wondered how George Shung and Chung Dutching's conversation was progressing. I hope this helps him, she thought, lost in her worries. A sudden voice startled her. What are you eating? Turning, she saw George Shung, his presence pulling her back to the present. I made some noodle soup. Want to try some? She offered. George Shung eyed the bowl skeptically. It looks edible. Why didn't you make this last time? Song she blushed slightly. This is the only thing I know how to make. I was worried it wasn't good enough. George Shung gave her a teasing look. And your other culinary disasters were? Song she scoffed. You wouldn't be you if you didn't tease me at least once a day. Suddenly, George Shung noticed the burn on Song Shi's hand. What happened to your hand? Did you burn it cooking? Song Shi raised her hand, wincing. Probably when I was doing CPR. George Shung abruptly grasped her hand, his eyes narrowing. Playing the sympathy card, are we? Look at that bandaged. We're going back to Uejo tomorrow. At his words, Song Shi shot to her feet. We're leaving already? As she stood, the movement caused her loose top to shift, revealing a glimpse of cleavage. George Shung froze, momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Song Shi pulled her hand away, the sudden movement causing another jolt of pain. George Shung began eating the noodle soup. After a moment, he spoke. Chung Dutching agreed to give me the land. You go back first. I'm going to use it for a commercial medical venture. Chung Dutching knows I've donated to your hospital. If I play my cards right, I'll have a leg up in this field. Song Shi's face lit up. So I actually helped you then? In that case, could you arrange a meeting between me and my father? The moment the words left her mouth, she heard the spoon clatter against the bowl. Her heart sank. Was he going to refuse? George Shung wiped his mouth. For the sake of your noodle soup, I'll try my best. The next day, Song Shi and George Shung returned to Uejo, hurrying towards the hospital. Song Shi silently wondered if George Shung's promise was reliable. Suddenly, she overheard a pointed conversation behind her, dragging her luggage to the hospital. Trying to look dedicated, isn't she? Another voice chimed in. Well, she's raking in the benefits, so she has to put on a show. Song Shi was bewildered. Benefits? What benefits? As she puzzled over this, Han Chunming rushed over and embraced her. Song Shi, you're finally back. Song Shi soothed her. It was only a few days off. Han Chunming pulled her along. I saved you some cake. Come on, let's go to the office. Song Shi glanced back at the two nurses. They seem to be talking about me. Han Chunming rolled her eyes. Just a bunch of gossips. Ignore them. At that moment, a sarcastic voice cut through the air. Well, Dr. Song is back. You actually bothered to show up for work? It was Rin Shuang. Seeing Song Shi's confused expression, Han Chunming explained. The donation from Highway Group is being distributed to each department as a charity fund. You and Director Ding are in charge of it. Rin Shuang continued, her voice dripping with malice. And most departments only got 1 million, while ours got 5 million. You're not even a full-fledged associate director. What makes you qualified to manage that much money? Han Chunming immediately jumped to Song Shi's defense. This is a lot of work. You think Song Shi wants this? Don't play innocent, Song Shi. With you controlling the funds, I'm probably never going to get near an operating table again. Song Shi stopped Han Chunming from retaliating, offering Rin Shuang a small smile. Since you're worried about favoritism, why don't I schedule you for 50 surgeries first? Rin Shuang's eyes widened. 50? Are you trying to work me to death? Or you can find someone more capable to take them. I am flexible. Rin Shuang was speechless. Song Shi was notorious for her work ethic. Who could possibly outwork her? She scoffed. Just you wait, Song Shi. This isn't over, and stormed off. No sooner had Rin Shuang left than Gu Dongshu arrived, carrying several cups of milk tea. What's all the commotion? He asked. Han Chunming, eager for a milk tea, quickly grabbed one. Gu Dongshu looked at Song Shi. Where were you the past few days? I went to see my father's mentor, to see if he could help me arrange a meeting with my father. Any luck? I don't know yet. Don't worry, things will work out. Hey, Dameng, sei-vi-mi a miu-kiteya. In a car driving down the street, Yuan Bao spoke to George Shung. I've started pulling strings with Song Yuanqing. Song, she has a lot of clout now that she's married. Things are different. It's all an act. The marriage isn't real. Song Yuanqing is playing dirty. It has nothing to do with his daughter, Sheng Ji. You should still be nicer to Song Shi. George Sheng remained silent. The ringing of a phone broke the stillness. Cheng Diqing glanced at it. It was a call from Gu Dongshu. Song Shi was incredibly anxious. It had been several days since she returned, and George Sheng still hadn't given her any news. Just then, a patient was rushed in. Song Shi hurried forward to examine the patient and arrange for further tests. She called out, "Are the patient's family members here? I need to understand their previous medical history." Following her call, a man slowly walked over. The patient had just been drinking. Song Shi thought the voice sounded familiar. Looking up, she saw it was George Sheng. He was the one who brought the patient in. Could they be a couple? A nurse rushed over. "Dr. Song, the patient says she's pregnant." George Sheng's expression was one of surprise. Song Shi thought to herself, could it be George Sheng's child? George Sheng gave the nurse a few instructions, then turned to Song Shi. "She'll be hospitalized. Keep an eye on her heart condition." Song Shi nodded. "Don't worry. Are you the father of the child?" She took a deep breath. "If so, we're getting a divorce." "You want a divorce from me? You even have a child with her." "I can't stay in the position of Mrs. Sheng any longer." George Sheng looked at her skeptically. "Is that your decision to make? As long as you arrange for me to meet with my father, I'll explain everything to him. He won't threaten you anymore." George Sheng's eyes turned cold. "Are you afraid Gu Dongxi will be angry if you haven't completely broken things off with me?" He said this and stormed off angrily. Song Shi was baffled. What did this have to do with Gu Dongxiu? "You haven't finished talking. Don't go." A voice called out from behind her. "Xiao Shi, was that Mr. Sheng? Did you two have a fight?" It was Song Yuan. Song Shi brushed her off. "It's none of your business." Song Yuan wasn't offended. She pulled a check from her waist. "Yuan Bao asked me to give this to you. He wants to collaborate with George Sheng. Could you put in a good word? And about saving Dad. Yuan Bao can help with that too. So about this." Hearing this, Song Shi's anger flared. She shoved Song Yuan. "How dare you even mention Dad? For so many years, your mother never earned a single cent. My dad supported all of you. But as soon as something happened to him, you all disappeared without a trace. And you have a nerve to ask me for favors." Song Yuan retorted, "I know you look down on me. I understand." Her expression darkened, her tone edged with a threat. "But if you offend Yuan Bao..." She was interrupted by a nurse. "Dr. Song, the patient's test results are ready." Song, she turned to Song Yuan. "Go back and tell Yuan Bao. I'll help him for 10 billion. Then she walked away. A few days later, Song, she was at her wit's end. Ever since George Sheng left, he hadn't been answering her calls. How am I supposed to meet with Dad like this? Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Han Chunming. "Xiao Shi, that patient you were keeping an eye on has been discharged. And a super handsome guy picked her up. I even took a picture and sent it to you." Song Shi opened the message, and her expression changed. The photo showed a strange man. Whoa, was George Sheng cheated on? Just then, a dark figure appeared behind her, covering her mouth and holding a knife to her throat. Song Shi was terrified. Her phone dropped to the floor, Han Chuming's voice still calling out from it. "Our boss said." The man in black began. "George Sheng can't watch you 24/7. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll teach you a lesson." He'd barely finished speaking when he cried out in pain. The knife clattered to the floor. He'd been struck hard in the chest. He collapsed to the ground. "Are you all right?" a concerned voice asked. Song, she was helped to her feet. She saw that her rescuer was George Sheng. The man in black suddenly scrambled up, clutching his stomach, and ran. George Sheng didn't pursue him. Instead, he swept Song Shi into his arms. "I'll take you home." Back at the house, George Sheng asked what had happened. Song Shi hesitated for a moment. "A few days ago, Song Yuan came to see me. She said Yuan Bao wanted to collaborate with you. I refused." Seeing George Sheng's anger, she continued, "I'm not sure. It could also have been one of my father's enemies. I don't know who it was." George Sheng said calmly, "I'll handle it. I'll be home tonight. My door will be open. Come to me if anything happens." Song Shi thought about protesting, but then reconsidered. What good would it do? "All right," she sighed. "I'm going to lie down." Half asleep in the dead of night, Song Shi was jolted awake by her ringing phone. Song Yuan's furious voice exploded from the receiver. "Song Shi, how dare you set me up?" George Sheng went straight to Cheng Daching and complained. "Is that so? Then I should thank him properly. Song Yuan, if you dare to do something, dare to own it. Don't disgrace our father's name." The line went dead a second later. Stepping into the hotel lobby, Song, she saw George Sheng on the phone. She overheard him say, "I'm telling you, don't get an abortion. No, you'll regret it." Song, she suddenly remembered the photo Han Chunming had shown her. She'd almost forgotten about it. As she pulled out her phone to look for the picture, George Sheng turned to her. "Were you eavesdropping on me? Don't let it happen again." Song, she quickly explained, "I wanted to thank you." George Sheng said, "Get ready. You'll see your father in the next couple of days." Song Shi's face lit up. She rushed forward and grabbed his arm. "Really? You're taking me to see him?" George Sheng gently disengaged her hand. "Not me. Then who? Tell me." Inside a bar, Yuan Bao looked at the listless George Sheng. "Sheng, what's wrong? You've been distracted all night." Cheng Lu joined in, complaining. You said you were treating, but you arrived later than the guests. This isn't how the Chiao family treats people. Watch your mouth, or Sheng will leave you stranded here, Yuan Bao interjected. Sheng immédiatement bristoled. Hey, Yuan Bao, you're Sheng's assistant, so I get you sticking up for him during work. But even when we're out having fun, do you not consider me a friend? George Sheng glanced at him. Yuan Bao, whether he considers you a friend, I don't know. But he's definitely my friend. George Sheng raised his glass to Yuan Bao. Sheng Lu immediately beamed. Right. I heard Song Yuanqing confessed. He suddenly admitted to embezzlement. He's going to be sentenced to 7 or 8 years. Song Yuanqing has nothing to do with us. Why bring him up? Yuan Bao leaned in close to George Sheng's ear. Sheng, Song, she went to visit Song Yuanqing this morning. It seems Gu Dongshu took her. George Sheng nodded. I know. That guy called me, begging me to help Song she see her father. Song, she was in a bad state after seeing her father. She's been wandering around the city all night. She hasn't gone home yet. George Sheng's head snapped up. Who told you to have someone follow her? You arranged for someone to watch Song she a few days ago. I pulled him back. Song she already sent Gu Dongshu away. She's alone now. Hearing Yuan Bao's words, George Sheng's heart clenched. The events of that day were still vivid in his mind. He turned to Cheng Lu and Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, as if reading his mind, said, Sheng, I think there's really nothing going on between them. Meanwhile, Song she walked alone through the streets, her heart heavy with grief. Her father's words echoed in her mind. I've confessed. I'm going to prison for 7 years. I don't believe you, Dad. Did you really embezzle? The truth doesn't matter anymore. Listen to me. Don't investigate any further. You mustn't divorce George Sheng. He's the only one who can take care of you. George Sheng and Yuan Bao rushed into the house. Not seeing her on the first floor, they hurried upstairs. I'll wait for you downstairs, Yuan Bao said, staying behind. George Sheng reached the second-floor bedroom. She wasn't there either, but he heard the sound of running water. A sense of dread washed over him. He opened the bathroom door, and a wave of steam hit him. Song she lay on the floor, unconscious. He frantically yelled for Yuan Bao to get a doctor, then scooped her up and carried her to the bedroom, laying her on the bed. He heard Song, she murmuring deliriously. Dad! George Sheng reached out and touched her forehead. She was burning up. I'll save you. Just wait. As he pulled his hand away, he heard Song she whisper, Auntie. He froze. Just then, the door opened, and Yuan Bao arrived, breathlessly pulling a doctor behind him. As the doctor moved to examine her, George Sheng stopped him. She's not dressed. Let me dress her first. After some fumbling under the covers, George Sheng managed to get her dressed. The doctor examined her, and thankfully, it wasn't serious. She just needed a shot to bring down the fever. The bedsheets were soaked, though, and needed changing. As Yuan Bao moved to change them, George Sheng said, Don't bother, and carried Song Shi to his own room. The next morning, Song Shi murmured in her sleep, then suddenly cried out, Dad, and bolted awake. Once she'd calmed down, she realized she wasn't in her own room. She threw back the covers and saw that she was naked. Hurriedly, she found some clothes and put them on. Leaving the room, she found George Sheng eating breakfast. He was on the phone. Help me find someone. Her name is Annie, I think. He hung up just as Song she came downstairs. Did you save me? I was afraid you'd die in my house. Song she nearly lost it when she heard this. Mortified and furious, she realized he must have seen everything. After a moment of wrestling with her emotions, she took a deep breath. It's okay. Song Shi, you're a doctor. You've seen countless naked bodies in anatomy class. This is nothing. With this thought, she strode forward, determined to maintain her composure. She couldn't afford to lose her nerve. But then, disaster struck. Her pants were too long, and her toe caught on the hem. She stumbled, landing on her knees right in front of George Sheng, between his legs. Flustered, she scrambled to her feet. I'm so sorry. It was an accident. George Sheng rubbed his forehead, a headache forming. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Song Shi's eyes lit up when she saw the breakfast George Sheng offered her. It was her favorite, small dumpling soup. George Sheng lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, 3 years. You mentioned divorce last time. Let's wait 3 years. Song Shi froze, remembering her father's words. Xiao Shi, just hold on for 3 more years. After 3 years, when things have calmed down, you can divorce him. George Sheng continued. Your father's sentence will be officially announced tomorrow. Song Shi's expression fell, tears welling in her eyes. I don't believe he embezzled anything. I have to. She wanted to say she had to find out the truth, but the words caught in her throat. George Sheng stubbed out his cigarette. Were you trying to kill yourself yesterday? He paused. No. Good. Don't do anything like that again. As George Sheng left, Song Shi hung her head in defeat. She had actually considered begging him for help. At the hospital, Gu Dongshu approached Han Chunming. How many days of leave has Song Shi taken? Since you took her to see her uncle, it's been almost a week. Gu Dongshu sighed. To cheer her up, I brought out my prized possession. Are you sure seeing this will make her happy? Gu Dongshu nodded firmly. Don't you remember? Back in university, I couldn't stand seeing her upset. I hope this really cheers her up. Song Shi was walking down the street when someone called her name. A helmet suddenly flew through the air and landed at her feet. She looked up and saw Gu Dongshu. Isn't this your motorcycle? Song Shi asked, surprised. Gu Dongshu nodded towards the bike. Let's go for a ride. Dinner at my place tonight. Song Shi shook her head. I'm not in the mood. Without a word, Han Chunming placed the helmet on Song Shi's head. Just take it easy. Think of it as clearing your head. Song Shi sighed. Fine, I guess it couldn't hurt. With a graceful leap, she swung onto the motorcycle. She revved the engine and sped off, leaving a trail of exhaust fumes. Yuan Bao, sitting in the back of George Sheng's car, asked, Shengji, how's Song Shi doing? I don't know. Haven't checked on her these past few days. Sick one minute, fine the next. Women are so fragile. Shengji, she's been pretty strong, actually. I thought she would. Yuan Bao started to say, but the car screeched to a halt. The sudden stop sent both men lurching forward. Yuan Bao, shaken, exclaimed, Shengji, some woman on a motorcycle just cut us off. George Sheng chuckled. Yuan Bao, are you feeling challenged? Yuan Bao bristled. There's nothing to brag about, even if we catch up. George Sheng smirked. Save that talk for when we actually catch her. Yuan Bao fell silent, then slammed his foot on the accelerator, pursuing the motorcycle. Song Shi, glancing in her rearview mirror, saw the car relentlessly pursuing her. She scoffed and twisted the throttle, the motorcycle roaring as she left the car behind. Maybe I should drive, George Sheng suggested. No need. Song Shi saw the car, still on her tail. Anger surged through her. Why won't this car give up? I've been riding long enough. Time to lose them for good. Spotting a narrow alleyway, she swerved and disappeared inside. Shengji, she's getting away. Yuan Bao cried, panicked. George Sheng gave him an exasperated look. Stop, it's all alleyways up ahead. Yuan Bao, still Bufuchi, protested, just give me 10 more minutes. I can definitely catch her. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the motorcyclist stop. Then, she raised 2 fingers in a defiant gesture. Yuan Bao was furious, but the car couldn't navigate the narrow alley. Shengji, get her plate number. I'll get her another day with a different car. Just then his phone rang. Yuan Bao answered, his face paling. What? Song Shi is missing. He quickly put the call on speakerphone so George Sheng could hear. The voice on the other end continued. Miss Song was riding a large motorcycle. We couldn't keep up. The word motorcycle made George Sheng's blood run cold. Could the motorcyclist they were chasing have been Song Shi? Meanwhile, Song Shi, having completed her circuitous route, her mood considerably lighter. Song Shi noticed Han Chunming sitting alone. Where's Gu Dongshu? She asked. Han Chunming explained that he'd been called away to the police station on business. As they sat down to eat, Song Shi's thoughts immediately drifted to her father. She wondered if he was eating well in prison. Han Chunming tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Xiaoxi. Your uncle will be out soon. Tears streamed down Song Shi's face. It's only 7 years. I'll wait for him. I'll be here for you. Let's drink until we forget our troubles tonight. George Sheng was in a foul mood. He'd received news that Song Shi had apparently gone to Gu Dongshu's house and was alone with him. Then, thanks to his arrangements, the police station had called Gu Dongshu away on urgent business. He stood at the door and raised his hand to knock. Dongshu, you're back? Came a voice from inside. But it was Song Shi who opened the door. Her face was flushed, and the smell of alcohol radiated from her. She stared at him for a long moment. You're George Sheng, she stated. George Sheng's face darkened. He was about to explode when Han Chunming suddenly appeared, holding up a beer bottle and shouting, My good man, I'll drink to you again. Seeing that someone else was there, George Sheng relaxed slightly. He grabbed Song Shi's hand and pulled her towards the door. Wait, Song Shi cried. Where are you taking me? George Sheng, his face still grim, ignored her. He pulled her out the door, pushed her into the car, and fastened her seatbelt. He got into the driver's seat and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car shot forward. The sudden acceleration sent Song Shi's stomach lurching. When the car finally stopped, she stumbled out and clung to a lamppost, retching violently. After a while, George Sheng snapped. Have you sobered up yet? Instead of crying all day and drowning your sorrows in alcohol, you're speeding around the city. How long are you going to wallow in self-pity? My father's been convicted, Song Shi retorted. I am upset. What's it to you? George Shung grabbed her arm. Enough. Your father isn't dead or injured. I'll arrange for you to see him every month. You didn't see him much more frequently than that before this happened, did you? You can't expect your father to live forever, but he'll be relying on you for the rest of his days. Instead of wasting time feeling sorry for yourself, you should be thinking about how to get back on your feet. His words struck a chord with Song-shi. She wiped away her tears. You're right. It's just losing a job. As long as he's okay, it's like a long vacation. When he gets out, we'll have plenty of time together. George Shung was surprised by her sudden change in attitude. He hadn't expected her to be so easily persuaded. Suddenly, Song-shi bowed deeply to George Shung. Thank you for snapping me out of it. The next moment, she was clinging to his leg, her voice coquettish. Why have you become so nice? You're different than before. Marrying you wasn't a bad deal at all. George Shung rolled his eyes. 1 minute she was being reasonable, the next she was drunk and clinging to him. She truly was a unique specimen. Stop acting drunk, he said. Sober up and get in the car. He reached down to help her up. Song-shi looked at him with wide, adoring eyes. You're so good, just like George Shung, whose patience was wearing thin, felt a surge of inexplicable irritation. Through his investigations, he knew that the song she spoke of was Shun Jowie, her college boyfriend. They had broken up because Shun Jowie had cheated on her with a girl named Ji Minying. The next day, Song-shi cringed as she replayed the previous night's events in her mind. She'd actually acted like a drunk fool in front of George Shung. She couldn't remember what happened after that. Had she done anything even more embarrassing? Just then, Ren Shuang strode towards her. Dr. Song, he said, if you're not feeling well, you shouldn't be at the hospital. Song-shi shot to her feet. What is it? Ren Shuang held up a folder. You're in charge of the charity fund, right? This is my surgery quote. Song-shi took the folder and examined it carefully. Ren Shuang's voice dripped with sarcasm. You need to be fair and impartial, you know? Especially considering you're the daughter of an embezzler. Song-shi glared at him and threw the folder back. 2 words, she said coldly. Rejected. Ren Shuang pointed an accusing finger at her. You're deliberately making things difficult for me, aren't you? Song-shi turned away, too disgusted to argue. Think what you like. If you're not happy, go complain to management. Ren Shuang stamped his foot in frustration. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Han Chunming and Gu Dongxu were waiting for Song-shi. They chatted idly. Why am I paying for this? Gu Dongxu grumbled. Because you were drunk as a skunk at my place last night, Han Chunming retorted. Song-shi, just arriving, overheard their conversation and shook her head slightly. They were always bickering. Suddenly, a sweet voice made her pause. Wait for me. Song, she turned to see who it was. Why is he here too? She wondered. George Shung was heading upstairs when he turned and saw him. Neither of them spoke. Chung Lu, who was with George Shung, suddenly spotted Song-shi at the entrance and excitedly exclaimed, Wow, the young lady at the door is gorgeous. Let's get her number. Yuan Bao nodded in agreement. She is quite beautiful. Wait, isn't that Dr. Song? Cheng Luis Fasliya, rubbing his hands together, he said excitedly, This is great. We know her. I'll invite her to join us for dinner. George Shung quickly stopped him. Don't bother her. Chung Lu sighed in disappointment. Unexpectedly, in the same lobby, Ren Shuang emerged, clinging to a man's arm. Ren Shuang cooed, Mr. Wang, you're too generous. How can treating you to dinner be considered an expense? Mr. Wang leered at her. The next moment, Ren Shuang spotted Song-shi, and her face twisted in a sneer. Pointing at Song-shi, she whined, Mr. Wang, it's her. She's the one who rejected my quote. I just added a few extra zeros to the company's medication costs, and she's giving me such a hard time. Mr. Wang frowned. Is that so? Completely oblivious to this exchange, Song-shi arrived at their table. After she sat down, the group chatted and laughed as they ate. Later, Song-shi went to the restroom, her mind racing. Who is that woman with George Shung? Should I divorce him? Suddenly, the door was flung open. Ren Shuang stood there, hands on her hips. Well. Fancy meeting you here, Miss Song. Where's your little lapdog, Han Chunming? Song-shi glared. Ren Shuang, I'm warning you. Leave Han Chunming alone. I couldn't care less about that fat pig. I'm just worried that if something happens to you now, she won't be able to save you in time. As soon as she finished speaking, several menacing-looking men appeared beside her. Song-shi's blood boiled. Ren Shuang, you're despicable. You're playing dirty. Ren Shuang giggled and closed the door. Hee, I need to get out of here. I have to find a way to contact Dongxiu. But as soon as Song-shi reached into her pocket, they caught her. You think you can call for help, you bitch? Her phone was flung to the floor. The next moment, someone picked up the phone. Who are you calling a bitch? Song-shi looked up at the newcomer. Relief flooded through her. I am saved. The thugs pulled out knives. Stay out of this if you don't want to get hurt. The newcomer chuckled coldly. So you want to see some blood, eh? His figure blurred into motion. A flurry of punches and kicks followed, and in moments, the thugs lay groaning on the floor. The next day, in the hospital cafeteria, Song Shi and Han Chunming were enjoying their lunch. George Sheng hadn't come home last night. I had to leave him a note. I wonder if he saw it. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table. Song Shi looked up to see Ren Shuang. If you have something to say it to my face. Stop stabbing me in the back, damn it. Han Chunming stepped forward and shoved Ren Shuang. If you want to throw a tantrum, go home and do it. Ren Shuang froze, then exploded. Did I speak to you? Are you Song Shi's dog? Arg. Song Shi roared like a cornered animal. She jumped to her feet. Ren Shuang, have you forgotten what I said? Insult Han Chunming again, and you'll regret it. She gripped her bowl, ready to throw it at the slightest provocation. Seeing Song Shi's fury, Ren Shuang deflated slightly, but she still spat. Why are you so high and mighty? Getting me fired from the hospital? Both Song Shi and Han Chunming exchanged bewildered glances. Could George Sheng have done this? Ren Shuang started yelling in the cafeteria. I was fired because I offended Song Shi. Don't cross her. Her outburst drew a crowd. Enough. You overcharged, I stopped you, and then you hired thugs to attack me. I spared you the embarrassment of exposing you, and you're still going on about it? Do you want me to show everyone the proof? Peyton Shuang Pith. Knowing she was beaten, she thought for a moment and said, no need for all this nonsense. Song Shi, I can't afford to mess with you. I'll just leave. She stormed off. Han Chunming asked with concern, she hired people to attack you? Are you okay? I'm Fine. But why is everyone looking at me so strangely? Han Chunming grinned. That's called respect. Suddenly, the head nurse rushed over. Dr. Song, Hua Jiamin, just arrived at the hospital for an abortion. The name Hua Jiamin rang a bell. Song Shi's phone rang. She answered. George Sheng's voice came through. Song Shi, Hua Jiamin is at your hospital for an abortion. Stop her and bring her to Jincheng. Song Shi suddenly understood. So it's him. Later, at a hotel, Song Shi met with Hua Jiamin. What a terrible situation. Why does she have to have an abortion? Hua Jiamin took out her phone. You used this photo to lure me out. What do you want, Song Shi? Song Shi hesitated for a moment. Someone asked me to talk to you. Hua Jiamin took off her glasses. Is it George Sheng? Song, she was surprised. How did you know? Hua Jiamin smiled faintly. I saw you two together at the restaurant yesterday. If you're trying to persuade me to keep the baby, don't bother. Song Shi feigned confusion. Who said I was going to persuade you? She watched Hua Jiamin's puzzled expression. Then she continued, I'm just curious. Why don't you want this child? Hua Jiamin touched her belly, looking utterly drained. The baby's father doesn't want it. Song Shi felt a surge of indignation. George Sheng doesn't want it. As soon as she spoke, two voices rang out simultaneously. The first was Hua Jiamin's, exasperated. What does it have to do with George Sheng? The second voice belonged to George Sheng himself. He had just entered and heard Song Shi's exclamation. What does it have to do with me? He asked urgently. Dr. Song, your imagination is running wild. Song, she was completely bewildered. Wait, this isn't your child. Hua Jiamin, who had been consumed by sadness, burst out laughing. George Sheng and I are like brothers. How could it be his child? Song, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. She felt like she had made a fool of herself. That damn George Sheng, she thought. He couldn't even explain things clearly. I thought I was the other woman. Hua Jiamin pointed to the photo on her phone. This is the father. His name is Han Zhong. So, he doesn't want the child. You're just giving in. Hua Jiamin nodded slightly. He said he wants to enjoy life as a couple. George Sheng scoffed. Just him. Hua Jiamin looked at George Sheng. I know you don't think much of him. I also know he doesn't love me enough. But she was interrupted mid-sentence by Song Shi. Stop deluding yourself. I don't know your boyfriend, but he won't even accompany you for an abortion. Is he even a man? Why keep compromising yourself for someone like that? He could leave you at any moment. If I were you, I'd rather throw away this kind of insecure love. Hua Jiamin started to lose control, tears streaming down her face. But what about the baby? Song Shi handed her a tissue. Keep it or not, it's your decision. Don't let others control you. They fell silent. Suddenly, Yuan Bao rushed over. Shang-Ji, he said urgently. Something happened upstairs. As a doctor, upon hearing about the incident upstairs, Song-Shi immediately rushed over. Where's the patient? She asked anxiously. She saw a female employee lying on the floor. On the sofa sat a man with his legs crossed, looking completely unconcerned. It was Chi-Chung. He saw her too and immediately stood up. Why is it you? Song-Shi ignored him and checked the woman's injuries. After a brief examination, the patient woke up. Yuan Bao called 2 people over to take her to the restroom. Chi-Chung approached with a smirk. Where's Xiao Xiao? Why isn't he here himself, sending a woman to deal with this? Song-Shi retorted curtly. I don't know. Ask him yourself. Chi-Chung chuckled. Miss Song, you were Xiao Xiao's lucky charm last time. This time, saving an employee. Are you his lucky cat or his protective talisman? Song-Shi's lips curled into a slightly sarcastic smile. Well, Mr. Chi, it seems your fall from grace was because you chose the wrong woman. To Chi-Cheng's credit, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Your words are as beautiful as you are, Miss Song. Young Master Chi is also my lucky star, she replied. Just then, George Sheng walked in. He was rejected for collaboration and still shows up in Jincheng. He then walked over and gently touched Song-Shi's hair. Are you all right? Song-Shi shook her head. I'm fine. George Sheng whispered. I've just inquired about the situation. Don't worry about the treatment. I'll take care of everything. He then glared at Chi-Chung. Sheer, close the door. Song-Shi walked out of the employee restroom. She stretched, relieved that the employee wasn't seriously injured. Then she noticed the hallway was deserted. Just as she was wondering where everyone had gone, a man's voice sounded behind her. Excuse me. She turned around and jumped with fright. Startled, she stumbled and fell. The man behind Song, she wore a rabbit mask and mumbled something unintelligible. Song, she didn't understand a word. What the hell is he saying? Is this another one of Chi-Cheng's tricks? He really thinks I'm a pushover, doesn't he? She sprang to her feet and swung her fist at him. The man was just pulling off his mask. He sighed in relief. That thing was suffocating. I could barely speak. A second later, Song-Shi's fist connected. Caught off guard, he was hit squarely in the face, yelping in pain. Song-Shi, fuming, grabbed the man by the collar. That warning you sent me last time, the humiliation just now, and now this. You just won't stop. Her teeth gritted as she spoke. Go back and tell your boss I'm not someone to be trifled with. The man clenched his fist. What are you talking about? But before he could finish, Song-Shi landed a swift kick to his leg. Before he could react in anger, Song-Shi spun around and stormed off, throwing back. If you dare bother me again, I'll call the police. The man seethed. If she hadn't been a woman, he probably would have thrown a punch. Just then, Yuan Bao walked out. Seeing the man, he exclaimed excitedly, Hao Zi, is that really you? What did you get back? Hao Zi gestured to the mask on the ground. Just got off the plane. Wanted to surprise you guys. Duan Bao Chukka. More like a fright. I just got beaten up by one of your employees. Yuan Bao's eyes widened. Which employee? Who dare hit you? I've never seen. He trailed off, realizing Hao Zi had emerged from the staff break room. I just wanted to ask for directions. No harm done. Bao Ge my treat. Let's go for karaoke. By the way, where's Shang-Ge? He's busy. Song-Shi stomped angrily ahead, muttering, that damn George Sheng couldn't even bother to have someone drive me back. Lost in her frustration, she bumped headlong into someone's chest. Talking about me? A voice said. Song-Shi looked up to see George Sheng, an awkward smile on his face. Chi-Cheng's situation is handled, he said. I'll take you back. Remembering Ren Shuang, Song, she quickly asked, did you have Ren Shuang fired? George Sheng nodded. Yes. Next time, let me handle these things myself. He paused. Do you think I'm interfering too much? That's not what I meant. Even if you hadn't stepped in, I would have made sure she never dared to do something like that again. George Sheng nodded in understanding. As they reached the parking garage, he said, it's the end of the month. Come home with me tomorrow. The next day, as agreed, they returned to the Sheng family home. Song-Shi felt the urge to flee. George Sheng, noticing her unease, said, you've been here several times now. Still not used to it. Song-Shi pouted. Your mother doesn't like me, and it's just a fake marriage anyway. Can we skip it this time? Suddenly, a chorus of barks erupted as a pack of large dogs bounded towards them. Startled, Song-Shi instinctively grabbed George Sheng, trying to jump into his arms. With a sigh, George Sheng scooped her up in a princess carry, lifting her off the ground. The barking drew the attention of those inside. Jiang Jai opened the door and froze, staring at the scene before her. Qiao Mu wheeled Qiao Fu, George Sheng's father, into the hall, scolding. Ji Sheng, look at you. Qiao Fu coughed lightly. The dogs haven't been let out in a while. They're just excited. George Sheng set Song Shi down and said, Ba Ning seems to be in good spirits today. Jiang Jia approached Song Shi. Why are you here again? Song Shi retorted, If I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have. Jiang Jia turned to Xiao Mu. Auntie, please don't invite me next time. Xiao Mu's face hardened. That's no way to talk. Song Shi muttered under her breath. You only come when she tells you to. No mind of your own. Xiao Mu glared at her. What did you say? Song Shi rolled her eyes. This monthly Xiao family drama was more regular than her period. For her father's sake, she had to endure it. At dinner, Jiang Jia, playing the attentive hostess, presented a dish. Uncle, please try the Buddha jumps over the wall I made. Xiao Fu looked at the spread before him, chopsticks hovering indecisively. George Sheng asked with concern, None of this to your liking, Dad? Xiao Fu sighed. Jiang Jia quickly offered, Uncle, what would you like? I can make something else. George Sheng stopped her. It's all right. Dad's not used to your cooking. Song Shi, why don't you make some lump soup? Song Shi blinked, taken aback. What a way to order me around, she thought, but headed to the kitchen. Jiang Jia, wrinkling her nose, commented, You're seriously going to serve that? Song Shi's retort nearly made Jiang Jia choke. At least someone will eat this, unlike your Buddha jumps over the wall. Just then, her phone buzzed with a text. Xiao Shi, where are you? Are you free now? It was from Han Chunming. As she carried the lump soup out of the kitchen, Jiang Jia suddenly shoved her from behind. Song Shi stumbled, nearly losing her balance. At the last moment, George Sheng caught her. Though she managed to save the soup from spilling completely, some of it splashed out. Jiang Jia rushed forward, grabbing George Sheng's hand to check for burns. Feigning concern, she exclaimed, Tian Na. Song Shi, why weren't you more careful? Song Shi glared at her. Is she a human garbage bag? Just full of it. George Sheng pulled his hand away, his voice cold. You're the one who should be careful. Jiang Jia put on a wounded expression. Ignoring her, George Sheng placed the soup on the table. Dad, try this. Song Shi's a great cook. Kiao Fu's mild. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've had lump soup. Song Shi, remembering Han Chunming's text message, picked up her bag and said, Uncle, Auntie, please enjoy the rest of your meal. I have to go. Xiao Mu was immediately displeased. You're leaving before you've even finished eating? You're becoming more and more impolite. George Sheng watched Song Shi leave, wondering if something was wrong. Outside, Song Shi quickly dialed Han Chunming's number. Deming, what's wrong? Han Chunming's anxious voice filled the line. Xiao Shi, come quick, help me. I'm on my way. Just hang in there. A little flustered, she nearly collided with a motorcycle. The rider was about to yell, but upon seeing her, he pulled off his helmet. Well, if it isn't you, let's settle the score. It was Hao Zi. Song Shi, hearing him speak, feigned ignorance. Who are you? Hao Zi was instantly furious. You hit me, and then forgot? Last time in Jincheng, you attacked me out of nowhere. Hearing Jincheng, Song Shi suddenly remembered. You're the one Chi Chung sent. Hao Zi waved his hand dismissively. What Chi Chung, A Chung? I was just asking for directions. Song Shi thought to herself that she must have really messed up that day. Today you're going to pay. Hao Zi's words abruptly cut off as Song Shi bent down in a swift, unexpected move, leaving him bewildered. She was a completely different person from that day. Song Shi said sincerely, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I apologize. I have an emergency. I have to go, she said, hurrying off. Hao Zi frowned. Damn, that felt like punching cotton. Hao Zi, what are you doing standing here? Chung Lu pulled up on his motorcycle. Ran into someone. Hao Zi grumbled. Let's go. Cheng de Shukud. Right, don't waste time on a woman. They're all cowards. Song Shi, not far off, heard this clearly. She whirled around and shoved him off his bike. Snatching his helmet and putting it on her own head, she challenged him. Women are cowards? Want a race? She figured she could ride straight to De Mengming's place. Faced with a woman's provocation, Hao Zi couldn't back down. At an intersection, a traffic officer was leisurely drinking water when two motorcycles zipped past in a blur. He immediately jumped on his own bike and turned on the siren. Hao Zi was cursing under his breath. Damn, this woman's practically a professional. No matter how he accelerated, he couldn't overtake her. The police car caught up, its siren blaring. Pull over. Song Shi smirked. The next moment, she drifted to a perfect stop. Hao Zi yelled, Why are you stopping? We haven't decided the winner yet. Winner? You're speeding, you know. Song Shi walked up to the officer, putting on an innocent face. I didn't mean to, officer. I'm a doctor at Xia Hospital. My colleague has an emergency. She showed him her phone, the text message clearly visible. Then, pointing at Hao Zi, she added, he's my friend. If you have any questions, ask him. The officer nodded. I see. Well, if the hospital needs you, you should go. Hao Zi was speechless. Song Shi snorted. That's what you get for looking down on women. Watching her go, Hao Zi gritted his teeth. Jed doctor, huh? You just wait. The officer walked over. What are you looking at? You're in serious trouble. Hao Zi hung his head. Song Shi rang the doorbell urgently. The door opened to reveal Han Chunming with a face mask on. What's the big rush? She asked. Xiaoxi, you're finally here. My landlord suddenly wants me out and won't pay compensation. Gu Dongshu helped me sort it out and even offer me a place at his house. Gu Dongshu's here too? Where is he? Following Han Chunming's pointed finger, Song Shi saw Gu Dongshu cowering in the corner. After hearing what happened, Song Shi burst out laughing. Seriously? Dongshu, you're a police officer. How can you be so afraid of cola and 7-Up? Gu Dongshu rubbed his head. You don't understand. Pang Chun, let me be clear. I can take you in, but I can't handle cola and 7-Up. Han Chunming immediately protested. You dare? Where I go, they go. Gu Dongshu was exasperated. So you'll take them to sleep on the streets? Song Shi quickly intervened. I'll take care of 7-Up and cola. Han Chunming beamed, and Gu Dongshu breathed a sigh of relief. Song Shi snuck in with the two pets, relieved that George Sheng wasn't home. Suddenly, 7-Up meowed and extended a paw. Song Shi stroked him affectionately. The cat was a birthday gift from her father. Demengmeng had a black cat named Cola, and since this one was white, she named him 7-Up. He'd been staying with Demengmeng ever since her father's accident. Just then, hearing the sound of the front door opening downstairs, Song Shi figured it must be George Sheng. A flicker of worry crossed her mind. Would he like the cat? Would he kick Chi Shi and Cola out? She hurried down the stairs. My dad really liked your lump soup, George Sheng said. That's good, Song Shi replied, but I didn't make much. Your dad ate it all. I was worried he wouldn't be able to finish it. Song Shi noticed George Sheng kept looking at her. Had he figured something out? Thinking fast, she said, how about I make you another bowl of lump soup? To her surprise, George Sheng didn't hesitate. A simple okay was his reply. He agreed so quickly. If you wanted some, you could have just said so, she thought. In no time, Song Shi had made a whole pot. Eat up, she said. Once you've eaten my food, you'll be too embarrassed to kick out my cats. George Sheng stared at the pot of soup. Are you feeding a pig? He asked, incredulous. I just don't want you to be hungry, she retorted. My mom won't be asking Jiang Jai over again. It's normal that your mom doesn't like me. I don't care, Song Shi replied. George Sheng's voice took on an edge. I'm being used as a pawn between you two, and I do care. The pawn is Jiang Jai, but I'm the one getting hurt. What do you have to be unhappy about? Song Shi huffily pulled off her gloves. Enjoy your soup. I'm going upstairs. Wait, George Sheng called after her, pointing at the pot. This is all yours. Don't waste it. Half an hour later, Song Shi, struggling with a full stomach, trudged upstairs. She jumped when she saw the bedroom door was open. Where did Chi-Chi go? She wondered. In the bathroom, George Sheng held his forehead. He really didn't care about this Song Shi and Jiang Jai drama. What does it have to do with me? He muttered. He pushed open the door, his face flushing slightly. Song Shi was bent over, rummaging under the sofa. Song Shi, what are you doing? You scared me. Sure, be quiet. Are you done in the bathroom? What are you doing? He repeated. I wanted to help you clean, she replied. What are you doing? He asked again. I want to help you clean, she repeated. Like I believe that, George Sheng thought. Why is she in my room so late at night? Don't tell me she's trying to seduce me. Song, she was also lost in thought. Why is he staring at me like that? Has he figured something out? George Sheng walked over. Get up. No, it's okay. I'll just stay like this, she said. George Sheng pulled her up. Caught off guard, Song Shi stumbled into his arms. Flustered, she stammered, I'll just go back to my room. I'll help you clean some other time. George Sheng turned and pinned her beneath him. Song Shi, were you just about to? A meow interrupted him. Song, she covered her face. He's found out, she thought. Demengmeng is moving, she blurted out, and there's nowhere for his cat to go. She looked at him pleadingly. Can I keep it here, please? George Sheng felt utterly deflated. It was just about the cat. He'd been completely mistaken. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Fine. Song Shi beamed. Consider it repayment for the lump soup, she chirped. The next day, Song, she was in a good mood. The cat situation had gone surprisingly smoothly. Humming a tune, she walked towards her office. Suddenly, two people rushed in. Doctor, someone's injured. Song, she hurried forward. How were they injured? She asked. The other person replied, he was slashed. A knife wound. Song, she moved closer and recognized the injured man. It was Hao Zi. I only want you to look, he said. Everyone else out. This is a hospital, Song, she snapped. You can't just do whatever you want. I said, I only want you to examine me. Seeing the near tears expression on his face. Song, she had everyone else leave. She turned back to him. In the next second, he held a knife to her throat. Dr. Song, I think you've misplaced your scalpel, she said, her voice icy. Have you ever spent time in the hospital morgue? Song, she's chilling question hung in the air. How zisfache hardened. When did you figure it out? Your clothes don't even have a tear in them, Song, she scoffed. And you expect me to believe you were slashed? How's rolled over, trying to sit up. Damn, I'll have to be more careful next time. Song, she pressed her scalpel against his chest. Obstructing a public official, especially a doctor? Do you want to go to jail? If you want to get even, find me after work. Don't joke about things that are a matter of life and death. Just then, a nurse called out urgently. Dr. Song, we need help. There's been a multi-car collision. Lots of patients need emergency care. Song, she didn't hesitate, rushing off to help. How's grumbled, seriously? Overreacting much? It was just a joke. But seeing the doctor scrambling to save lives, he realized he might have gone too far. Late that night, Song, she walked out of the hospital, exhausted after a long day. Finally, everyone had been treated. A woman stopped her. You're finally done. Have a drink with me. It was Hui Jiamin. Song, she didn't refuse. The two women arrived at a restaurant. After the dishes were served, Hui Jiamin downed a bottle of beer in one go, then blurted out, I had the abortion. For myself. Song, she replied, as long as you've made up your mind. Hui Jiamin seemed surprised. I thought you wouldn't agree. Song, she chuckled. Last time you wanted an abortion, it was to try and win back a man who wasn't worth it. It wasn't your own choice. That's why I tried to talk you out of it. Now you're saying it's for yourself, so of course I agree. Hui Jiamin said sadly. I broke up with him. Song, she raised her glass. Let's not think about that jerk anymore. To your happy breakup. Hui Jiamin laughed brightly. That's a novel toast. I think we could become really good friends. That's exactly what I was thinking. Really? Then we're best friends. Suddenly, George Sheng pushed the door open. Oh, am I interrupting? He glanced at Hui Jiamin. This habit of yours of swearing sisterhood with everyone you meet, can you maybe tone it down a bit? Hui Jiamin jumped up. Nonsense. I only do that when I meet someone I click with. He suddenly turned to Song Shi. Right, I keep forgetting to ask, how did you two meet? Song Shi waved her hand dismissively. We don't know each other. I saw him in the ER last time, and he just gave me some extra advice. That's all. We don't know each other. Song Shi finished, breathing a silent sigh of relief. Almost slipped up. Can't reveal my relationship with George Sheng. George Sheng felt a pang of annoyance. She's so eager to distance herself. Hui Jiamin looked at them seriously, as if it could be that simple. Just then a phone rang. Hui Jiamin glanced at the caller ID and stood up. Excuse me, I need to take this call. After Hui Jiamin left, an awkward silence descended. Song Shi inwardly groaned. The atmosphere feels off. Did I offend him again? She stood up. Maybe you two should eat. I should get going. George Sheng glanced at her. Sit down. Am I the plague? You leave as soon as I arrive. Song Shi forced a smile. Wouldn't I be disturbing you too? George Sheng chuckled dryly. As if you haven't disturbed me enough already. Song, she was speechless. What's his deal? Weren't we fine yesterday? George Sheng continued. Why did Hui Jiamin invite you to dinner? We get along. She wanted to make a friend. Don't worry, I won't let slip about us. What? Are you ashamed to be married to me? Song, she froze, unsure how to respond. Hui Jiamin returned. I'm back. What are you talking about? Song, she stood up abruptly. Nothing. I have to go. Something came up at the hospital. Hui Jiamin looked at George Sheng. What did you do? George Sheng remained silent. Song, she stormed out, fuming. He's the one saying all these things. What's his problem? Her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was Director Ding about her business trip. Back at home, George Sheng took out his frustration on a punching bag. After a while, he picked up Qi Shi and stroked him. You're much better than your owner. Just then, Yuan Bao walked in. Sheng, you're home. George Sheng asked, what are you doing here? Song, she's on a business trip. She asked me to take her cat to the pet hotel. George Sheng froze. She's on a business trip? Left this morning. Where are Qi Shi and Kaylai? George Sheng frowned. He's called Qi Shi. Song, she has another cat? Yeah, why? Didn't Song Shi tell you? As soon as he finished speaking, A boxing glove was thrown in his face. The next moment, George Shung's face was inches from his. Spar with me. You can take them if you win. Meanwhile, Song-shi finally arrived at the hotel and collapsed onto the bed. I can't believe the business trip is to Uezhou. I'm going to enjoy this. The doorbell rang. She opened the door to find a hotel employee standing there with a large bouquet of flowers. Are you Miss Song-shi? These flowers are for you. Song-shi asked, who sent them? The employee said mysteriously, I can't tell you right now. You'll find out at dinner. Song-shi was puzzled. I don't know anyone in Uezhou who would send me flowers. Finally, dinner time arrived. Song-shi went to the dining hall, and someone took her hand. Dr. Song, sit next to me. Song-shi nodded her thanks. A moment later, the doors swung open, and a man in a white suit walked in. Sorry everyone, I'm late. He introduced himself. My name is Jia Jiantao. My father is Jia Deming, the director of Uezhou Xia Hospital. There's a junior from my university days here tonight. I wanted to treat her to dinner, but I was afraid she wouldn't come, so I invited everyone. Song-shi covered her face. Oh, help me. This is so cringe. With a cheerful Xiao-shi, Jia Jiantao walked towards her. Song-shi couldn't avoid him and stood up. Long time no see. Upperclassman, Jia Jiantao said, his voice brimming with excitement. I racked my brains to get you to have dinner with me. Are you happy? It was nothing, upperclassman. You've gone to a lot of trouble, Song-shi replied. Reserving this entire hall is only about 200,000. The owner here is a friend of mine. Just a word from me. By the way, do you like the flowers? Bring the red wine. I want to have a drink with my junior classmate. Song-shi quickly interjected, no need, upperclassman. I don't drink. However, her words were in vain. Song-shi sighed inwardly. What had she done to deserve this? The manager, Mr. Detang, approached with the red wine. One moment, please. He turned politely to Song-shi. Miss Song, why didn't you let us know you were coming? Song-shi was taken aback, utterly bewildered. The manager continued, tonight's dinner is on Miss Song. Both Jia Jiantao and Song-shi were dumbfounded by his declaration. Song-shi was completely lost, while Jia Jiantao was already fuming. What's going on here? The manager explained with a smile. Our boss gave personal instructions. The bill is on him, but the favor is owed to Miss Song. According to the boss's specifications, this bottle of wine alone is worth more than 200,000. You see, Jia Jiantao was indignant, but didn't dare to cause a scene. The manager's next words made everything click into place for Song-shi. Don't worry, Miss Song. This is President Xiao's establishment. A moment later, Song-shi approached Jia Jiantao with a glass of wine. Upperclassman, to you. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Jia Jiantao nodded awkwardly. Song-shi continued. You and everyone else, please start eating. I'll be right back. She went to the restroom and dialed a number on her phone. George Shung was at home, petting Chi-shi and Cola when his phone rang. Song-shi's voice came through. Thank you for tonight. No problem. We're even now, George Shung replied. Song-shi pondered his words. Was he apologizing for the other day? She collected herself. I'm so grateful for your help tonight. When I get back, I'll make you lump soup. George Shung was speechless. A bowl of lump soup, and we're square. Song-shi returned to the table. Jia Jiantao remarked, wow, you're really well-connected. Song-shi responded modestly. I'm not as well-connected as you, upperclassman. Well then, do me a favor. Perform a pulmonary heart disease surgery for my friend. Song-shi considered it seriously for a moment. This surgery is quite difficult. I'll do it, Jia Jiantao interrupted, overjoyed. That's wonderful. I can only trust your skills. Song-shi continued. Everyone here is more senior than I am. Honestly, anyone could do it. It doesn't have to be me. Jia Jiantao immediately retorted. That's not true. He specifically requested you. He's Wu Haoxing, the second son of the Wu family, a famous wealthy family in Lezhou. Song-shi's expression subtly changed. After dinner, as Song-shi and her colleagues prepared to leave, a colleague asked with concern, I heard your upperclassman asked you to perform a surgery? Yes, but I refused, Song-shi replied. Why? I have a personal grudge against the patient. It would affect my ability to perform the surgery. I can't risk a life. Besides, any experienced doctor can do it. It doesn't have to be me. That's true, but the Wu family isn't easy to deal with. Surely they wouldn't kidnap me. As soon as she spoke those words, two men in black suits approached. Dr. Song, Mr. Wu requests your presence. Inside the Wu family's living room, Song-shi calmly sipped her tea. A woman walked over. Dr. Song, you're very composed. You've had almost a full bowl of tea at my house without asking why. Song, she set down her cup. Do you need to ask? You must be Wu Haoxing's mother. She turned to an older man. And you must be Wu Haoxing's father. The man nodded approvingly. Dr. Song, You're very perceptive. I won't waste any words. My son is in critical condition. We just want you to perform the surgery. Name your price. Songshi's face lit up with a surprising expression. Really? Then I'll tell you. Go ahead. I want you to bring back the dead. Can you do that? Mrs. Wu asked sharply. What do you mean? I want you to give me back Xiao Nan's life. Mr. Wu's face drastically changed. What's your relationship with her? My surname is Song. Hers was Zhao. What relationship could we have? She was my college classmate's younger sister. 2 years ago, she married into your Wu family. Wu Haoxing repeatedly cheated on her and even brought his mistress home. The stress caused Xiao Nan to lose her 7-month-old child and left her permanently infertile. Afterwards, you forced Xiao Nan to leave with nothing. With nowhere to go, she jumped to her death. Then you spent money to silence the Zhao family and prevent them from seeking justice. Mr. Wu slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Who are you to judge our family matters? I'll ask you one question. Do you believe in karma? Mr. Wu's eyes turned icy. It seems Haoxing's surgery indeed can't be performed by you. You know too much. Songshi remained fearless. Haven't you noticed? I've been here all evening, not to drink tea, but to wait for someone. Just as she finished speaking, the door was kicked open. The Wu family's guards immediately shouted, "Security!" The newcomer scoffed. Do you think calling security will help? Who gave you the nerve to touch my people? Wu Fu stood up. Are you President Xiao? Mrs. Wu trembled with fear. Husband, look, we're surrounded. Wu Fu looked through the window and saw many vehicles outside. George Sheng looked at Songshi and called out, "Come here." Songshi quickly ran over. It's a good thing he sent someone to follow me. You saved me a lot of trouble. George Sheng said irritably, You know your trouble, and you still act so recklessly. He then looked at Mr. and Mrs. Wu. Let's settle the score. George Sheng led Song-shi out of the Wu family's home. Wu Fu followed behind them, forcing a smile. George Sheng opened the car door and gestured for Song-shi to get in. Song-shi was flattered. Mr. Wu hurried after them. President Xiao, today was just a misunderstanding. Mr. Wu, you even dare to mess with a potential manslaughter case. You clearly don't take me seriously. George Sheng addressed Yuan Bao. Terminate all cooperation with Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu panicked. Please, let me explain. George Sheng got directly into the car. We're returning to Yicheng. Song-shi thought to herself, I even argued with him before I left. Maybe I really should try a different approach with him. George Sheng suddenly spoke. Aren't you an angel of mercy? You'd refuse to help someone in need. Some people are better off not being saved. You did the right thing. You heard everything outside. Yes. Compared to those who constantly use morality to restrain their instincts, I prefer the new George Sheng. Is that a compliment? That's rarer than a hen's teeth. Yuan Bao suddenly chimed in. Brother Sheng didn't even eat dinner. He rushed here to save you. Song-shi leaned close to George Sheng's ear and whispered, George Sheng, when we get home, I'll make you lump soup. Seeing that he didn't react for a long time, she wondered, is he really asleep? She couldn't help but make a face. He bullies me so relentlessly usually. However, the next moment, as she was making the face, George Sheng opened his eyes. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. The car stopped at the entrance of the residential complex. Song-shi pulled her suitcase, panting as she arrived. Why didn't you have Yuan Bao drive to the door? Saves gas. You, George Sheng, need to save gas? I don't believe it. If you want revenge, just say it. Finally home. I am exhausted. I'll sleep for a bit and then go pick up Chi, Shi, and Cola. George Sheng replied, they're already home. Suddenly, a faint meow was heard. Song-shi looked towards the house and was horrified. She saw Chi, Shi being held in the mouth of a dog. She rushed over in a panic. George Sheng, who was behind her, was also startled. He pointed his finger downwards at the dog. 7 let go. The dog whimpered and released Chi-shi. Song-shi held Chi-shi in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Chi-shi, are you okay? She sobbed, holding Chi-shi tightly. 7 was also nuzzling George Sheng affectionately. You misunderstood. 7 was just... Before he could finish, Song-shi yelled, George Sheng, bullying me is one thing, but bullying a cat? What kind of person are you? George Sheng was silent for a moment. While you were gone, actually, before he could finish, Song-shi interrupted him again. Where's Cola? The black one. George Sheng turned and headed upstairs. Not my problem. Song-shi quickly grabbed his hand, softening her tone. Cola isn't mine. He belongs to a friend. You can take your frustrations out on me and my cat, but leave others out of it, okay? George Sheng shook her off. You're living under someone else's roof. What right do you have to claim ownership over a cat? He said, leading 7 upstairs. Song-shi sat down on the floor in disappointment, holding Chi-shi and sobbing. Huh, I actually thought I could try a different approach with him. Just as she was consumed by sadness, a sharp meow pierced the air. The black creature that emerged from under the sofa was none other than Kola. Song-shi quickly scooped him into her arms. Although she was relieved about Chi-shi, this ultimately wasn't her home. Song-shi left George's house that night. With the two cats, she searched several hotels. Each one told her that pets weren't allowed. Rejected again and again, dawn was approaching. As she walked with her head down, suddenly a group of men surrounded her. "Hey, pretty lady, all alone? What's in a bag?" One of them reached for her suitcase. Song-shi shouted, "Get lost!" Seeing them cracking their knuckles, about to attack, Song-shi screamed in fear. Meanwhile, George Shung was lying at home, fuming. That Song-shi is so ungrateful. His phone buzzed. He answered irritably, "What is it?" "Nothing. I'll hang up." It was Chung Lee's voice on the other end. "Why so angry?" "I just saw a young lady with some cats being harassed by thugs. She looked so helpless." George Shung was startled. He was holding a cat, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. Chung Lu continued, "I just thought she looked familiar. Then it hit me. Isn't she Jiamin's doctor? The one you told us not to bother?" George Shung went to check the room. Sure enough, Song-shi was gone. He demanded, "Where is she?" "Out with it." Chung Lu said cheerfully, "Relax. Everything's fine. I took her to one of my hotels. Don't worry about it. Gotta go. Isn't tomorrow the groundbreaking ceremony for your hospital? I have to make an appearance." After hanging up, George Shung breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she's all right. The next day, Song-shi took Chi-shi to the veterinary clinic for a thorough checkup. The vet told her that Chi-shi had no external injuries and seemed perfectly healthy, showing no signs of distress. Song-shi reminded him he was grabbed by the neck by a large dog last night. The vet explained, some dogs express their friendliness that way. No need to worry, the vet reassured her, as long as the cat wasn't frightened or injured. Song-shi felt a pang of embarrassment. So, I wrongly accused George Shung. She considered calling him to apologize, but then thought apologizing now would only be humiliating. Meanwhile, the vice president sent Song-shi a text. George Shung's Chongning Hospital is breaking ground today. There's a ceremony. Come with me. Song-shi remembered. That was the land he'd acquired in Qingda. It was already starting construction. This is a good opportunity to apologize, she thought. She picked up the phone. "Hello, I'd like to order 60 double-decker flower baskets. Deliver them to Chongning Hospital under Highway Group. The groundbreaking ceremony is about to start." George Shung, impeccably dressed in a suit, walked through the site. Chung Lu slung an arm around his shoulders. "Can't you at least try to look happy? Today's the day you welcome the god of fortune. Don't scare him away with that long face." George Shung replied dryly, "If smiling would bring the god of fortune, I'd just stay home and grin all day instead of building a hospital." He suddenly remembered something and looked at Chung Lu. "About last night, Sheng de Sigid. Last night, huh? I took her to the hotel as the sun was coming up. I have no idea where she is now. Why don't you ask her yourself?" He added, "Get lost." Yuan Bao approached, holding a banner. "Shengji, look, I think this is from Song-shi." George Shung glanced at it. The banner read, "Kola and Chi, she congratulate Highway Group on its groundbreaking ceremony." George Shung sighed softly. "Looks like I'm not important enough to warn her using her real name." Yuan Bao said, "She sent dozens of flower baskets. Don't be picky about the banner." George Shung retorted, "It's not about the flower baskets." Song-shi, having just arrived, was taken aback by the sheer number of flower arrangements. "With this many, will mine even be noticed? What a waste of money." Suddenly, someone tapped her on the shoulder. "You came too." Song-shi turned to see Chung Lu, the man who had helped her the previous night. She smiled politely. "I'm here with the hospital." Yuan Bao, standing next to Chung Lu, nudged him. "Who's this?" Chung Lu explained. "Jiamin's doctor. She knows Shung too. We met at the restaurant before. Remember?" "As if you don't remember every pretty face you meet," Yuan Bao muttered. Chung Lu took Song-shi's arm. "Come with us to the lounge. It's too chaotic out here." Song-shi declined. "That's really not necessary." She thought to herself, he's awfully forward. Chung Lu persisted. "It's fine. Shung's there, and Jiamin will be arriving soon." Song-shi thought this might be a good opportunity to apologize. Lost in thought, she was propelled forward by Chung Lu. "Don't worry, I'm not going to kidnap you." Yuan Bao chimed in. "Since you know each other, come join us." She felt like she was being herded along. Hao Zi pushed open the door to the conference room. "Shengji, I'm here." Yuan Bao punched him playfully. "You finally showed up. Shengji's opening a hospital. How could I not come and show my support?" George Shung's face lit up at the sight of him. "What have you been up to? I haven't seen you around lately." Hao Zi scratched his head. "I've been looking for someone." George Shung was curious. "Who?" Don't ask, Shengji, Hao Zi replied. Just then, the door opened again, and Chang Jinglu's voice boomed. Speak of the devil. The moment Song she stepped through the doorway, her eyes met Hao Zi's. They stared at each other, the air thick with unspoken tension. Chang Jinglu pulled Hao Zi aside, listening intently to his story. Song she thought, what a small world. They actually know each other. After a long while, Hao Zi finished. So that's about it. He expected his good friend to back him up, to offer some words of support. But Chenglu pointed at him accusingly. Then you have to apologize to her. Hao Zi swung his fist, indignant. Just then, the door was pushed open. It was Hui Jiamin. What are you guys talking about? He suddenly noticed Song Shi. He excitedly called out her name. Chenglu immediately complained to Jiamin. Do you know? Hao Zi bullied Dr. Song. Song Shi quickly waved her hand dismissively. It wasn't that serious. Unexpectedly, Hui Jiamin stepped forward and put Hao Zi in a headlock. What? Song Shi is my girl. How dare you bully her? Hao Zi quickly pleaded. I didn't know you two knew each other. Song Shi couldn't help but chuckle from the sidelines. All right, Jiamin, let him go. Cheng Lu and the others, afraid the fun would end, kept egging Jiamin on. Jiamin, don't let him off easy. Hui Jiamin glared at Hao Zi. Apologize to me right now. Watching their lively antics, Song Shi's mood brightened. Interacting with them, she felt a long-lost sense of ease. Suddenly, George Sheng spoke. Apologize for what? Isn't Dr. Song also at fault for misunderstanding Hao Zi? Song Shi inwardly groaned. He's still angry, huh? Well, who told me to wrongly accuse someone so thin-skinned? Cheng Lu quietly asked Yuan Bao. What's the relationship between Shengji and Song Shi? I don't know. They seem to have known each other for a long time. I've asked many times, but they won't tell me. What? Jiamin hugged Song Shi, grinning. You two must have had another fight. George Sheng, you're a grown man. Don't be so petty. Then she pulled Song Shi to sit with her and George Sheng. Let's just forget about it. Everyone come to my place for dinner tonight. Looking at the silent George Sheng, Song Shi wondered if she'd even be able to go home that night. What? Jiamin, feeling a little discomfort in her stomach, excused herself to go to the restroom. Hao Zi's gaze remained fixed on Song Shi, much to George Sheng's annoyance. Looking toward the restroom, George Sheng sighed. Jiamin's older sister couldn't conceive again after an abortion. That's why I advised her before. Hearing this, Song Shi's expression shifted slightly. She quickly asked, are you saying Jiamin might not be able to conceive either? George Sheng replied, it's hard to say for sure. Song Shi felt a pang of fear. Jiamin had the abortion because of her advice. She started to regret her words, her heart filled with conflict. George Sheng was about to offer comfort, but Hao Zi beat him to it. He crouched down, looking at her with concern. What's wrong? It was my fault before. I won't bother you again. Song Shi shook her head slightly. It wasn't your fault. Just then, Hui Jiamin returned, looking cheerful. It's so noisy outside. I have to go. Come to my place tonight, you guys. Then she practically dragged Song Shi along with her. At Hui Jiamin's house, she was busy explaining, don't let George scare you. I just ate something bad. Song Shi asked worriedly, are you sure you're okay? Hui Jiamin nodded firmly. I'm really fine. Then she chuckled. You're a doctor, and you actually let him scare you. Song Shi pouted. He sounded so serious. As they chatted, the sound of a key clicking in the lock echoed. Song Shi assumed it was the others, but Hui Jiamin immediately stood up. They don't have a key to my place. She said, going to check. Song Shi took a sip of tea, then heard a commotion outside. When did you get a copy of my key? Song Shi quickly put down her teacup and went to see what was happening. When she stepped outside, she was shocked by the scene before her. A strange man was grabbing Hui Jiamin, seemingly about to hit her. Hui Jiamin yelled, we already broke up. Get out of here. The man roared. If anyone's breaking up, it's me. Who do you think you are? Song Shi realized the man was Han Zhong, Jiamin's ex-boyfriend. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Let go of Jiamin. Han Zhong violently flung her off. What business is it of yours? Slap. Song Shi's face was struck hard. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Her head swam, and she heard a cacophony of shouts around her. Let her go. This bastard again. You dare lay a hand on her. Song Shi, are you all right? Slowly, she opened her eyes and saw Hui Jiamin's worried face. She shook her head. I am okay. George Sheng and the others had Han Zhong restrained. George Sheng took a drag of his cigarette and said coldly, Jiamin, he was your boyfriend, so I didn't touch him. But now he's touched someone of mine. What do you have to say about that? Song Shi blinked. Since when did I become his? What? Jiamin said, do whatever you want. I don't care. George Sheng nodded and turned to face Han Zhong. He casually flicked his cigarette, which landed directly on Han Zhong's face. A scream of pain erupted. George Sheng gestured to Yuan Bao, who pulled Han Zhong to his feet. Han Zhong pleaded, "I won't do it again." "Really?" George Sheng scoffed. Too late. With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Han Zhong flying. Song Shi suddenly rushed forward, intercepting George Sheng. "Forget it," she pleaded. "Stop. Someone might get killed." George Sheng, catching Song Shi's worried gaze, relented. He gave Yuan Bao a pointed look. Yuan Bao nodded, signaling his understanding. "Don't worry, Mr. Sheng. I'll handle this." "What do you mean?" "Help Song Shi get to the hospital." Song Shi, still reeling from her memory loss, insisted she was fine. However, George Sheng grabbed her arm, preventing her from pulling away. "I'll take her," he declared, then turned to Chung Lu and the others. "Jiamin is in your hands." They assured him they would take care of her. Housie silently watched them leave, a strange bitterness rising in his chest. Downstairs, Song, she began to explain. "I just went out last night." George Sheng nodded. "I know. To walk your cat? What were you planning to do if you hadn't run into Chung Lu?" "Song," she stammered. "It wasn't that serious." George Sheng's anger flared. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he said, "Forget it. Let's go to the hospital." Song, she insisted. "I'm really fine. I'm a doctor. I know best." Just then, Song Shi's phone rang. She answered, her face paling dramatically. George Sheng, already driving her to the hospital, urged, "Turn here. Faster." George Sheng asked, puzzled, "What's wrong with your cat now?" Song Shi explained, "I left them at the veterinary clinic. They were fine during the day, but the doctor just called. She is sick." George Sheng was speechless. She seemed more concerned about her cat than her own injuries. "We're here. Park here." Before the car had even fully stopped, Song Shi rushed out. Judging by her energy, at least she was fine. Song Shi anxiously asked, "Why is he vomiting?" "He was perfectly fine earlier." The vet tech replied uncertainly, "It's probably the stress of a new environment. We recommend taking him home." The suggestion of taking Shi home presented a problem for Song Shi. George Sheng interjected, "All right, is there any paperwork we need to fill out?" Song Shi was taken aback. She had expected him to use this as an opportunity to give her a hard time. Song Shi filled out a form and was ready to take her cat. George Sheng glanced at it. "August 9th, that's the day after tomorrow, isn't it?" To Song Shi's surprise, after the paperwork was done, both Kola and she clung to George Sheng. She ground her teeth in frustration. "You traitors!" Back at the house, the sight of Seven made Song Shi uneasy. After all, Seven was a large dog and potentially dangerous to cats. But then, Kola and she leaped from George Sheng's arms and pounced on Seven. The two cats and the dog began to play together. Song Shi was stunned. They were actually playing and having fun. This was incredibly awkward. George Sheng headed upstairs, commenting, "You should tell the vet. This is clearly a case of lovesickness." Song Shi fumed inwardly. Was he mocking her? But on second thought, she owed him an apology for the misunderstanding. Fresh from the shower, George Sheng noticed a piece of paper slipped under his door. He bent down and picked it up, wondering what this was about. It was an apology note from Song Shi. "I sincerely apologize," it read. "I've never had a big dog before. I misunderstood him, and I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Thank you for picking me up in Weizhou. I'm very grateful. I know you're always right. I hope that in the future, if I do something wrong, you'll tell me directly. I'll correct it and try to be less of a burden. If you want to eat gnocchi soup, just let me know." George Sheng chuckled. Writing apology notes? Is she in elementary school? After a moment of thought, he dialed Yuan Bao. "Arrange a meeting between Song Shi and Song Yuanqing. Tomorrow." The next day, Song Shi was puzzled. She had already seen her father once this month. Why was George Sheng arranging another visit? She shrugged it off. As long as she could see her father, she didn't care. Father and daughter were overjoyed to see each other. Song Shi opened a box. "Dad, it's my birthday tomorrow. I brought a cake. Let's eat it together." Song Yuanqing beamed. "My little princess is turning 26. Xiaoxi, have you been in contact with Aunt Dong recently?" Song Shi's face fell. "No. After what happened to you, neither she nor Dong Yuan came to see you. Why are you even mentioning them? I just wanted to ask if she gave you that card." After the visit, Song Shi pondered her father's words. "Before the accident, Dad saved some money for you and asked Aunt Dong to keep it safe. Did she give it to you?" Song Shi analyzed the situation. She had met with Dong Yuan several times regarding the Yicheng project, and Dong Yuan hadn't mentioned any card. "They're trying to steal my father's money. Dong Yuan, just you wait. That's strange. Why won't the door open?" She looked closer. The power was out. George Sheng peered over Song Shi's shoulder. What are you doing? Startled, Songshi yelped, "Oh my God," and tumbled to the ground. George Shung teased, "Don't call me mom so readily." Songshi grumbled, "Well, it's your fault for sneaking up on me." George Shung lightly tapped her nose. No power, no entry. Songshi suddenly realized, oh right, the battery can only be changed from the inside. You need a portable charger to charge it from out here. George Shung walked over to a tree. Climb up. I didn't lock the door. Climb in and open it. Songshi was speechless. I've never climbed a tree in my life. George Shung assessed the situation. This tree isn't very sturdy. It might break if I go up. Let's just have Yuan Bao bring a charger. He glanced at his watch. There's no time, he declared, scooping Songshi into his arms and boosting her towards the tree. Songshi was utterly bewildered. No time for what? Never mind. Just help me climb. I'm losing my footing. Don't be afraid. 15 minutes later, Songshi opened the door. Remember to change the battery, she said crossly. I'm going to my room. George Shung immediately stopped her. Wait a minute. Let's have some noodles first. Songshi looked at the takeout containers spread across the table, a hint of annoyance in her voice. You even order takeout? Why put me through all that? George Shung replied. Takeout and noodles aren't mutually exclusive. Songshi stretched languidly. As if, I'm going upstairs to rest. Enjoy your food. George Shung stood and placed his hands on her shoulders. Who said you could leave? We're eating together, especially these noodles. You have to finish them. Songshi shook her head. No, they're spicy. I don't want to get a sore throat. A moment later, George Shung handed her a drink. If it's too spicy, have some Wong Lo Cat. Half an hour later, she lay contentedly in bed, pleasantly full. My phone's been buzzing nonstop. I should check it. She opened it to a flood of birthday messages. She sat up abruptly. That's right. It's midnight. It's my birthday. Was George Shung celebrating my birthday just now? Suddenly arranging for me to see my dad, making me eat longevity noodles at midnight. A wave of warmth washed over her. Why is he so awkward? I need to find a way to thank him. At the hospital, Han Chunming presented Songshi with a birthday cake. Happy birthday. Thank you, my dear Meng Meng. Songshi exclaimed, giving her a kiss. A colleague walked over. Dr. Song, you're so popular. The whole hospital couldn't possibly finish all these cakes. Songshi beamed. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty of cake. Jiamin and Yuan Bao sent some too. It's really lively this year. Han Chunming noticed a cake without a name card. It looked delicious. Ming Ming wants to try this one, she said. Songshi, suspecting it was from George Shung, quickly picked up the cake. This one's mine, she declared, leaving Han Chunming standing there, dumbfounded. Just then, a handsome man walked in. So many cakes. Is it someone's birthday? He asked. Han Chunming was instantly smitten. Such a handsome guy. Songshi asked, Hello, who are you looking for? The man chuckled. I'm here to see a doctor. Just passing through. Han Chunming, still starstruck, murmured, Imagine, such a handsome guy, and he just wanders in. Songshi playfully pinched Han Chunming's cheek. You should go register on the first floor, she told the man. He reached out to speak, but a woman suddenly rushed in. She punched Songshi in the face, screaming, It's you. You're seducing my husband. Han Chunming roared. What are you talking about? I'll call security. Songshi, her face burning with anger, retorted. You've got the wrong person. Who's your husband? Still playing innocent. The crazed woman continued to rant and rave. Fortunately, the handsome man restrained her, preventing further attacks. Suddenly, a nearby doctor exclaimed, I remember her. She's a psychiatric patient. She accuses any pretty female doctor of being a mistress. She caused a scene in another department last year. Songshi was flabbergasted, assaulted for no reason. The handsome man, having subdued the woman, addressed Songshi. Dr. Song, I'll take her to security. Songshi nodded her thanks. Han Chunming pointed out, Your face is swelling up. Songshi sighed, exasperated. A random attack out of the blue. How did she even know my last name is Song? Han Chunming said, Never mind. Dongshu and I will take you out for drinks tonight to celebrate your birthday. George Shung was driving home. Yuan Bao remarked, Brother Shung, Songshi went out drinking with Gu Dongshu and the others. She won't be back this early. I didn't ask about that, George Shung replied. I thought you finished work early because you were going to see Songshi. He was about to reprimand Yuan Bao when the car pulled up to the house. To his astonishment, he saw Songshi climbing a tree. Hearing his cheerful voice, she finally made it up. Annoyed, she called down, Are you addicted to climbing trees? Songshi looked down and saw it was George Shung. Waving, she said, you're back. Look, I can climb this high all by myself. George Shung looked at her flushed face. She was definitely completely drunk. He sighed helplessly. Come down first. Song, she said no. The door lock is broken again. It kept saying my password was wrong. I'll show you. George Shung suddenly noticed her injured face. What happened to this? But there was no time to think. He saw Song Shi's foot slip. Then she fell towards him. With a thud, George Shung was pinned beneath her. The next second, their lips met, perfectly aligned. Song Shi's eyes widened in shock. Just as she tried to pull away, George Shung held her head and kissed her deeply. In that moment, breathing felt difficult. 1,000 thoughts raced through Song Shi's mind. Am I still drunk? Struggling, she lifted her head. Wait a minute, this. But then, seeing the blood on George Shung's lip, she felt embarrassed. She had bitten him. I'm so sorry, she repeated. An hour later, Song Shi held antiseptic and some bandages. A little awkwardly, she said, let me take care of your wound. George Shung looked at her. You're sober now? Song Shi nodded, dabbing his lip with an antiseptic wipe. I'm so sorry. I had a bit too much to drink tonight with Dongshu and the others. George Shung teased. I suffer a bloody lip on your birthday. Are you sure you're not bad luck for me? Song Shi said shyly. I didn't mean to smash your lip just now. George Shung said. I was stunned. Song Shi pouted. You make it sound like I took advantage of you. She picked up the tray and turned to leave. George Shung stopped her. What happened to your face? Song Shi covered her face and sighed. Today, a patient in the psychiatric ward mistook me for a mistress. Slapped me. Don't let it bother you. That kind of person isn't worth it. How can I not care? I hate mistresses the most. Seeing Song Shi's furious expression, George Shung remembered Song Shi's ex-boyfriend, Shun Jiaoi, who had cheated on her with a younger student. Shun Jiaoi, George Shung muttered under his breath. One day, George Shung had just returned home when his mother pulled him aside, demanding to know what had happened to his lip. George Shung was a little impatient. It's nothing, Mom. I bumped into something. Nonsense. How could you bump your lip like that? It wasn't Song Shi, was it? George Shung quickly interrupted. No. Mom, don't just guess. Is Dad resting? I'll go see him. George's mother gritted her teeth. He's so protective of her. She must be involved. George Shung went to his father's bedroom. His father, Xiao Fu, also asked about his lip. George Shung brushed it off, assuring him it was nothing. Xiao Fu sighed. You're a grown man, still acting like a child. When you were 6, you climbed a tree with your cousins and fell, your face covered in blood. George Shung was taken aback. You still remember that? Xiao Fu stroked his head. How could I forget anything about you? I had a dream last night that I died, and you were all alone. George Shung comforted him. Dreams are the opposite of reality. Aren't you perfectly fine? Xiao Fu said, but I'll be gone someday. This family will eventually fall on your shoulders. George Shung gripped his father's hand. Don't talk like that, he said, his expression filled with sorrow. Leaving his father's bedroom, he went to the living room and was surprised to see Song Shi standing there. When did you get here? He suddenly noticed Song Shi clutching her finger and rushed over to check on her. Her finger was bandaged. Song Shi said stiffly, it's nothing, and walked away. George Shung was instantly furious. He grabbed her arm. What happened? I'm asking you. Song Shi's eyes darkened. She shook off his hand. Just half an hour earlier, she had arrived at the Shung family home with some gifts. George's mother said coldly, you don't need to bring gifts. Our family doesn't lack anything. Song Shi smiled. What your family has is yours. What I buy is mine. Didn't you say Uncle wanted to eat the dumpling soup I make? I'll make some now. George's mother scoffed. You're not planning on just making dumpling soup, are you? No matter what tricks you use to marry into our family, you have to follow the Shung family's rules. Your father may have spoiled you, but no one here will spoil you for the rest of your life. Oh, and speaking of your father, the new mayor of our city has taken office. His surname is Shung. I hope he's not like your father. It was this last remark that distracted Song Shi. The knife she was using to chop tomatoes slipped, cutting her finger. She cried out in pain. George's mother saw this and said, such a pampered princess. How can you even cut yourself chopping vegetables? Song Shi couldn't take it anymore. Throwing down her apron, she said angrily, I tolerate you because you're George Shung's mother. But if you dare say anything about my father, I can choose not to treat you as an elder. George Shung confronted his mother, demanding an explanation. After she relayed the incident, she clutched his arm. See? Does he even have any respect for me? George Shung sighed, rubbing his temples. Mom, can you please stay out of my affairs? His mother's face hardened. I'm not wrong. How dare he flare up like that? George Sheng tried to reason with her. His father is his father. He's who he is. Don't provoke him with this anymore. His mother erupted in anger. Why are you taking his side? George Sheng threw back a curd. Enough. I'm leaving, and walked out the door. She drifted listlessly down the street, George's mother's words echoing in her ears. Your father used to spoil you, but here, no one will pamper you forever. How could he treat me like that? Lost in her sorrowful thoughts, she stumbled, nearly falling. Her bag slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the ground. Just then, a man retrieved it for her. Dr. Song? Are you all right? She looked up. It was the man who had helped her restrain the psychiatric patient at the hospital yesterday. He offered a gentle smile. It seems you haven't forgotten me. A little embarrassed, she replied. Oh, it's you? The, friendly, handsome guy. Yesterday was so hectic, I forgot to thank you for helping me with that patient. The man's expression momentarily shifted, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. How did you know I was, He broke off, then burst into laughter. You have a name tag on your desk. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chi Wei, he said, extending his hand. Looking at him, she thought, there's something about him that makes him instantly likable. She took his hand. Hello, I'm Shi. As their hands met, Chi Wei noticed her injured finger. What happened? He asked, concerned. Shi brushed it off. It's nothing, Chi Wei observed. You seem a bit down, Dr. Song. Why don't I take you somewhere to unwind? Half an hour later, they were strapped into a roller coaster at an amusement park. Shi's screams echoed through the air. Chi Wei shouted over the roar. Dr. Song, relax. This is a great way to relieve stress. She was too terrified, yet exhilarated, to reply. Finally, the ride ended. She clutched her chest, breathless. Wow, I haven't been to an amusement park in ages. Chi Wei smiled. It's not bad once in a while, is it? It's great. Thank you so much for today. Let's exchange WeChat contacts so we can stay in touch. As she pulled out her phone, she noticed 2 missed calls. Both were from George Sheng. Meanwhile, George Sheng listened absently to Yuan Bao's report, his mind elsewhere. Yuan Bao, sensing his preoccupation, hesitated, then ventured, Brother Sheng, haven't seen Dr. Song around lately. George Sheng replied, she's on a night shift recently. She sleeps when I'm at work, and she's at the hospital when I get home. Yuan Bao looked at him knowingly. She's avoiding you, isn't she? About what happened last time? Brother Sheng, you should apologize. George Sheng retorted defensively. She's the one avoiding me. Why should I apologize? Besides, aren't you having trouble sleeping? Let's go to Xiao Hospital and get it checked out. George Sheng paused, thinking this was a good idea. Back at the hospital, she was asleep at her desk. Hen Shunming Ginti draped her coat over here, startling her awake. Why are you still here after your night shift? Shouldn't you have gone home this morning? She rubbed her sleepy eyes. The deputy director said someone from the health bureau is coming for an inspection today, and I have to be here to receive them. Han Shanming looked puzzled. The health bureau specifically requested you. She shook her head. I have no idea. Just then, the deputy director called out, Xiao Song. Hurry, the health bureau officials are here. She quickly stood up, meeting Han Shuming's concerned gaze. Don't worry, it's just the health bureau. They can't eat me alive. However, the moment she saw the delegation, she thought they might actually try. No wonder she was specifically asked to be there. Among them was her old friend, Jiang Jiai. Speak of the devil. While the deputy director exchanged pleasantries with the bureau chief, Jiang Jiai stepped forward. Shi, what a coincidence. He slung an arm around her shoulders. Director, this is an old acquaintance of mine. Her father is Song Yuanqing, the former mayor. He pulled Shi aside. You look terrible. If only your father were still around, he could get you a less demanding position. She suppressed her simmering anger, then plastered a smile on her face and turned to the bureau chief. Director, let me show you around. The director nodded, but Jiang Jiai cut in. Shi, why don't you show me around instead? We know each other better. He leaned in close, his voice a low threat. I'm representing the health bureau today. You'd better treat me well, or else. She looked at him, considering for a moment, then said sweetly, the neurology department is on the 12th floor. I suggest you make an appointment with a specialist. Get your head examined. Jiang Jiai's face flushed with anger, hands planted on his hips, his eyes glinting with malice. The bureau chief questioned the doctor's behavior. The deputy director, drenched in a cold sweat, hastily explained that Dr. Song was probably just a little tired. He then turned to Shi, urging her to apologize. Instead, Shi defiantly took off her coat, declaring, I'm scheduled for the night shift. It's my time off now. She tossed the coat to Rinlina. Turning, she strode towards the exit. Fuming, Song Shi thought, Jiang Jai acts like this. Renlina acts like this. Am I cursed? She marched angrily forward. Completely oblivious to anyone in front of her, she bumped headlong into someone. Oof, she exclaimed, quickly apologizing. I'm so sorry. Looking up, she froze. She collided with George Sheng. Duan Bao Chuka. Song Shi. That's great. I was afraid you'd left already. George Sheng reached out as if to comfort her. Why are you in such a hurry? Song Shi brushed his hand away. If it weren't for you, she seethed, Jiang Jai wouldn't be giving me such a hard time. George Sheng remained silent, simply gazing at her. Sensing the tension, Yuan Bao quickly intervened. Ha! He laughed nervously. Shengji has insomnia. We thought we'd check on him. Before he could finish, George Sheng cut him off. Let's go. Jiamin set up a dinner. He turned and walked away. Yuan Bao shot a bewildered look at the two of them, then followed. George Sheng's abrupt departure surprised Song Shi. He just left? I was ready for a major showdown. Suddenly, Han Chunming rushed over. Thank goodness you haven't gone far. Song Shi asked what was wrong. The Health Bureau is using this as an excuse to block our project, Han Chunming explained. The deputy director wants you to apologize. Song Shi exploded. Apologize? They can fire me if they want. Han Chunming quickly tried to calm her down. I understand you're angry, but this isn't something to joke about. Do you have anyone who can help? Song Shi groaned. I did, but I just sent him away. Han Chunming sighed. I'll ask Gu Dongshu if he can do anything. Suddenly, a man's voice startled Han Chunming so badly she almost dropped her phone. Turning, she saw the handsome man from the hospital. Her face flushed and her heart pounded. It was Chi Wei. Song Shi shoved the starstruck Han Chunming aside. What are you doing here? She asked. Are you sick? Chi Wei looked slightly embarrassed. You said you bought me dinner last time, but you never contacted me. I'm here to collect. Oh, I'm so sorry, Song Shi apologized. I've been working night shifts. I haven't had time. Let's go now. Behind her, Han Chunming pumped her fist, silently cheering Song Shi on. Go, Song Shi. Get him. As Song Shi started to leave, Han Chunming called out, Don't forget about the Health Bureau. You'll be in real trouble otherwise. Chi Wei overheard. At the restaurant, he got straight to the point. Tell me what's going on. Don't you consider me a friend? It's nothing. It's no big deal. Come on, Chi Wei pressed, his gaze sincere. Song Shi sighed. I offended someone at the Health Bureau, a real jerk. I might lose my job. Chi Wei pulled out his phone. The Health Bureau? I know a few people there. I'll ask around. Song Shi thanked him profusely. She hadn't expected Chi Wei to be so helpful. We've barely met, she mused. Chi Wei suddenly stood up. I'm going to wash my hands. I'll let you know if I hear anything. As fate would have it, he passed George Sheng and his group on his way to the restroom. Meanwhile, Shun Jiaoi excitedly told Hu Jimin, I just saw a gorgeous guy. Totally your type. Hearing the words, gorgeous guy, Hu Jimin jumped up and headed for the entrance. She had to see this for herself. At the same time, Song Shi, wondering if Chi Wei had gone to pay the bill, also walked towards the entrance. The two women collided. Hua, Jiamin grinned. What a coincidence. Song Shi glanced inside. She saw George Sheng sitting at a table. Speak of the devil. He waved. Are you here for dinner too? Hua Jiamin smacked him playfully. Duh. What else would we be doing here? George Sheng grumbled, clearly irritated. My head is killing me. Let's go back. Shun Jiaoi clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, don't be so grumpy, Georgie boy. Are you in a bad mood today, or something? Outside, Song Shi snorted with laughter, unable to contain herself. George Sheng glared at Shun Jiaoi and told him to close the door. Shun Jiaoi rolled his eyes. Famous people shouldn't resort to violence. Meanwhile, Chi Wei emerged from the restroom. Seeing Song Shi at the entrance, he assumed something was wrong. I ran into some acquaintances, she explained. They returned to their table. Hua Jiamin, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, whispered, Do you think they're together? Shun Jiaoi shook his head. Nah, I doubt it. Why not? Hua Jiamin insisted. I bet something's going on. Shun Jiaoi leaned closer to George Sheng. Say, why do you always get so worked up around Dr. Song? Hua Jiamin chimed in. Yeah, what's going on with you too? George Sheng, seeing everyone's curiosity, explained, Before my dad went inside, he asked me to look after him. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. George Sheng glanced sideways. What else? He retorted. So don't bother him. Hua Jimin added. That scene was hilarious. Chi Wei's expression shifted subtly, a change noticed by the observant Yuan Bao. Finding an opportunity, Yuan Bao quietly asked, "Do you have feelings for Song Shi?" Chi Wei paused. "I think she's interesting. Does Sheng like her? If he does, I'll back off." Yuan Bao shook his head. "I don't know." After the meal, Song Shi waved goodbye to Chi Wei. Chi Wei told her to go home and that he'd contact her if there was any news. This scene was clearly witnessed by Yuan Bao and George Sheng, sitting in a car. "Sheng, should we give her a ride?" When Sheng remained silent, Yuan Bao didn't press further. Song Shi walked on, lost in thought, dejectedly wondering what good news there could possibly be. She expected to be suspended. As she walked, snippets of conversation from passers-by caught her attention. "Terrifying. A multi-car pileup, isn't it? Lucky we didn't drive today. Seems like there's an elderly man having a heart attack. Stuck there. How awful." Hearing the words heart attack, Song Shi immediately broke into a run. The scene was chaotic when Song Shi arrived. "If anything happens to my father, how will you compensate me? How is this my fault? The traffic is jammed. The ambulance can't get through." Song Shi reached one of the wrecked vehicles and saw an unconscious elderly man. She rushed forward to check on him. "Sir, can you hear me?" A man from behind asked who she was. Song Shi explained, "I'm a doctor. Your father is in critical condition. The ambulance can't get in right now. There's a hospital nearby. Carry him there." The man nodded frantically. However, the heavens had other plans. The sky suddenly opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. Not far away, George Sheng sat in his car, observing the scene. He muttered, somewhat disapprovingly, "She really thinks she's an angel, searching the streets for patients." Then he added, "Someone's filming her. Manage the PR. Get this angel in white some good press." Song Shi was knocking on car windows, desperately trying to borrow an umbrella. No one obliged. She was frantic. She could handle the downpour, but the elderly man couldn't. Suddenly, the rain stopped beating down on her. Looking up, she realized it hadn't stopped. Someone was holding an umbrella over her. It was George Sheng. "What are you doing here?" Before he could answer, she snatched the umbrella from his hand and ran towards the elderly man. "Here, take the umbrella. Quickly, carry your father. We're going to the hospital." Watching them disappear, George Sheng stood motionless, speechless. Song Shi finally got the man to the hospital. Seeing him taken in, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The release of tension brought on a wave of dizziness. Just as she was about to collapse, George Sheng caught her. Seeing him, she asked weakly, "Why did you follow me?" George Sheng touched her forehead. "You're burning up. What were you planning to do if I hadn't come?" He then lifted her into his arms. "I'll take you to a doctor." Song Shi suddenly cried out, "Wait, don't go to the hospital." George Sheng sounded exasperated. "Why are you being so stubborn? I don't want to see them right now." Yuan Bao suggested, "Sheng, why don't we take Song Shi home first?" Seeing Song Shi nod in his arms, George Sheng agreed to take her home for the time being. They arrived shortly after. George Sheng laid her on the bed and was about to fetch the first aid kit when Song Shi grabbed his hand. "I'm so tired," she murmured. "I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to upset you. Let's both just endure. 3 years will pass quickly. I don't want to be angry anymore." With that, she fell asleep. George Sheng covered her with a blanket and whispered, "I don't want to see her covered in sweat, her clothes soaked through either." He gently tried to rouse her. "Song Shi, wake up and change your clothes." However, despite several attempts, she remained deeply asleep. George Sheng paused, thinking, well, it's not the first time. "I'll change them for her." He reached out and undressed her. She woke up feeling much better. Removing the towel from her forehead, she realized this was the second time he had rescued her, and he was much more attentive this time than the last. Sitting up, she discovered she was naked. "Oh my God, this is the second time too." Mortified, she quickly dressed. She saw George Sheng reading the newspaper. Blushing, she tried to tiptoe past him. George Sheng's voice rang out, perfectly timed. "Where are you going?" Song Shi stammered, embarrassed. "To work. No more night shifts for you. In fact, you might not have any shifts left soon." Song Shi wondered if she should tell him about Jiang Jiai's harassment. George Sheng declared, "You're a hot commodity now. The hospital wouldn't dare fire you." Watching Song Shi's puzzled expression, he pulled out his phone and handed it to her. "See for yourself." Song Shi took the phone. "Wow," she exclaimed. She was trending. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. Where are all the trolls and keyboard warriors? A realization dawned on her as she looked at George Sheng. "Did you manipulate public opinion?" George Sheng took a sip of his coffee. "Don't mention it. Consider it a thank you for bowing down to me." Song Shi was taken aback. "When did I ever bow down to you?" "Yesterday, you borrowed my umbrella. That counts? And you practically shoved it at me. I'll be magnanimous and let it slide. I won't hold these past few days against you. Song Shi threw the word childish at him. George Sheng continued. My mother saw the cut on my lip. That's why she said those things. Song Shi replied, I don't blame you anymore. George Sheng stood up. Good. I'm going to the office now. I'll just leave your things in your room. Are you still working your night shift? Not for now, Song Shi replied, feeling a frustrating sense of defeat. Suddenly remembering the Jiang Jai situation still needed resolving. She pulled out her phone and saw it was flooded with messages from Han Chunming. She quickly called her back. The moment the call connected, Han Chunming's frantic voice filled her ear. Where have you been? Your phone was off. Do you know you're famous now? Anyway, because of the trending topic, the Health Bureau is embarrassed to give you any trouble. The deputy director told you to rest well at home. Song Shi was overjoyed. Really? Of course it's real. You just rest up. The hospital will handle the rest. Song Shi hung up the phone. Fantastic. Now I have time to visit my father. After a day of rest, Song Shi felt completely rejuvenated. She arrived at Mingweizhai to pick out a gift for her father. Just as she walked in, she heard a familiar voice. This is too cheap. We can't get something cheap for Qi Cheng's father. This one. Wrap it up. Song Shi followed the sound, and her blood ran cold. It was Dong Yuan and Dong Lijun, her stepmother. Her father's accident hadn't warranted a single visit from them. Yet here they were, squandering his money. The shop assistant was fawning over them. Excellent choice. This set is 88,000. Definitely makes a statement. Will you be paying by card or cash? Song, she stepped forward. Wait a minute. I want that teapot. Dong Yuan, recognizing her, put her hands on her hips. We're buying it. Song, she gave a chilling laugh. You're buying it? With what money? Where did you get it? Don't you know? Dong Yuan yelled. You're slandering us. Dong Lijun, her stepmother, said with a saccharine smile. Song Shi, don't be angry. We just didn't want to upset you with your father's situation. We're still family. Mom, don't explain to her. Dong Yuan snapped. Song Shi scoffed. Family? Is that how you treat Dong Yuan? How are you going to treat me? Dong Lijun put on an act. Of course I'll treat you well. You like this teapot? Annie will give it to you. Please wrap it up, she told the shop assistant. Song Shi's eyes flashed. You're giving me a teapot? I don't need your charity. I can afford my own. Just return the car my father left with you. Dong Lijun stammered. What card? Song Shi, what are you talking about? Song Shi grabbed her hand. My father told me. He saved money for me and left it in your care. Don't play dumb. Dong Lijun shifted her weight and Dong Yuan pushed her mother away. She's just trying to extort us. Let's go. Shang Si got Dong Yuan. We're not leaving until we clear this up. Dong Yuan struggled against Song Shi's grip. Dong Lijun yelled, don't hit my daughter, and shoved Song Shi hard. Song Shi stumbled backward, crashing into a shelf. With a loud crash, a teapot shattered. The shop assistant gasped. Oh my God, that teapot was 460,000. Call the police. Hearing this, Dong Yuan froze, terrified. The teapot was that expensive? Dong Lijun regained her composure. Song Shi broke it. She has to pay. Song Shi retorted, fine, call the police. We can settle this at the station. Dong Yuan whispered to her mother. We can't let this see the light of day. Dong Lijun nodded. In the next moment, she dialed Qi Cheng's number. Qi Cheng, can you come upstairs? Song Shi broke a 480,000 yuan teapot and refuses to pay. My mother and I don't have that kind of money. Song Shi watched their performance, disgusted by their audacity. Dong Yuan said to the shop assistant, why call the police? My boyfriend is downstairs. He'll be here any minute. Then, she leaned close to Song Shi, poking her in the chest. I'll pay, just to show you that even without your father's money, my mother and I can still live well. Song Shi glared at her. You're despicable. Have you no shame? These words were overheard by Qi Cheng, who had just entered. Miss Song, your words are rather harsh. Dong Yuan, seeing Qi Cheng, immediately played the victim. Song Shi tried to hit my mother and me, and she broke a purple clay teapot. Qi Cheng, hearing this, became visibly annoyed. He turned to Song Shi and said, did Xiao Xiao not teach you that you're responsible for your own actions? He then pulled out his card and gestured to the shop assistant. I'll pay for this. The assistant started to reach for the card, but Song Shi stopped them. She had already dialed George Sheng's number. Sheng, I'm at Mingweizhai, upstairs in the email building. Come here, please. Qi Cheng said impatiently. Didn't I already say I'd pay? Inwardly, he was thinking about how casually Song Shi spoke to George Sheng, almost as if she were giving him orders. Less than 10 minutes later, George Sheng arrived. What's wrong, Qi Wei? Song Shi immediately ran up to him, grabbed his arm, and whispered, sorry, help me out. George Sheng looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Song Shi pointed at Dong Yuan's mother. She pushed me, and I accidentally broke the teapot. Dong Yuan's mother looked panicked and waved her hands defensively. Chi Cheng began to speak. Xiao Xiao, this matter actually. He didn't finish his sentence before Dong Yuan yelled. I said, she doesn't need to pay. Without a word, George Sheng took out his card and handed it to the shop assistant, who swiped it. There was no pin. Then he said, whoever broke it pays. It's not like we can't afford it. He then patted Song Shi's shoulder. Go get your revenge. We should observe the niceties of reciprocity. Chi Cheng tried to smooth things over. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. Dong Yuan quickly chimed in. Exactly, we're family. George Sheng narrowed his eyes at him. Who's family with you? Sheer, how do you want to handle this? Song Shi paused for a moment, then held out her hand. Chi Xiao, Dong Yuan, and her mother took the money my father left me. I want it back. Dong Yuan's mother cried out in alarm. I didn't. Chi Cheng said, Miss Song, do you have any proof? Song Shi's heart sank. She realized she didn't have any evidence. George Sheng said coldly, she says she has it, so she has it. If you want proof that you don't have the card, then fine. Either produce the card today, or nobody leaves. Or do you, Chi Xiao, think I'm short of money, that I'd waste my time here with you? Dong Yuan quickly clung to Chi Cheng, calling him pet names. Chi Cheng, thinking quickly, realized he couldn't afford to offend Xiao Xiao. He pushed Dong Yuan away. Enough. I haven't stopped giving you money. What did you take from her? Give it back. He turned and walked downstairs. Dong Yuan hurried after him. Dong Yuan's mother pulled out the card and threw it at Song Shi. You're so clever. Song Shi sneered. Thank you for returning what belongs to me. She took the card and laughed triumphantly. Thank you so much. I owe you big time for this. I wonder how much they spent. George Sheng watched her happy expression. If only she could always smile like this, he thought. They haven't transferred the money yet, which means your father probably used your information to activate the card. Go to the bank quickly and transfer the money to your own account. Song Shi's eyes widened in realization. Right, why didn't I think of that? George Sheng looked at the shop assistant. If I'm not mistaken, this is Yuan Bao's shop, right? Delete all the security footage. The assistant was startled. You're a friend of Mr. Yuan? Of course, we'll take care of it immediately. So it's a shop, Song Shi mused. Should I buy something else to compensate him for the trouble? Do as you see fit. I'll leave the car for you. It'll be more convenient. George Sheng made a call. Yuan Bao asked the shareholders to wait a little longer. I'll be right there. Later that night, Song Shi rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she came downstairs. Why did you call me over? George Sheng held a small incense burner in his hands. You shopped all day and bought this. Song Shi chuckled. You helped me out so much today. I'm giving you this incense burner as a thank you gift. I'll light it for you. George Sheng looked at her, speechless. Looks like your father left you quite a bit of money. Song Shi's jaw dropped. Yeah, I had no idea it was so much. She held up 3 fingers. A whole 30 million. George Sheng was truly taken aback. That much money, and you just told me outright? You're the one who helped me get it back. Why would I hide it from you? She replied. Okay, this incense is for sleep. Light it every night before bed. How did you know I have insomnia? I didn't. I just bought it randomly. Come on, sit down. Let me take your pulse. George Sheng looked skeptical. Aren't you a Western doctor? I took an elective in college, she said. Don't talk. Song Shi pressed her fingers against his wrist, acting the part. After a moment, she opened her eyes, feigning surprise. How long have you had insomnia? 10 years, give or take. 10 years? How come you don't even have dark circles? Song Shi peered closely at his face. Do you even know what you're doing? Song Shi blushed slightly, a little embarrassed as she asked. So, how's your personal life? George Sheng gave her a sideways glance. Well, Song Shi asked, resting her chin in her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. Judging by your appearance, you might have excessive kidney fire. George Sheng grabbed her hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Are you saying my kidneys aren't functioning well? The implication hung heavy in the air, unmistakable. Song Shi explained, No. It's just, you're not using what you should be using. A playful smile touched her lips. Calling you Monk George, you didn't deny it. At this, Song Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter. George Sheng suddenly leaned down, pinning her shoulders beneath his weight. Then, Dr. Song, would you mind helping me resolve this issue? Song Shi blinked, momentarily stunned. How am I supposed to resolve that? George Sheng gazed at her intently. It's quite simple, actually. and in the next moment, his lips descended upon hers. A second later, a ripping sound echoed as he tore at her clothes. It was this very sound that jolted her awake. She looked at the empty space beside her. So it had been a dream. After dressing, she walked into the living room and was met with the scent of herbs. Recognizing Song-shi's handiwork, she couldn't resist commenting, "Are you brewing poison?" Song-shi retorted, "This is traditional Chinese medicine, okay? I went out early this morning to get it for you." She carefully poured a cup and handed it to George Sheng. He recoiled. "It's too hot." Song-shi saw right through him. "Don't tell me you're afraid it's bitter. This is to get rid of your kidney fire." George Sheng still refused to drink it. "I'm afraid you poisoned me." Having no other choice, Song-shi took a sip herself. After swallowing, she licked her lips with a satisfied smack. It seemed to taste quite good. George Sheng frowned. This woman was doing this on purpose. Song-shi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. "It's not bitter. Drink it while it's hot." George Sheng took the cup. "What's the use of drinking it once? How am I supposed to drink it hot when I'm at work?" He paused, considering. An idea struck him. "Or I could bring it to your office when I'm free." Finally, George Sheng resigned himself to drinking the concoction in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he said, "All right, if this cures me, I'll send you a huge banner." Song-shi grinned. "It's a deal. Do you dare put your name on the banner?" "If you dare accept it, I dare put my name on it." Song-shi arrived at the supermarket, thinking about buying some lychees and longans, both known for their calming properties. A display of colorful lollipops caught her eye. George Sheng was afraid of bitter tastes. A lollipop after the medicine would help. She reached out to grab one. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the air. "Song-shi, quite the celebrity, aren't you?" Song-shi turned to see Jiang Jia, and her expression immediately soured. "Speak properly." Jiang Jia's voice was cold. "You stormed out of the hospital and then put on a fake show of good deeds to get trending. I haven't even made you apologize for that. And now you've gotten someone to slander me to the director. Weren't you the one who came to our hospital to provoke me? You started the insults." Song-shi's thoughts suddenly shifted. Someone slandering Jiang Jia. Could it have been Qi Wei? Jiang Jia wasn't backing down. "I went to your hospital for a routine inspection as a superior to a subordinate hospital." Song-shi waved her hand dismissively. "All right, it's just the two of us. These pretenses are useless. Get to the point. What's your relationship with George Sheng? Did he help you with this?" Jiang Jia pressed on. "If George Sheng helped you, it must be because he doesn't know I work at the health bureau. Otherwise, do you think he'd choose you over me? Why don't you try calling him? Let's clear this up right now." Jiang Jia faltered, her confidence wavering. But she couldn't show weakness. "You think I'm afraid to?" She pulled out her phone and dialed, but the call went unanswered. Jiang Jia lowered her phone. "He's busy. He doesn't have time to answer right now. Why don't you call? Do you even have his number? Do you want me to give it to you?" Song-shi smiled faintly. "No need." The next moment, she dialed George Sheng's number. "George Sheng, guess who I ran into?" Jiang Jia's face turned to ice. Half an hour later, George Sheng arrived as promised. "What are you doing here?" Song-shi asked pointedly. Jiang Jia spoke up. "You and he have a childhood friendship. There's something I need you to judge." George Sheng's voice was indifferent. "Our parents were acquaintances, that's all." Jiang Jia stammered. "George Sheng, 2 days ago, I went to Song-shi's hospital for an inspection on behalf of the health bureau. She was openly disrespectful and even slandered me. Did you know about this?" Inwardly, Song-shi scoffed at Jiang Jia's ability to twist the truth. George Sheng shook his head. "I didn't know." Jiang Jia slammed her hand on the table. "I knew George Sheng didn't know. Otherwise, he would have definitely helped me." George Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Helped you? Why do you assume I would help you?" Jiang Jia stared at him in disbelief. "But my father said," George Sheng cut her off. "Your father is indeed an old acquaintance of my family. But Song-shi, you can't afford to offend." Jiang Jia shot up from her seat. "On what grounds?" Slamming her hand down, she knocked over a teacup. Hot water splashed across the back of Song-shi's hand, making her gasp in pain. George Sheng quickly dabbed at Song-shi's hand with a napkin. "On my grounds," he replied. "Anyone who gives her trouble is giving me trouble." His attentiveness to her was unmistakable. Tears welled up in Jiang Jia's eyes as she witnessed their intimate exchange. A moment later, she burst out of the room. Song-shi, regaining her composure, turned to George Sheng. "I'm sorry," she said apologetically. "I shouldn't have dragged you into this." George Sheng took a sip of his water. "Someone who can pull strings at the health bureau doesn't really need my help." Song-shi suddenly asked, "Why have you been so good to me lately? You offered to help me with my insomnia. What? You're good to me, so naturally, I'm good to you. Look, I even brewed you a new batch of medicine." George Sheng was momentarily speechless. Drinking Chinese medicine in a coffee shop? Is she trying to ruin the ambience? He thought. Where should we drink it then? He asked. At your company. Inside the lobby of Highway Group, two receptionists whispered to each other. Quick, look. Who's that woman behind Mr. Sheng? I don't know. Meanwhile, Song, she could feel her cheeks burning. From the moment she stepped inside, she'd become the center of attention, everyone staring. George Sheng pressed the elevator button. Seeing her hesitate, he called out, hurry up. Haven't you been stared at enough? Song, she quickly scurried inside. Why are your employees reacting like this? Maybe they think you're a delivery person. A delivery person? What do you mean? This is all for you. Did you really need to buy so much just for some medicine? I bought you some nourishing fruit. And this. He pulled out a large bag of lollipops. Have one after your medicine so it won't taste so bitter. He placed the lollipops on the table. I wrestled these away from a bunch of kids, you know. George Sheng, utterly exasperated, finally shoved Song Shi out the door. Song Shi stuck her tongue out. Fine, be that way. Take it or leave it. She then pulled out her phone and dialed Chi Chung. Yuan Bao watched her walk away. Yuan Bao entered George Sheng's office. Sheng Ji, he blurted out, I just saw Song Shi. George Sheng curled his lip, trying to trick me with kid stuff. I sent her away. He picked up the medicine and downed it in one gulp. This stuff gets more bitter every day. Do you think Song Shi's messing with me? Yuan Bao gestured towards the lollipops. A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Sheng Ji, just deal with it. George Sheng casually picked up a lollipop. I'll keep these, he said, popping in his mouth and giving a lick. Yuan Bao stifled a laugh. Minching Hospital. Song Shi, clutching a bouquet of flowers, pushed open a hospital room door. Surprise, she called out. The next second, a family of three stared at her, dumbfounded. Who are you? One of them asked. Song Shi froze. Wasn't Chi Chung supposed to be in this room? I must have the wrong room. Sorry. She backed out awkwardly. Finally, she found Chi Chung. His first words were, I just switched rooms today. Song Shi gave him an exasperated look. And you didn't tell me? Well, you didn't tell me you were coming today, either, Chi Chung retorted. Song Shi helped him sit up. You said yesterday you were injured and in the hospital in Mincheng. I got here today. Pretty loyal, right? Chi Chung nodded repeatedly. Thank for the flowers. No, thank you. You really helped me out with the health bureau. You handled that yourself. Everyone online is calling you the most beautiful doctor now. Song Shi took a deep breath. You have a nice view here. You can even see the ocean. So, how did you get hurt? And in Mincheng, of all places, I was here visiting a friend. We got into a car accident. That's awful. How long are you staying in Mincheng? Staying? I'm going back this afternoon. Chi Cheng's face fell. You just got here. Now, I'll be all alone again. Hey, Yecheng isn't far from here. I'll come see you again soon. Song Shi reassured him, inwardly groaning. It's not like I have a choice. I have to get back to brew George Sheng's medicine. Chi Chung sighed. All right, but if you're leaving, you better hurry. Looks like it's going to rain. Sure enough, dark clouds were rolling in from the distance. Song Shi quickly said goodbye to Chi Chung. At the airport, she waited anxiously. Suddenly, an announcement blared over the loudspeaker. Attention passengers for the flight to Yecheng. Due to heavy rain, your flight will be delayed. Please wait patiently. Song, she grumbled. Chi Chung, in his jinxing mouth. It's almost 7 o'clock. Will I even make it back tonight? Just then, Song Shi's phone rang. It was George Sheng. George, she answered, why don't you just brew the medicine yourself tonight? An hour later, having finally boarded the plane, Song Shi felt the aircraft shudder violently. The cabin announcement echoed. Dear passengers, due to current weather conditions, the plane is experiencing strong turbulence. Please keep your seatbelts fastened. The turbulence continued for some time. Finally, they arrived in Yecheng. However, the rain was now even heavier. Going back like this, she thought she'd be soaked through. Leaving the airport, she could only use her bag as a makeshift umbrella. As she ran forward, a hand suddenly grabbed hers. Looking up, she saw it was George Sheng. What are you doing here? Didn't you call me? George Sheng said, saying you couldn't get back because of the downpour? I didn't want you to worry, Song Shi replied. George Sheng pulled her closer. Watch where you're going, he said. It was so much trouble for you to come and get me in this rain. Would I have come if it wasn't raining? George Sheng retorted. Song Shi paused, a little exasperated. Still the same, she muttered, doing a good deed, but never saying a kind word. After a moment of silence, George Sheng said, I was counting on you to brew the medicine when you got back. Song Shi rolled her eyes. Finally, they arrived home. Seeing the medicine already prepared on the table, she quickly picked it up and urged George Sheng to drink it. George Sheng feigned weakness. I'll go change first. Song, she grabbed his arm. This is the moment to test your manly fortitude, she said, her voice dripping with playful sweetness. Drink it. George Sheng couldn't resist her coaxing. I never said I wouldn't drink it, he said, taking the bowl and downing it in one gulp. Song, she gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. That's the fastest you've ever done it. After George Sheng finished, Song, she popped the candy into his mouth and then waved him off to bed. George Sheng touched his lips, his emotions swirling. Meanwhile, Gu Dongshu arrived at the hospital and started bickering with Han Chunming. Song, she watched them with weary amusement. Han Chunming exclaimed, "That's it. I'm moving out of your place as soon as possible." Gu Dongshu threw up his hands. "I'm the one who's getting the short end of the stick here, okay?" Han Chunming clutched Song Shi's hand, dramatically lamenting. Song Shi, last night, Gu Dongshu's mother showed up unexpectedly and mistook me for his girlfriend. My reputation is ruined. Gu Dongshu looked utterly innocent. Seriously? Do you know how many people would kill to be my girlfriend? Han Chunming glared at him. Tell me, she demanded. Weren't you plotting something with me? Gu Dongshu scoffed. Han 3 fatty, you need to get your head examined. Just then, Song Shi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and hung up. However, the caller persisted, the phone ringing incessantly. Whose phone has been ringing all day? Han Chunming asked. Go answer it. It's your break. Resigned. Song Shi walked away. Dong Lijun, what do you want? Song Shi asked. Song Shi, I'm going to visit Yuan Qing, Dong Lijun replied. My father's been in there for so long, and you haven't even thought about visiting him. I just got the money you owed me back, and now you suddenly want to visit? That's not fair. Dong Lijun protested. We're still family. Fine, Song Shi said. Go if you want. Just don't stir up trouble in front of my father. You've got quite the backbone now that you have someone backing you up. Does your father even know you're clinging to George Sheng? So what if he does? Song Shi retorted. I don't like to threaten people, but George Sheng has a bit of a temper. You'd better not force me to ask him to intervene. Song Shi hung up, shaking her head. What a nuisance. The next moment, she turned around and found George Sheng silently watching her. When did you get here? She asked. I've been here the whole time, George Sheng replied. Song Shi froze. He'd heard everything. Then why are you here? An acquaintance is in the hospital. I'm visiting, he answered. Song Shi cautiously probed. You don't mind, do you? George Sheng turned back to her. Mind what? Mind you using me as a weapon? Song Shi gave an embarrassed laugh, a little flustered. Well, you're so handy, she quipped. Suddenly, she noticed George Sheng's empty hands. You're visiting a patient without a gift? She thought to herself. I forgot to buy one, he admitted. I already had Yuan Bao send some over, he added, as if to himself. Did you expect me to carry it myself? Song Shi enthusiastically took his hand. Then I'll take you to buy some nearby. George Sheng let her lead him away. An hour later, Song Shi carried a large bag of food, still munching on a chocolate. This place really is authentic, she declared. What taking me to buy something? George Sheng said. You clearly just wanted a ride. Song Shi held up a bag of chocolates. Who said that? I bought some for you too. I can't eat while I'm driving, he replied. Just as he finished speaking, Song Shi held the chocolate up to his mouth. Is it good? She asked. George Sheng nodded. Delicious. Well, if you say it's good, it must be, Song Shi said. I'll bring some to Chi Wei tomorrow. George Sheng paused, surprised. You're going to Minching again? Yeah, Song Shi replied. De Mengmeng heard they're the handsome guy in the hospital and is insisting on visiting him. George reminded her. Have you forgotten what tomorrow is? Song Shi looked at him, puzzled. George Sheng sighed dramatically. Visiting my parents. Song Shi's eyes widened in alarm. What? Has it already been a month? What am I going to do? George Sheng snorted. Nowhere to run now. Later, Song Shi stared at a photo De Mengmeng had sent. It was a picture of De Mengmeng with Qi Cheng and Gu Dongshu. She was instantly frustrated. I was supposed to go today, and now I'm stuck visiting your parents. George Sheng chuckled. How did Gu Dongshu end up there? Do they know each other? De Mengmeng is staying with Dongshu now. Dongshu was worried about her going to Minching alone, so he went with her. Then you definitely shouldn't go. Just then, George Sheng's phone rang. George Sheng picked it up, his expression shifting slightly. Song Shi asked with concern, what's wrong? George Sheng frowned. There's a problem with the hospital's taxes. The land we bought from Chengduqing for Chongning Hospital. Yes, the tax bureau director, Yi Hongjing, is apparently back in Yecheng today. It would be great if we could get in touch with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Shi dialed a number. Uncle Yi, are you in Yecheng? It's been a while. Are you free tonight? Great. Let's meet at Guanda Restaurant at 7. Time flew by, and it was soon 7 p.m. Song Shi practically skipped into the restaurant. It's been so long. Yi Hongjing gestured to a young man beside him. Song-shi, look who it is. The young man smiled. Song-shi gasped. Liang, it's you. She rushed into his arms. Oh my God, it's been years. Liang was equally excited. I just got back from abroad. The next moment, Song-shi gestured towards George Sheng. Uncle Yi, this is George Sheng from Highway Group. She noticed George Sheng's darkening expression. He seemed angry. Confused, she didn't know what to say. George Sheng pulled her into his arms. Sheer, you haven't introduced me to this gentleman yet. The young man quickly spoke up. Hello, Umeyizuti. I was very close with Song-shi when we were little. Song-shi patted George Sheng's arm. Uncle Yi, Ji Sheng is currently expanding into the medical industry and has some tax questions he'd like to ask you. Yi Hongjing chuckled. Let's sit down and talk. George Sheng sat down and began. I've been wanting to meet Director Yi for a while now. Don't mention it, Mr. Sheng. It's admirable to have accomplished so much at such a young age. Yi Hongjing replied politely. I'm sure you know why I'm here today. Yi Hongjing took a sip of tea and sighed softly. Song, she's like a daughter to me. Her father and I are very close. I have to give her face. Mr. Sheng, venturing into the medical industry, could it be that Song-shi gave you some advice in this area? Meanwhile, Song-shi and Liang were chatting animatedly, Yi Zhudi regaling her with stories of his adventures abroad. Song-shi exclaimed, Really? You have to take me next time. Yi Zhudi patted her head affectionately. You haven't changed a bit since you were a child. Is it because she missed Liang so much? George Sheng interjected. Song, she is indeed passionate about her profession. My insomnia has been keeping her up at night lately. She's been researching traditional Chinese medicine remedies for me. Song, she blushed slightly. Why bring that up now? Yi Zhudi remarked. It seems Song-shi and Mr. Sheng are quite close. George Sheng suggested. Yi Zhudi just got back. Why don't we go to Jincheng for some fun after dinner? Consider a welcome home party from Shi. Yi Hongjing nodded. You young people go have fun. Yi Zhudi's eyes lit up. Jincheng. So many memories there. Half an hour later, George Sheng watched Song-shi's enthusiasm with a pang of jealousy. Oblivious, Song-shi pointed excitedly. Liang, look, that candied chestnut stand. You loved those when we were kids. George Sheng told the driver to stop. Jincheng isn't far. Sheer, why don't you buy some for our guest? Song-shi bought the candied chestnuts, a little puzzled by George Sheng's motives. She picked one up, filled with nostalgia. When they were little, Liang always gave her all of his chestnuts. I'll take these back while they're still warm, she said, and ran back to the car. Song-shi returned, cheerfully holding the bag of chestnuts. However, the sight that greeted her stopped her in her tracks. Her Liang was embracing a blonde woman. The two locked in a passionate embrace. Song-shi, you're back quickly, he said. Song-shi's expression fell. She set the chestnuts down and walked over to George Sheng. Ji Sheng, can I talk to you outside for a minute? You arranged for that woman in there, didn't you? George Sheng reminded her. Your memories of him are still stuck in childhood. Have you considered that he's grown up? He's a man you don't know anymore. Those candied chestnut days are long gone. Song-shi waved her hand dismissively. I don't need your reminders. George Sheng caught her hand. If I don't remind you, you're liable to be abducted and not even realize it. He couldn't have imagined Song-shi would take it so literally. You asked me for help today, George Sheng retorted. I didn't ask you to kick someone's son. Hearing his words, Song-shi's eyes welled up. What do you take me for? I don't need you to control me. She turned and stormed off, her mood utterly foul. She walked aimlessly, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. Just then, a car approached from behind, its headlights flashing. Several burly men emerged. A sense of foreboding washed over Song-shi. She broke into a run. Help, she cried. This didn't seem like a robbery. She hadn't taken more than a few steps before they seized her. She heard one of them say, Keep it quiet. Get her in the car quickly. A thug pressed a knife against her throat. Shut up. The thug with the knife was suddenly struck a powerful blow. The knife clattered to the ground. It was George Sheng, of course. He shielded Song-shi, pulling her behind him. Then he engaged the men in a fierce struggle. One of the thugs swung a knife towards Song-shi. In a split second, George Sheng threw himself in front of her, taking the blow. The price he paid was a gash across his back. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed Song-shi's hand and pulled her along. Run. Yuan Bao will be here with backup any minute. The thugs gave chase. Grab the girl first. Just then, Yuan Bao arrived with reinforcements. Zhao Sheng at the Yuan Bao. I'm fine. Take care of this. He opened the car door and urged Song-shi inside. Song-shi, frantic with worry over his injury, insisted, We have to go to the hospital. George Sheng pushed her gently into the car. You're the doctor. Let's go home first. Back at the house, Songshi immediately began tending to George Shung's wound. Thankfully, it wasn't deep. Guilt gnawed at Songshi. If it weren't for her, this wouldn't have happened. George Shung, seeing her distress, asked gently, "Are you still upset about what happened earlier?" Tears streamed down Songshi's face. "No," she choked out. "I'm just disappointed. And after all this, how can I be angry? I feel so terrible. I'm so sorry." She burst into tears. George Shung pulled her into a comforting embrace. "I'm all right. Don't cry." Suddenly, Songshi looked up at him, her face streaked with tears. "I'll do everything I can to make it up to you." "Like what?" George Shung asked. Songshi began ticking off points on her fingers with utmost seriousness. "First, I'll cure your insomnia. I'll help you quit smoking. You'll have to drink your Chinese medicine every day. And I'll buy you a joke book to help you relax." George Shung's face darkened. "Isn't that a bit much?" he asked. "Those thugs were targeting you. Do you have any idea why?" Songshi shook her head. Yuan Bao burst through the door. "Did you find out anything?" He stammered. "No, it's Chairman Shung, your father. He's—" The words hit George Shung like a thunderbolt. He swayed, his face ashen. He rushed to his family home. The bedroom was crowded with people. He hurried to his father's side. His father kept murmuring, Ji Sheng, fighting back tears. George Shung whispered, "Father, I'm here." His mother spoke. "You were just saying you wanted to see Ji Sheng and his wife. They're both here." Songshi stepped forward, tears in her eyes. George Shung took her hand. "Father, don't worry about me. I'm married. This is your daughter-in-law." Songshi softly called out, "Father." She thought to herself, "This is the first time I've called him father. It might also be the last." His father gripped George Shung's hand, his voice weak. Take care of each other. Take care of your mother. Take care of yourself." George Shung choked out, "Father, I will." A moment later, his father's eyes closed for the last time. George Shung cried out in anguish, his body racked with sobs. Both he and Song, she wept openly. His mother collapsed beside the bed, wailing inconsolably. After a long while, George Shung composed himself. He looked at his mother, his eyes filled with grief. "Mother," he said softly, "don't grieve. I'm here." He turned and gave Yuan Bao some instructions. Songshi watched him, her heart aching for his pain, his attempt to remain strong despite his devastation. She felt helpless. George Shung walked over to her. "It's late. I'll have Yuan Bao take you home. Is there anything I can do?" Songshi asked. George Shung shook his head. "No." Songshi took his hand, her eyes full of concern. "George Shung," she said softly, "I was heartbroken when my father passed away. Just know, I'm here for you. Always." George Shung didn't speak. Instead, he embraced Yuan Bao tightly, as if afraid to let him go. After a long moment, he released him. Yuan Bao then escorted Songshi home. A day had passed since she returned home. Worried about George Shung, she debated whether to call him. Just then, her phone rang. She quickly answered. Her father's voice came through the line. "Xiaoxi, it's Dad." Relief flooded Songshi. "Dad, why are you calling?" Her father's voice was anxious. "Never mind that. Xiaoxi, is Xiao Dingxiang dead? I used Xiao Dingxiang's secrets to force George Shung to marry you." Songshi quickly reassured him. "Dad, I understand you're worried that without leverage, George Shung will divorce me. George Shung hasn't wronged me. If he wants a divorce, I'll accept it. Xiaoxi, Dad is worried about your safety." After the call ended, George Shung returned. Songshi asked with concern, "Have you eaten? I'll make you some dumpling soup." George Shung stopped her. "I need to talk to you." Songshi's heart skipped a beat. Was this finally it? The divorce? But George Shung's next word surprised her. "Do you want to attend my father's funeral?" "I'm asking for your opinion," he clarified. Songshi's voice rose. "Your father acknowledged me as his daughter-in-law before he passed. Of course I'll go." George Shung explained. "There will be a lot of Qiao family relatives at the funeral. Your presence will solidify your position as my wife, especially with Gu Dongxu there. My father was his maternal grandfather. Have you thought about how to explain this to him? As long as you're not worried, I have nothing to hide." Songshi offered him a lollipop. George Shung took it. Songshi continued, "Your father had you by his side at the end. He must have passed without regrets." Chairman Shung's funeral was a grand affair attended by many dignitaries. Gu Dongxu was surprised to see Songshi. "Why are you here?" "My grandfather's funeral was only for family." Songshi was instantly flustered, unsure how to explain. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Dongxu quickly said, "You should leave. I'm afraid Xiao Jie will be upset if she sees you." He started to usher Songshi away. Song Shi grabbed his arm. Wait, there are things I should have told you, but I haven't been able to reach you these past few days. Before she could finish, a beautiful woman approached. Are you Song Shi? Gu Dongshu quickly stepped in front of Song Shi. Xiao Yi, she's a friend of mine. Song Shi was taken aback. Xiao Yi, so she's George Sheng's sister? Suddenly, George Sheng appeared and put a hand on his sister's arm. Xiao Iwen, stop it. It's not what you think. He then took Song Shi's hand. This is my wife, Song Shi. Gu Dongshu's jaw dropped. Wife, Song Shi. Song Shi waved her hand awkwardly. I'll explain later. George Sheng then introduced everyone. Song Shi learned that Xiao Iwen was George Sheng's biological sister. Xiao Iwen was still disgruntled. It was Dad who forced my brother to marry you. That was then, this is now. George Sheng patted his sister's arm. Stop it. Go be with Mom. Xiao Iwen reluctantly left. As the funeral ceremony began, Xiao Iwen wept. I didn't even get to see Dad one last time. George Sheng comforted her. George Sheng held Song Shi's hand, keeping her close during the service. After the memorial, when Gu Dongshu learned that Song Shi had been married to his uncle for almost a year, he lamented his dramatically lowered status in the family hierarchy. Song Shi patted his shoulder consolingly. It's okay. I'll call you Ji, older brother, and you can call me Ji, my aunt. We'll each call each other what we're used to. Gu Dongshu grumbled, get out of here. Hiding this from me for so long. Song Shi found George Sheng. Have some of the soup I made. You need to keep your strength up. George Sheng took the soup. I'm afraid I might not be able to keep anything down after this. As if to prove his point, moments after finishing the soup, his vision went dark and he fainted. When George Sheng woke up, he was startled. Song Shi was straddling him, legs on either side. Had his virtue been compromised? Song Shi saw that he was awake. You were covered in sweat. I had to wipe you down. You had a fever of 39 degrees at the funeral, but refused to say anything. So I brought you home. She helped him sit up. Have some medicine. Are you feeling better now? George Sheng nodded. I just dreamt of my father. He took me horseback riding. It's good that you can see him in your dreams. When you miss him, just go to sleep. Song Shi continued. My parents divorced when I was a teenager. I've seen my mother less than 10 times. To put it bluntly, I'm like a child without a mother. Why do you have to make yourself sound so pathetic? Comforting someone requires technique. As long as there's someone worse off than you, the pain lessens considerably. Song Shi tucked the blanket around George Sheng. You have to stay strong. From now on, you're the Qiao family's pillar. George Sheng didn't reply, instead pulling her into an embrace. The next day, George Sheng returned home and consoled his mother. Xiao Iwen, his sister, asked, Brother, what's the deal with that Song Shi? Mom said she was holding something over Dad's head, threatening you. Now that Dad's gone, what are you still afraid of? George Sheng looked at her with a fond expression. Don't worry about my business with her. Go back to your room. Xiao Iwen stomped off in a huff. Their mother then spoke up. Your sister's right. The Song family has no leverage over us anymore. You should divorce her quickly. Mom, I haven't considered divorce. What do you mean? Don't tell me you've fallen for her. George Sheng closed his eyes. Yes, Mom. I love Song Shi. A month passed. One day, Song Shi was shopping with Demeng Meng, thinking about how George Sheng had been busy taking over the Qiao family business and how she hadn't seen him in a while. Just then, a handsome man approached them. Looking at the milk tea in Demeng Meng's hand, he asked where she bought it and if she could take him there. Starstruck by the handsome stranger, Demeng Meng readily agreed and led the way. As soon as they left, another man tapped Song Shi on the shoulder. Miss, can I add you on WeChat? Song Shi immediately knew what was happening. You're with the guy who just lured my friend away, aren't you? The man, his scheme exposed, gave an awkward chuckle. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to get to know you. I don't need to know someone who tricks my friends, Song Shi said, walking away. The man tried to stop her, but a strong hand grabbed him. With a swift maneuver, the newcomer subdued him. She said she doesn't need to. Didn't you hear her? Song Shi saw was Hao Zi. After exchanging greetings, neither of them knew what to say. The air hung thick with awkwardness. Finally, Hao Zi broke the silence. Tomorrow is Sheng Ji's birthday. Want to celebrate? Song Shi couldn't help but giggle. Tomorrow's Singles Day. How fitting for Monk George's birthday. They made plans and parted ways. A while later, Demeng Meng returned, looking deflated. Song, she shook her head in amusement. When she returned home, laden with shopping bags, she was surprised to find George Sheng there. He stopped her, saying Yuan Bao had organized to get together and asking if she was free. She inwardly laughed, amused by his indirect approach to celebrating his birthday. I think I have to work overtime she said teasingly. The next second, she saw George Shung's face fall. I'm just not telling you beforehand, she thought, relishing the surprise she had planned. It was now past midnight. George Shung was still reading. She reached in and switched off the light. George Shung looked at her, puzzled, thinking she was telling him to go to bed. But then, she walked in holding a cake. Happy birthday, she said. George Shung was taken aback. How did you know it was my birthday? The joyful reaction she expected didn't come. George Shung sat down on the sofa, his mother's words echoing in his mind. Ji Shung, you're being foolish. If you don't divorce her, what about Xianyu? The thought made his head ache. How could he explain everything to Songshi? Songshi's voice brought him back to the present. Why don't you look happy? He forced a smile. Does happiness have to be written all over my face? He made a wish over the cake, then pulled Songshi into a hug and kissed her quickly. Now I'm happy, he said. Songshi froze. A few seconds later, she playfully lunged at him. George Shung, I'm going to get you. She wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling her face against his. Covered in her kisses, George Shung couldn't take it anymore. He playfully pushed her out the door. George Shung then checked his phone, seeing a message from Hua Jiamin, coming to Jinsheng tonight to celebrate your birthday. George Shung felt a pang of disappointment. The same routine every year. Too bad she wasn't coming. As planned, George Shung arrived in Jinsheng. Opening the door, he saw a stunning woman in a qipao singing Night Shanghai. George Shung stared, dumbfounded. Who else could this beautiful woman be but Songshi? After a long moment, George Shung recovered. I thought you weren't coming. The room was packed with people. Colleagues cheered loudly. Happy birthday. The atmosphere was electric. George Shung said dryly. Are you planning on putting on a play? Songshi, her eyes sparkling, replied, I only ever did this kind of thing back in university. Jimin added, I helped with the idea, actually. Then she pulled out a handful of numbered bamboo sticks, teasing, this gentleman isn't dressed like one of the locals. Draw a lot and change into something else. George Shung closed his eyes and picked one at random. Chung Jingle was the first to see it. She cheered, it's a military uniform. Go change. Songshi, looking at Hu Jimin, remarked, it's rare to see you so lively. What should we play? Hu Jiamin smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, she said, it'll be ready soon. Later, she would understand what Hu Jimin had planned. She looked at the cards in her hand. She had the lowest hand again. According to the rules, she had to forfeit. George Shung spoke up. Enough. He's drunk, Hao Zi said. Then you have to take his place. Hu Jiamin shouted. Exactly. George Shung walked over. What do you want me to do? Yuan Bao chimed in. Choose someone of the opposite sex and spend 10 minutes in the dark room. Chung Jingle agreed. If you don't, you have to drink all the alcohol. Without a word, George Shung stood up and pulled Songshi with him, choosing the dark room option. Once inside, they discovered there was no light. It was pitch black. George Shung sighed. They definitely turned the lights off from outside. She felt her way along the wall, slowly groping until she found George Shung, and she plopped down onto his lap. After a moment, George Shung said, How long are you planning to sit on me? Isn't it 10 minutes? Do you want to sit like this the whole time? She reached up and touched his face. George Shung, she said, I want to give you a present. George Shung paused. What? I want to kiss you. No one can see us anyway. The next moment, their lips met in a fervent kiss. When everyone saw George Shung carrying Songshi out of the room, they were all puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 minutes? To everyone's surprise, George Shung didn't stop. He carried her straight out, leaving the bewildered group behind. What's going on? George Shung carried Songshi and tossed her onto the bed. Songshi looked at him startled. What are you doing? George Shung leaned over her. You started it, he murmured and kissed her. Songshi pushed him away, tears welling in her eyes. What are we doing? She asked, then hesitated. Didn't you only marry me because you were forced to? George Shung took her hand. I like you, Songshi. I'm in love with you. Songshi's body stiffened. What do you like about me? You've only ever bullied me. George Shung continued. I started liking you when you helped me, even though you thought I had child. But I don't know. Do you have even the slightest bit of affection for me? Songshi grabbed his collar. If I didn't like you, would I care whether you could sleep or not? If I didn't like you, would I have stayed with you and seen your father off on his final journey? If I didn't like you, she whispered, would I be so incredibly worried about you? In the next moment, George Shung kissed her deeply. Songshi rolled over, straddling him. You've bullied me for so long, she said. Now it's my turn to bully you. She began to undress. George Shung flipped her back over, pinning her beneath him. He ripped off her clothes. Don't even think about it, he growled, and their bodies became one, engaged in the most primal of acts. After a night of passionate lovemaking, Song-shi woke late, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She noticed George Shung wasn't beside her. A week later, George Shung had been out of contact for a week since that night. Song-shi slammed her fist against the wall in frustration. He said he liked me. What does this mean? Is he regretting it? Just then, the head nurse rushed in. Dr. Song, there's been an explosion downstairs. 2 patients are being rushed to the ER. It's life or death. Song-shi hurried towards the ER. What's the situation? The head nurse replied. The driver of the exploded vehicle and a bystander who tried to help were injured and unconscious. Dr. Ding has assigned you to operate on the bystander. As they spoke, they arrived. The head nurse pointed to the injured man. Song-shi looked and froze, her blood running cold. The injured man was her ex-boyfriend, A.I.E. Memories flooded her mind. That day, when he learned his aunt was cheating on him, he went to find Ji Mining. Shen Jiaoi, what's your relationship with her? He's my boyfriend. You're Song-shi, right? My boyfriend mentioned you. He's already broken up with you. Please don't bother him anymore. I don't believe it. I want to hear it from him personally. When the aunt arrived, he shielded Ji Mining. Song-shi, I admit it's wrong of me to have fallen for someone else, but can you please be decent about this? Song-shi roared. Shen Jiaoi, I'm asking you one last time. Do you not love me anymore? Think carefully before you answer. Shen Jiaoi coldly replied, yes. Please stay away from us. At that moment, Song-shi accepted the reality. Though her heart ached and resentment flickered within her, she was a doctor, a healer. Taking a deep breath, she said, prepare for surgery. Across the ocean, in a different realm of cause and effect, George Shung stood with flowers in hand, looking at the girl in the bed. Qinyu, he began, how are you feeling? Qinyu replied, much better. It was just a minor surgery. It was sweet of you to come all the way to England to be with me. George Shung set the flowers down. There's something I want to talk to you about, he said softly. It coincided with your surgery. I know you're angry about me, about our breakup. These past 2 years, you haven't wanted to see me. George, just wait a little longer. We can soon. Her words were cut short by George Shung. Qinyu, you misunderstand. I'm not here to reconcile with you. I'm here to tell you I've fallen in love with someone else. I'm sorry. It's truly over between us. Qinyu silently wept. Han Chunming pushed the door open. Song-shi, I heard Shen Jiaoi is back. Seeing Song-shi's silence, she walked to her side. Are you okay? Song-shi wiped her hands. Why wouldn't I be? It's been so many years. I don't care at all. Han Chunming looked at her. If you want to cry, just cry. At her words, Song-shi's tears flowed freely. It's just so sudden. Gu Dongshu suddenly walked in. News, I just got news. Shen Jiaoi has parachuted into our Jincheng department. He's taken the position of department head. Song-shi said, how is that possible? I remember Ai's father went to jail for kidnapping. With a background like that, how could he get that position? Yeah, that's why your dad was always against you dating Shen Jiaoi. I just found out, before he broke up with you, he volunteered for the most dangerous peacekeeping force. He traded his life for his future. Han Chunming, standing beside them, said, so he didn't cheat on you back then. He broke up with you because he was afraid of hurting you. Gu Dongshu asked, what's going on with you and my uncle? Han Chunming was taken aback. What uncle? Gu Dongshu pulled her outside. Why do you ask so many questions? George Shung arrived at the hospital entrance and saw Gu Dongshu and Han Chunming playfully bickering. He looked at Gu Dongshu. Where's Song-shi? Gu Dongshu paused. Uncle? She's on the 4th floor. George Shung said, then I won't disturb you. Gu Dongshu tried to stop him, but it was too late. Han Chunming asked, so that's the uncle you were talking about? What's his relationship with Song-shi? Gu Dongshu clamped a hand over her mouth. Just shut up. George Shung walked down the 4th floor corridor. Passing a patient's room, a voice caught his attention. Long time no see, Song-shi. Inside the room, Song-shi looked at Shen Jiaoi. Feeling better? Shen Jiaoi nodded. Much better. I heard about your father. I'm sorry I couldn't help. It's okay. I'm happy you're back. Actually, I never betrayed you. Did you find out about what happened 3 years ago? Song-shi smiled. I know. I don't blame you. Shen Jiaoi suddenly took Song-shi's hand. Did we miss our chance? Just then, a voice came from the doorway. I'd like to know your answer to that as well. Outside, the nurses stood frozen. Gu Dongshu and Han Chunming felt a surge of mixed emotions. A few nurses gossiped amongst themselves. Did you hear? Dr. Song's ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend showed up together. Really? Han Chunming couldn't stand it anymore. Quiet, she yelled. Do you want to work here or not? Gu Dongshu said, don't worry. My uncle will handle it. Han Chunming rolled her eyes at him. He won't even tell me what his relationship with Song Shi is. Gu Dongshu patted her head. Song, she just hasn't had the chance to tell you yet. Don't be upset. Come on, I'll buy you a milk tea. Song, she looked at George Sheng in surprise. What are you doing here? George Sheng said coldly. Am I interrupting? Song, she quickly explained. That's not what I meant. I just came out of danger. This isn't the place to talk. Then she looked at Shen Jiaoyi. You rest, she said, and wheeled George Sheng out the door. Shen Jiaoyi watched them go, murmuring to himself. It seems I really missed my chance. Song Shi and George Sheng stepped outside. Song Shi grabbed George Sheng's tie. What are you doing? Do you know Shen Jiaoyi just had surgery? Did you have to say all that in the hospital? I was afraid you'd rekindle old flames. Song Shi turned away angrily. Weren't you the one who disappeared after that night? How was I supposed to know what you meant? George Sheng embraced her from behind. So you're saying you were afraid I'd change my mind? Song Shi, listen to me. Everything I said that night was true. I like you. I love you. He then kissed her deeply. After a long moment, Song Shi pushed him away. All right, we're still in the hospital. George Sheng looked at her. Now we're truly husband and wife. Song Shi giggled. That depends on how you behave. Song Shi suddenly remembered something. Right, I need to talk to Annie and clear things up. George Sheng followed her. Do you want me to come with you? Song Shi declined. No need. If it weren't for you, I would have cleared things up a long time ago. As Song Shi went inside, unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu appeared in the hallway. When Song Shi returned, she saw George Sheng and a woman looking at each other. She froze. Xiao Shi sat down with her noodles, looking at the takeout containers covering the table with a disgruntled expression. She asked the man why he bothered her with making noodles. The man remained calm. Takeout and noodles don't have to be mutually exclusive. Ignoring his shameless words, she stretched, preparing to head upstairs to rest. He, however, stopped her, pressing her back in her seat. He watched her puzzled expression, then put his arm around her shoulders, urging her to eat with him, especially the noodles. He insisted she finish them. Looking at the bowl of ramen, she felt a bit reluctant to eat. Under his threatening gaze, she pathetically complained that the noodles were too spicy and she was worried about getting a sore throat. But the man was prepared. He produced a can of cooling tea to soothe any potential heatiness. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Xiao Shi returned to her bedroom and lay on the bed. She picked up her phone, which had been ringing incessantly. She realized they were all birthday messages. It dawned on her that it was officially her birthday. As if remembering something, she suddenly sat up in bed. She thought about the man's strange behavior that evening. Was he celebrating her birthday? He'd unexpectedly arranged for her to meet with her father, and he'd made her eat noodles at midnight, longevity noodles. She chuckled, thinking how awkward the man was. Still, she needed to find a chance to thank him properly. The next day, at the hospital, Xiao Shi watched her good friend present her with a cake and wish her a happy birthday. She excitedly hugged her friend. Her other colleagues envied Xiao Shi's popularity and came over to tease her. She opened the gifts everyone had given her. One of them was a prank toy that popped out. She knew without a doubt it was from Tong Hao. While Meng Meng was organizing the gift boxes, she discovered an unmarked cake. Opening it, she looked at the rather expensive cake, a suspicious glimmer in her eye. Xiao Shi thought for a moment and figured it was from Zhisheng. She picked up the cake and turned to leave, telling her friends she wouldn't share it. Just then, a surprised male voice came from behind her. He asked if someone was having a birthday, noticing all the cakes. Meng Meng was thrilled. He was incredibly handsome. They learned through conversation that he was there to see a doctor. Xiao Shi pinched her friend's cheek and helpfully informed the man that he should register on the first floor. Just as the man was about to speak, a frantic woman came running up out of nowhere. She pointed to Xiao Shi and loudly accused her of being a homewrecker. Before anyone could react, she ran over and slapped Xiao Shi. The man quickly stepped forward and restrained the frantic woman, telling her to calm down. Xiao Shi, having been unjustly slapped, was also angry, but she quickly composed herself. She told the woman she had the wrong person and asked who her husband was. The frantic woman thought Xiao Shi was lying and became agitated again. Seeing the situation escalating, the man restrained her and asked someone to call security. At that moment, a doctor recognized the woman as a patient from the psychiatric ward. After the patient was taken to security, she touched her swollen cheek, thinking about the man. She wondered how he knew her surname was Song. Her friend helped her treat the injury while advising her to forget about it and promising to take her out for drinks to celebrate her birthday that evening. In the car, the assistant reported to his boss that Miss Song had gone out drinking and wouldn't be back early. Ji Sheng, as if his thoughts had been exposed, snapped at his overly attentive assistant for meddling, pointing out that he hadn't even asked. He was about to say something else when he was distracted by movement outside the car window. It was Xiao Shi climbing a tree. He got out of the car and walked over, only speaking once he saw she had reached the branches safely. He asked if she was addicted to climbing trees. Xiao Shi grinned and greeted Ji Sheng. After greeting him, she giggled again. Clearly, she was completely drunk. He sighed in resignation and held out his hand for Xiao Shi to slap. Xiao Shi refused, instead whining to Ji Sheng about the door, bullying him and constantly giving him the wrong password. Ji Sheng noticed the injury on Xiao Shi's face and was about to ask about it when Xiao Shi suddenly stood up in the tree, pointing towards the door and indicating he wanted to show Ji Sheng something. He then jumped down from the tree, startling Ji Sheng, who rushed forward to catch him. They tumbled to the ground, their bodies colliding in a purely accidental embrace. Xiao Shi sat up awkwardly, only to be pulled back into Ji Sheng's arms and kissed. For a moment, he thought he was still drunk, but the sensation was too real. The next second, he shyly pushed the man away. Seeing the blood on Ji Sheng's lip, panic flared. He immediately apologized for his impulsive behavior. Xiao Shi looked at the man on the sofa and, feeling embarrassed, went over to tend to his wound. As he dabbed at the cut, he apologized again, blaming the alcohol he'd consumed earlier. He tried to explain further, saying he hadn't meant to bust his lip, but the memory of their kiss made it difficult to continue. The man teased him about his flustered state, making it sound as if Xiao Shi had been trying to take advantage of him. Xiao Shi pouted and, with a huff of indignation, turned to leave. Ji Sheng stopped him. He asked about the injury on Xiao Shi's face. Xiao Shi explained that a patient in the psychiatric ward had mistaken him for a mistress and slapped him. Ji Sheng told him not to worry about it. Unexpectedly, this touched a nerve. Xiao Shi hated mistresses more than anything. He suddenly thought of Song Shi's ex-boyfriend, Shun Jiaoi, who had cheated on her with a younger student. At the Qiao family's old residence, Qiao Mu worriedly asked Ji Sheng about his lip. He told his mother that he had just bumped it. Qiao Mu was clearly unconvinced. She was about to suggest Song she was responsible when her son interrupted, telling her not to jump to conclusions. After reassuring her for a bit, he went to see his father. This only strengthened Qiao Mu's suspicion that she was somehow involved. In the bedroom, Qiao's father was also concerned about the injury on his lip. He gave his father the same explanation, that he had bumped it. Qiao's father's expression turned nostalgic. He remembered a time when Ji Sheng, as a child, had been climbing trees with his cousins. He'd fallen and landed face first, crying by the tree with blood all over his face. Ji Sheng was touched that his father still remembered. Qiao's father patted his head. How could he forget anything about his son? Qiao's father chatted with him, mentioning a dream he'd had. He'd dreamt that he had died, and Ji Sheng was left all alone. He told Ji Sheng that he would be gone someday, and that Ji Sheng would have to take care of the family. Ji Sheng interrupted, taking his father's hand and pressing it to his cheek, begging him to stop talking. He left his father's bedroom and saw Song Shi. Noticing Song Shi's injured hand, he asked when he had arrived and what had happened. But Song Shi ignored him, walking right past. Ji Sheng quickly grabbed his hand, demanding an answer. Song Shi gave him a cold look and told him to let go. In the kitchen, Qiao Mu was making sarcastic remarks to Song Shi. Suddenly, she brought up his father, then abruptly changed the subject. She expressed her hope that the newly appointed mayor wouldn't be like his father. Hearing this, Song Shi accidentally cut his finger with a kitchen knife. Qiao Mu took the opportunity to taunt him again, calling him spoiled. This was the last straw for Song Shi. He ripped off his apron and threw it on the floor. He told Qiao Mu that he tolerated her because she was Ji Sheng's mother, but if she insulted his father again, he would no longer treat her with respect. Ji Sheng, watching his mother tearfully complain, felt a headache coming on. He pleaded with her to stop interfering in his and Song Shi's relationship. Somehow, their discussion escalated into an argument. He begged his mother to stop using Song Shi's father to provoke him. Seeing the fight intensifying, Ji Sheng turned and walked out. Leaving the house, he was filled with regret. Walking down the street, Song Shi replayed Qiao Mu's words in his mind. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In a fit of frustration, he threw his bag on the ground. This scene was witnessed by the handsome man from the day before. He picked up the bag and handed it to Song Shi, who quickly wiped the tears from his eyes and thanked him for his help yesterday. He was curious how the man knew his last name was Song. The man grinned and explained that his name was on his desk at the office. He then introduced himself as Chi Wei and, extending his hand, shook Song Shi's. He noticed the cut on Song Shi's hand and asked with concern if he was all right. Seeing that Song Shi was upset, he decided to take him somewhere to unwind. They went to an amusement park and boarded a roller coaster. He told Song Shi that this was a great way to relieve stress. His enthusiasm was infectious. Song Shi loosened his grip on the safety bar and began to enjoy the thrill of the ride. Song Shi accepted the ice cream, telling Chi Wei she'd had a wonderful time. She wanted to add him on WeChat so they could stay in touch, but after pulling out her phone and staring at the screen for a few seconds, she tucked it back into her bag. Her phone buzzed with a missed call notification from Zhisheng. She was in no mood to reply. Zhisheng's assistant was giving him a work report when he noticed his boss's distraction. He paused, but Zhisheng told him to continue. The assistant, glancing at a pair of women's shoes by the door, abruptly changed the subject. He asked Zhisheng why he hadn't seen Song Shi lately. He'd been working nights recently, the opposite shift to Zhisheng, and they hadn't seen each other in a while. The assistant teased him, wondering if Song Shi was avoiding him. If it was because of the previous incident, he advised Zhisheng to apologize. But with Song Shi dodging him, how could he? In the hospital on-call room, Meng Meng draped a coat over Song Shi's shoulders, asking why she hadn't gone home yet. Song Shi stretched, explaining that the health bureau was inspecting the hospital today, and the vice director had asked her to host them. As they chatted, the vice director arrived to tell Song Shi that the health bureau officials were here. Seeing Jiang Jia among the inspectors, Song Shi realized why she'd been specifically chosen for this task. It was like inviting a weasel to guard the henhouse. Jiang Jia put on a show of greeting Song Shi, pointedly informing the health bureau director that her father was Song Yuanqing. Ignoring Jiang Jia's theatrics, Song Shi greeted the director and offered to show him around. Jiang Jia, unwilling to let her go, threatened her with unspecified consequences if she didn't take good care of her. Unfazed, Song Shi suggested Jiang Jia make an appointment with a specialist on the 12th floor, the psychiatric ward, and get her head examined. With that, she shoved Jiang Jia aside. The director, witnessing the commotion, demanded to know from the vice director what Song Shi's behavior meant. The vice director hastily offered excuses, then urged Song Shi to apologize. Furious, Song Shi ripped off her white coat, declaring that she was now off duty. She flung the coat at Jiang Jia and stormed off, ignoring the stunned onlookers. Rounding a corner, she bumped into someone and quickly apologized. About to explain herself, she realized it was George Sheng and his assistant. George, noticing her upset expression, reached out to touch her face and ask what was wrong, but she slapped his hand away. If it weren't for him, Jiang Jia wouldn't have bothered her. Seeing the tense standoff, the assistant quickly explained that George had been suffering from insomnia and had come to the hospital for a consultation. Zhisheng interrupted the assistant, turning abruptly to leave and join his family for dinner. Song Shi watched him go, incredulous that he hadn't bothered to explain himself. She'd been ready for a full-blown confrontation. Meng Meng rushed up, relieved to find Song Shi still there. She explained that the health bureau was using this incident as an excuse to stall their project, and that the vice director wanted Song Shi to apologize. Song Shi refused point blank. They could fire her if they wanted. Meng Meng, understanding her anger, asked if there was anyone who could help resolve the situation. Song Shi sheepishly admitted that she'd just slapped the one person who could. Meng Meng pulled out her phone, intending to ask Gu Dongshu for advice, when a voice behind her made her jump and nearly drop it. She spun around angrily to see who it was. Her face suddenly flushed crimson. It was Chi Wei, the handsome man from before. Song Shi, supporting her flustered friend, asked him what he was doing there. He explained, a little awkwardly, that he'd said he'd treat her to dinner, but hadn't contacted her yet. He'd finally managed to find her. He'd been working nights recently. He then suggested they go to dinner right then. Meng Meng cheered them on, reminding Song Shi not to forget about the health bureau issue. At the restaurant, Chi Wei asked Song Shi what had happened. She was reluctant to burden him, dismissing it as a minor issue. But after his persistent questioning, she confessed that she'd offended someone influential at the health bureau and might lose her job. Chi Wei, who knew someone at the health bureau, pulled out his phone and sent a message to inquire about the situation. Song Shi quickly apologized, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They'd only met a couple of times. After sending the message, Chi Wei excused himself to go to the restroom. Outside, he bumped into two men. One of them returned to his booth and told Ji Mining that he'd just seen a gorgeous man, totally her type. Ji Mining, predictably, jumped up excitedly and asked where. She hurried out of the booth, just as Song Shi was emerging from hers. They recognized each other, and Ji Mining greeted her. Song Shi was staring blankly at Ji Sheng inside Ji Mining's booth, internally groaning at yet another encounter with him. The others in the booth came out to greet Song Shi, then returned to their boisterous banter with Ji Mining. Ji Sheng had a headache from their boisterous chatter and told them to hurry back. His friend teased him, calling him by his nickname, Bridge. Xiao Shi, overhearing Ji Sheng's nickname, couldn't help but giggle. Mortified, Ji Sheng tugged at the back of his friend's collar and jokingly ordered him to shut it. Amidst the playful banter, Chi Wei returned. He explained to his friend that he'd run into someone he knew. The two returned to their private booth. Ji Mining, watching them go, gossiped about whether they were dating. The group turned to the silent Ji Sheng, asking what was going on between him and Song Shi. He explained that he was entrusted with looking after her by her overbearing brother. Seeing his state, the others were clearly unconvinced. One of the friends, whose name was unknown, wondered what Ji Sheng was really thinking. He personally found Song Shi quite interesting, and if Ji Sheng liked her, he wouldn't pursue her himself. After saying goodbye to Chi Wei, Song Shi walked alone, her mind replaying the events at the hospital. Suddenly, she overheard snippets of conversation from passersby about a car accident up ahead, a multi-car pileup. She also heard that an elderly man with a heart condition was trapped in the traffic. Hearing this, she ran towards the scene of the accident. Quickly locating the elderly man, she began to assess his condition. Her actions startled the man's son. She quickly explained that she was a doctor and that his father's condition was serious. She told him the location of the nearest hospital and urged him to carry his father there. Just then, the sky opened up and heavy rain began to fall. From inside his car, Ji Sheng watched Song Shi with concern. Noticing people filming her, he instructed his assistant to manage the narrative and spin it to her advantage. Song Shi, braving the downpour, tried to borrow an umbrella from other drivers, but to no avail. Looking at the elderly man in the car, she felt lost. Suddenly, the rain stopped falling on her head. Looking up in confusion, she saw Ji Sheng standing beside her, holding an umbrella. She greeted him briefly, took the umbrella, and told him she'd borrow it. She then ran back to the elderly man, holding the umbrella over him as she helped the son escort him to the hospital. Passersby captured her selfless act on their phones. After the patient was safely delivered to the hospital, Song Shi realized she was dizzy and lightheaded. She swayed, losing control of her body. Ji Sheng, who had followed out of concern, caught her in his arms. Touching her forehead, he realized she was burning up with fever. He scooped her up, intending to take her to a doctor. Song Shi quickly protested, refusing to go to the hospital. She didn't want to see anyone there right now. Ji Sheng's assistant handed him the car keys, suggesting they take Song Shi home. Hearing Song Shi agree, Ji Sheng simply carried her toward his car. Back at his place, he laid the sleeping Song Shi on the bed and softly asked where the first aid kit was. Learning it was in the living room, he turned to go, but she caught his sleeve. She spoke her heart, telling him she was tired and didn't want to fight. They should both just try to endure. 3 years would pass quickly. Before she could finish, she drifted back to sleep. Ji Sheng tucked her in, watching her sleep. He coughed awkwardly, wanting to wake her so she could change out of her wet clothes. Seeing no response, he sighed and resigned himself to the task. It wasn't the first time he'd helped her change. Later, Song Shi's fever broke, and she woke up, removing the damp cloth from her forehead. This was the second time Ji Sheng had rescued her. Looking at the items on the nightstand, she noted he was much more thoughtful this time. Then, the realization hit her that she was completely naked. Her face flushed crimson. This was the second time this had happened, too. Ji Sheng was in the living room, reading the newspaper. Grabbing her shoes, she tried to sneak past him, but he noticed her. Embarrassed, she scratched her cheek and explained she was going to work. He teased her about not working the night shift anymore. She sat down with a sigh, admitting she probably wouldn't be able to work at all. She debated whether to tell him about Jiang Jiai making things difficult for her at work. He was a local hero now. Surely the hospital wouldn't dare fire her. Seeing her confused expression, he handed her his phone. Her act of rescuing the elderly man had gone viral. She couldn't believe it. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. She asked Ji Sheng if he was behind the positive spin. He, in a good mood, told her not to mention it. It was a gift for her bowing her head to him. She was dumbfounded. When she bowed her head to him, he reminded her about borrowing the umbrella. Song, she was indignant. He had offered it to her. He didn't care. He was being magnanimous and letting the events of the past few days slide. Seeing his smugness, Song Shi teased him for being childish. He explained what happened at the Chow family's old residence that day. His mother's comments had been prompted by the cut on his lip. Learning that he wasn't working the night shift, Xiao Shi got up and left for work. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Shi felt a surge of frustration, a gnawing sense of defeat. He picked up his phone, surprised by the sheer number of messages. Almost all of them were from Meng Meng. He quickly called her back. She exclaimed in relief at finally reaching him. Thanks to the trending topic online, the Health Bureau was now reluctant to give him any more trouble. The vice director had told him to rest at home. Xiao Shi was genuinely happy to hear this news. He now had time to visit his father. He went to Mingwei Zhai to pick out a gift. Entering the shop, he saw two familiar figures, Dong Yuan and Dong Lijun. He watched, anger rising, as the woman spent money lavishly. Since his father's accident, Dong Lijun hadn't visited him once. Seeing them about to pay, Xiao Shi stepped forward and pointed at a teapot, telling the sales assistant that he wanted it. Only then did Dong Lijun and her daughter notice him. Dong Yuan hid behind her mother, defiantly telling Xiao Shi that they had already bought the teapot. Xiao Shi laughed in disbelief. With what money? He retorted. He pointed at Dong Yuan accusingly. Don't you know where that money came from? Seeing her daughter's uncontrolled outburst, Dong Lijun quickly stepped forward, trying to appease Xiao Shi. She insisted they were still family. Disgusted by her audacity, Xiao Shi told her that if that were the case, he would treat her the same way she treated Dong Yuan. When she offered him the teapot, he flatly refused. He held out his hand towards Dong Lijun, demanding the card his father had entrusted to her. The woman feigned ignorance, pretending she didn't know what he was talking about. What are you talking about? She asked. Xiao Shi bluntly called her bluff. My father told me everything. Stop pretending to be confused. Sensing the escalating tension, Dong Yuan stepped forward to shield her mother, accusing Xiao Shi of trying to extort them. She grabbed Dong Lijun and prepared to leave. But Xiao Shi wasn't about to let them go that easily. No one's leaving until we clear this up, he declared. Seeing her daughter held back, Dong Lijun shoved Xiao Shi. Caught off guard, he stumbled backward, crashing into a display case. A teapot tumbled down and shattered. Staring at the shattered pieces, the sales assistant cried out, I'm calling the police. That teapot cost 460,000 yuan. None of them had realized how expensive it was. Dong Yuan immediately started shifting the blame. Xiao Shi broke it. He should pay. Xiao Shi agreed to call the police. It would be the perfect opportunity to confront them at the station. Dong Lijun whispered to her daughter that this couldn't see the light of day. Dong Yuan pulled out her phone and called Qi Wei. She placed all the blame on Xiao Shi, asking him to come upstairs and help her deal with the situation. Hanging up, she addressed the sales assistant with a haughty tone. My boyfriend will be here in a minute. Then Dong Yuan walked up to Xiao Shi, taunting him. Even without your father's money, my mother and I can still live very well. Xiao Shi scoffed. You're so shameless, living off others. Qi Wei overheard this as he arrived. That's a terrible thing to say, he reprimanded. Dong Yuan rushed to his side, complaining. Xiao Shi tried to hit my mother and me, and then he broke a purple clay teapot. After listening to his girlfriend, Qi Wei sneered at Xiao Shi. Didn't Xiao teach you to take responsibility for your actions? With that, he pulled out his card to pay, but Xiao Shi stopped him. Xiao Shi took out his phone and called Ji Sheng, ignoring the other man's protests. He put the call on speakerphone. Everyone heard Ji Sheng say he'd be there in 10 minutes. When Ji Sheng arrived, Xiao Shi went over and linked his arm through his. Ji Sheng, please help me, he pleaded, then turned to accuse Dong Lijun. She pushed me, and I accidentally broke a teapot. Qi Wei was about to speak, but Dong Yuan cut him off. I didn't ask Xiao Shi to pay, she explained to Ji Sheng innocently. Ji Sheng calmly took out his own card and handed it to the sales assistant. After the transaction, he turned back to them with a sardonic smile. Whoever breaks it pays. It's not like we can't afford it. He then turned to Xiao Shi. Now, you pay me back, he said, reminding them that the principle of reciprocity still applied. His actions instantly intimidated them. Without waiting for an explanation, he turned to Xiao Shi. How do you want to handle this? Xiao Shi demanded that Dong Yuan and her mother return the money his father had left him. They immediately started making excuses again. What proof do you have? They challenged. Xiao Shi faltered. He realized he didn't have any concrete evidence. Ji Sheng stepped in, turning the tables. What proof do you have that you didn't take the card? He countered. He then laid down an ultimatum. Either they produced the card, or none of them were leaving. He finished with a pointed threat directed at Qi Wei. Dong Yuan, watching her humiliated boyfriend, worried he might abandon her. She rushed towards him, but he pushed her away. Give back whatever you took, he snapped. He then turned and walked out. Dong Yuan frantically chased after him. Left with no choice, Dong Lijun returned the card to Xiao Shi, muttering a sarcastic remark before hurrying after her daughter. Watching Xiao Shi beam at the card in his hand, Ji Sheng couldn't help but think he hoped the other man would always wear that smile. He reminded Xiao Shi to quickly transfer the money to the card and, before leaving, instructed the shop assistant to delete all the surveillance footage. Upon hearing that Ji Sheng was a friend of Mr. Ruan, the assistant readily agreed. Xiao Shi, learning that the shop belonged to Ruan Boyan, felt a pang of guilt and wondered if he should buy something to compensate for the damages. Ji Sheng told him to handle it as he saw fit, then left him the car keys. With Xiao Shi's matter resolved, he stepped outside and contacted his assistant, telling the shareholders to wait a little longer as he was on his way. Exhausted, Ji Sheng returned home that evening. He spotted a strangely shaped object in the entryway and asked, bewildered, "What is this?" Xiao Su, still sleepy-eyed, emerged, unsure why Ji Sheng had called him. Ji Sheng held up the egg-shaped object, asking incredulously, "You wandered around all day and bought this?" Xiao Su took it back, explaining, "You helped me so much today. I bought this incense burner as a thank you gift." Ji Sheng joked, "Looks like your dad left you quite a bit of money." Xiao Su himself was surprised, admitting he hadn't realized his father had left him a full 30 million. His candidness pleased Ji Sheng. Xiao Su, harboring no secrets, lit the incense and explained it was for sleep, instructing Ji Sheng to light it every night before bed. Ji Sheng asked how Xiao Su knew he had insomnia. It turned out Xiao Su had simply bought it at random. He grinned and urged Ji Sheng to sit down, offering to take his pulse. Ji Sheng, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you a Western doctor?" "I took an elective in college," Xiao Su replied. He then told Ji Sheng to be quiet and began to feel his pulse, asking how long he'd suffered from insomnia. Hearing it had been 10 years, he leaned closer, curious. "How come you don't have dark circles?" Ji Sheng squeezed his cheeks playfully. "Do you actually know how to treat this?" Ji Sheng asked, worried. Returning to the subject, Xiao Su asked hesitantly about Ji Sheng's private life. Ji Sheng gave him a despondent look. "What do you think?" he countered. After a moment of serious contemplation, Xiao Su declared, "It could be excessive kidney fire. Any man would bristle at such a suggestion." Ji Sheng leaned closer, asking, "Are you saying my kidneys are weak?" Xiao Su quickly clarified, "It's because a certain part of you isn't being used." Ji Sheng chuckled mischievously. The scene from the other day, where he'd been called Monk Xiao, flashed through his mind. The implication was clear. He laughed heartily as he spoke. Provoked, Ji Sheng pushed him onto the bed behind him, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Help me solve this problem," he said suggestively. Xiao Shi, flustered, asked nervously how. Ji Sheng lifted his chin. "It's simple," he murmured, then lowered his head and kissed him. He tore at Xiao Shi's clothes. One thing led to another. The next morning, Ji Sheng stared at the empty space beside him, clutching his forehead. "Was last night all a dream?" he mumbled. In the kitchen, Xiao Shi was brewing something. Ji Sheng, catching a whiff of the strange odor, asked, "Is that poison?" It was a Chinese herbal remedy Xiao Shi had specially bought for him that morning. Xiao Shi poured the finished concoction into a bowl and handed it to Ji Sheng. Staring at the murky liquid, Ji Sheng hesitated to reach for it, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He began to make excuses, claiming it was too hot and needed to cool down. Xiao Shi teased him. "Don't tell me you're afraid it's bitter." He then explained it was to extinguish Ji Sheng's kidney fire. Ji Sheng adamantly refused to drink it, fearing Xiao Shi was trying to poison him. Xiao Shi sighed and took a sip himself, pointedly licking the residue from his lips. Watching this, Ji Sheng thought Xiao Shi was deliberately trying to seduce him. Xiao Shi, oblivious, cut through his reverie. "It's not bitter," he said. "Drink it while it's hot." Ji-sheng took the bowl, asking, "What good is one dose? How am I supposed to drink it hot when I'm at work?" Xiaoxi conceded his point and, after a moment of thought, offered a solution. "I can deliver it to your company." Ji-sheng, looking at the bowl for a moment, suddenly tipped it back and drained the contents. Having finished the medicine, he agreed to Xiaoxi's delivery proposal, even joking that if he was cured, he'd give him a giant banner. Xiaoxi quipped back, "Would you dare put my name on it?" Ji-sheng replied, "If you dare write it, I dare display it." Later, at the supermarket, Xiaoxi was contemplating his shopping list. He wandered over to the candy aisle and reached for a lollipop. Just as he was about to grab it, he heard someone call his name. It was Jiang Jia. Xiaoxi tried to ignore him, but Jiang Jia, dripping with sarcasm, called him Mr. Popular. Exasperated, Xiaoxi told him to speak plainly. Jiang Jia sneered, bringing up the incident at the hospital. He accused Xiaoxi of not only refusing to apologize for the trending video, but also of getting someone to complain about him to the health bureau director. Xiaoxi retorted, "What someone?" He didn't back down, however, reminding Jiang Jia that he had been the one to provoke the confrontation at the hospital. Jiang Jia argued that he had only been there for a routine checkup. Tired of his prevarications, she cut him off, telling him to get to the point. Jiang Jia demanded to know what Xiaoxi's relationship with Ji-sheng was, and if Ji-sheng had helped him with the health bureau issue. Seeing that Xiaoxi remained unmoved, Jiang Jia exclaimed, "Ji-sheng helped you. He must not know about my position at the health bureau. Otherwise, why would he help you and not me?" Xiaoxi watched Jiang Jia's stubborn face and challenged him to try it. Seeing Jiang Jia's bewildered expression, Xiaoxi held up his phone, suggesting he call and ask. Clearly provoked, Jiang Jia grabbed his phone and dialed Ji-sheng. The line rang and rang. Jiang Jia looked at Xiaoxi, asking why he wasn't calling and if he needed Jiang Jia to call for him. Xiaoxi, watching his own phone as it began to ring, told him it wasn't necessary. When Ji-sheng finally answered, he realized with a jolt that it was the man he'd been obsessing over. In a coffee shop, Xiaoxi waved cheerfully to Ji-sheng. A nervous Jiang Jia stood up to greet him. Xiaoxi grinned mischievously at Ji-sheng, telling him someone claiming to be his childhood sweetheart needed him to arbitrate a dispute. Ji-sheng sat down and explained that it was just a connection through their parents. Jiang Jia asked him if he knew that Songshi had snubbed him and even told lies about him. Ji-sheng feigned ignorance. Hearing this, Jiang Jia looked confidently at Xiaoxi. He knew Ji-sheng wouldn't know, otherwise he would definitely have helped him. Unexpectedly, Ji-sheng gave Jiang Jia no face, asking him why he assumed he would help him. He continued, interrupting Jiang Jia to make his stance clear. His father did have a past connection with Jiang Jia's family, but Songshi was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Jiang Jia shot up, slamming his hand on the table and demanding to know why. Caught in the crossfire, Xiaoxi had water splash onto his hand from the force. Ji-sheng reached out, taking Xiaoxi's hand and gently wiping it dry, leaning in close as he did so. He didn't forget to warn Jiang Jia that anyone who messed with Xiao, was messing with him. Jiang Jia, seeing their intimate gesture, instantly reddened. He let out an angry huff and stormed off. Xiaoxi, still flustered, apologized to Ji-sheng, saying he shouldn't have dragged him into this. Looking at the self-assured man across from him, Xiaoxi asked why he had been so good to him lately. Hearing the question, Ji-sheng's mind flashed back to Xiaoxi's words when he was sick. He remained silent. Soon after, Xiaoxi asked why Ji-sheng had taken the initiative to help him with his insomnia. Xiaoxi firmly replied that Ji-sheng had been good to him, so of course he wanted to be good to Ji-sheng in return. Then, opening his bag, Xiaoxi pulled out a thermos and presented it to Ji-sheng. It was new medicine he had brewed for him. Ji-sheng, unimpressed, stood up to leave. Drinking traditional medicine in a coffee shop? What was he thinking? Xiaoxi quickly asked him where he was going. Ji-sheng explained he was going back to his company. At Highway Group, employees whispered amongst themselves. Who was the person trailing behind CEO Qiao? Xiaoxi, feeling self-conscious, followed Ji-sheng, thinking his employees are all staring. Is it really necessary? While Xiaoxi was lost in thought, Ji-sheng had already stepped into the elevator. Ji-sheng prompted him to hurry up, asking if he hadn't been stared at enough yet. Flustered, Xiaoxi entered the elevator and asked why the employees were reacting so strongly. Ji-sheng teased him, saying they probably thought he was delivering takeout. Stepping out of the elevator, Xiaoxi retorted, "What do you mean takeout? These bags are all for you." Ji-sheng didn't understand why he needed to buy so much just to deliver medicine. Inside the office, Xiaoxi took out the items one by one. Finally, with a flourish, he produced a gift adorned with 3 layers of lollipops. He told Ji Sheng to eat one after each sip of medicine so it wouldn't taste so bitter. He even boasted that he had wrestled them away from a group of children. Looking at the thoughtful surprise, Ji Sheng was momentarily speechless. Xiaoxi was shooed out of the office by Ji Sheng. He made a face at the closed door. "Fine, don't take it. These lollipops are begging to be eaten." Then, he took out his phone and called Qi Wei, asking where he was. Ji Sheng's assistant couldn't believe he was seeing Xiaoxi at the company. Ji Sheng explained that Xiaoxi had brought him childish things and had just been kicked out. He then unscrewed the thermos Xiaoxi had brought and downed the entire contents in one gulp. He looked at the thermos, suspecting Xiaoxi was playing a prank on him. The medicine was getting more bitter each day. The assistant started to put away the lollipops on Ji Sheng's desk. Ji Sheng coughed awkwardly and picked one up, telling the assistant to keep it. The assistant was amused by the sight of his boss secretly eating a lollipop. At Mincheng Hospital, Xiaoxi walked into a patient room carrying flowers, cheerfully asking, "Surprise." Surprised, he startled the family of 3 inside, who all stared blankly at him and asked who he was. This made Xiaoxi feel quite awkward. He quickly asked if Qi Wei was staying in this room. Learning he had the wrong room, he became even more embarrassed and quickly apologized for the mistake. Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind him. He turned to see Qi Wei, leaning on a crutch. Qi Wei explained that he had just been transferred to a different room. Xiaoxi hurried over to help him back to his room, asking if he was being a good enough friend. Qi Wei had been hospitalized yesterday due to his injury, and here he was visiting today. Hearing Qi Wei thank him, Xiaoxi quickly said he should be the one thanking him. He was grateful for Qi Wei's help with the health bureau matter. Then, the two walked to the window, looking out at the view. Xiaoxi remarked on the beautiful scenery and how they could even see the ocean. Xiaoxi asked Ji Sheng why he was injured while in Mincheng. Ji Sheng, at first, looked down, concealing the loneliness in his eyes. Then, he looked up and explained with a smile that he was just traveling and a friend had a minor car accident while driving. Learning that Ji Sheng was returning that afternoon, Xiaoxi lamented being left alone again. Ji Sheng explained he was rushing back to prepare Xiaoxi's herbal medicine, but without elaborating, simply promised to visit again in a couple of days. Watching the changing weather, Ji Sheng urged Xiaoxi to leave quickly as it looked like rain. At the airport, Xiaoxi checked his phone, seeing that his flight from Mincheng to Yecheng was delayed due to a storm. He muttered about Qi Wei being a jinx and wondered if he'd even be able to go back that night. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing Ji Sheng's name on the screen, he startled and threw the phone. Resigned, he finally answered the call, weakly suggesting that Ji Sheng make his own medicine that night. After boarding the plane, Xiaoxi experienced continuous turbulence due to the weather. He regretted not waiting until the next day to leave. Looking at the rain outside the plane window, he worried about getting soaked on his way home. He got off the plane and ran home through the downpour, clutching his bag. He noticed someone walking towards him with an umbrella. Curious, but not pausing, he passed them by. Suddenly, he was pulled back. It was Ji Sheng. How could he be here? Hadn't he called saying he couldn't make it back because of the storm? Ji Sheng put his arm around Xiaoxi and guided him, reminding him to watch his step. Xiaoxi thanked him, observing the man's tsundere behavior, always doing kind things but never saying kind words. Then he heard Ji Sheng add, almost as an afterthought, that he was counting on Xiaoxi to make his medicine. Back at home, Xiaoxi saw the medicine already prepared on the dining table. Without thinking much, he picked it up and offered it to Ji Sheng. Ji Sheng gave the bowl a silent look and turned to change his clothes. He then heard Xiaoxi coaxing him in a childish tone, "Drink it, drink it." Ji Sheng's face flushed. He grabbed the bowl, retorting, "I never said I wouldn't drink it." He then downed the entire bowl in one gulp. Xiaoxi cheered, "Good job." As Ji Sheng set the bowl down, a candy was popped into his mouth. Having done this, Xiaoxi put his hands behind his back and headed towards the bedroom, announcing he was going to sleep. Ji Sheng, left behind, could only think of Xiaoxi's coaxing voice echoing in his mind. At the hospital, Xiaoxi had just walked into the dental clinic when he saw Meng Meng and Dong Su arguing. Meng Meng explained that Dong Su's mother had shown up unexpectedly at his place the night before and mistakenly thought Meng Meng was his girlfriend. Dong Su protested indignantly, claiming he was very popular and many people wanted to be his girlfriend. The two bickered like children a sight she was used to. He pulled out his incessantly ringing phone, and his face darkened upon seeing the caller ID. Sitting in his office chair, he placed the still-ringing phone face down on the desk. Meng asked curiously who was calling, as the phone had been ringing all day. The phone started ringing again. His friend walked over and suggested he take the call since he was on break. Xiaoxi reluctantly picked up the phone and snapped, "What do you want?" Hearing that the caller wanted to visit his father, Xiaoxi scoffed. His father had been in there for so long without a visit, and now, right after Xiaoxi retrieved the money, they suddenly wanted a visit. He didn't want to listen to their pretense and warned them not to stir up trouble in front of his father. Someone approached from behind, unnoticed by Xiaoxi. The caller on the other end mistook Ji Sheng for Xiaoxi's backing. Xiaoxi didn't deny it. Playing along, he threatened the caller not to push him too far or he'd have his backer step in. Hanging up, he turned around to see the very person he'd just invoked standing right behind him. Flustered, Xiaoxi stammered, asking when Ji Sheng had arrived. Learning he'd been there the whole time, Xiaoxi became even more embarrassed. He then asked what Ji Sheng was doing there. Ji Sheng explained he was visiting an acquaintance in the hospital. Seeing that Ji Sheng hadn't questioned him, Xiaoxi proactively asked if he minded. Ji Sheng gave him a look and calmly replied, "Mind what? Mind being used as your shield?" This made Xiaoxi even more ashamed. "Who told you to be so useful?" he mumbled. Then, noticing Ji Sheng's empty hands, he asked, "Don't you bring gifts when visiting someone sick?" Ji Sheng casually replied, "I forgot to buy one." In truth, he had already had Yuan Bao deliver one. Xiaoxi, believing him, took his hand and led him to a nearby shop to buy a gift. This unconscious gesture instantly brightened Ji Sheng's mood. In the car, one drove while the other contentedly munched on snacks. Ji Sheng teased, saying, "You're buying me a gift. You're clearly just getting a free ride." He presented the food with exaggerated formality, offering it up to Ji Sheng with both hands. Ji Sheng, busy driving, couldn't free a hand. Xiaoxi simply picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth, asking, "Isn't it delicious?" Ji Sheng's face flushed at her forwardness. He mumbled an affirmative response. Hearing him say it was good, Xiaoxi decided to bring some Qi Wei at the hospital tomorrow. After confirming that Ji Sheng was indeed going to Mincheng, Xiaoxi asked, "Have you forgotten what tomorrow is?" Seeing his confused expression, Xiaoxi knew he had. "You're supposed to visit your parents tomorrow," he reminded him. Ji Sheng froze, realizing his oversight. "What am I going to do?" he muttered. Ji Sheng didn't care about his predicament, inwardly relishing Xiaoxi's trapped situation. The next day, Xiaoxi stared at a group photo on his phone, venting his frustration to Ji Sheng. "I could have gone today too," he complained, "but you dragged me along to visit your parents." He looked at Dong Su and Qi Wei in the photo and asked, "Do they all know each other?" Xiaoxi explained, "Meng is staying with Dong Su now. He was worried about her going alone, so he went with her." Suddenly, Ji Sheng's phone buzzed. Xiaoxi watched him, concerned by his prolonged silence as he stared at the screen. "What's wrong?" he asked. Ji Sheng explained that there was a problem with the taxes at Changning Hospital, where they had previously visited. He was trying to figure out how to contact the director of the tax bureau. Xiaoxi simply picked up his phone, dialed a number, and cheerfully addressed the person on the other end as Uncle Yi. He then proceeded to arrange a meeting with Uncle Yi at Guangda Restaurant for 7 p.m. that evening. That evening, Xiaoxi and Ji Sheng arrived at Guangda Restaurant as planned. He greeted Uncle Yi enthusiastically. Inside the private room, Uncle Yi wasn't alone. Another young man was present. The man familiarly called out Xiaoxi's name. Xiaoxi stared at him in disbelief. "Brother Liang?" he exclaimed. After confirming that it was indeed Brother Liang, he rushed forward and embraced him. Uncle Yi interrupted their reunion, asking who Ji Sheng was. Ji Sheng's expression darkened. He cut off Xiaoxi's introduction and answered for himself. He then casually draped an arm around Xiaoxi's shoulders, pointedly saying, "And you haven't introduced your friend Liang to me yet." The other man responded directly, introducing himself as Yi Zhu, Xiaoxi's closest childhood friend from their apprenticeship days. After the introductions, everyone took their seats. Ji Sheng and Director Yi of the Tax Bureau exchanged polite pleasantries. Ji Sheng stated his purpose for the meeting. Director Yi readily agreed to help, saying, Xiao Shi's like family. I wouldn't refuse him anything. He then asked Ji Sheng, venturing into the medical industry. Did Xiao Shi give you some pointers? Ji Sheng watched the two men across from him chatting. Seeing Yi Zhu affectionately ruffle Xiao Shi's hair, he responded cryptically, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. He's been keeping me up. I've been looking into traditional Chinese medicine remedies. His words made Xiao Shi blush slightly. Yi Zhu, however, seemed to pick up on the underlying meaning. After dinner, the younger men strolled through the city. Seeing a vendor selling roasted chestnuts, Xiao Shi and Yi Zhu reminisced about their childhood, promising to come back and buy some together another time. Overhearing them, Ji Sheng abruptly told his driver to stop the car. Xiao Shi looked at him, puzzled. Why wait? Ji Sheng said, gesturing towards a vendor. Go buy some for our guest. He spoke with the air of a gracious host. Xiao Shi, unsure of Ji Sheng's motives, went to buy the chestnuts anyway. Holding the warm bag, he thought back to how Brother Liang would always share his chestnuts with him when they were younger. With that thought, he hurried back, eager to share the warm treat. Back at the bar, Xiao Shi rushed in, a cheerful smile on his face. He found Ji Sheng sitting alone on the sofa. Yi Zhu, however, had his arm around a glamorous woman. He cheerfully told Yi Zhu he'd left the chestnuts on the table. Then, turning to Ji Sheng, his expression changed. His hand clenched into a fist. Come outside with me, he demanded. Outside, Xiao Shi confronted Ji Sheng. Did you arrange for that woman? Ji Sheng didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, he's grown up, Xiao Shi. He's not the person you remember. Those childhood memories, they're in the past. Furious, Xiao Shi turned to leave. I don't need you to tell me that. Ji Sheng, angered by his reaction, grabbed his arm. If I hadn't said anything, you would have let him lead you around by the nose. They argued at the entrance. Xiao Shi reminded him that he was the one who had asked him to buy the chestnuts. Ji Sheng lashed out. And I didn't ask you to throw yourself at his feet. Hurt by his words, Xiao Shi burst into tears and ran away, shouting, I don't need your help. He walked down the street alone. Suddenly, a car pulled up behind him. Several men, wearing black ski masks, jumped out. One pointed at him and said to his companions, That's him. Xiao Shi, sensing danger, turned and ran, yelling for help. But luck wasn't on his side. One of the kidnappers grabbed him by the hair. One of the kidnappers held a dagger against Xiao Shi's throat, arrogantly ordering him to be quiet. Suddenly, Ji Sheng appeared and tackled the kidnapper, landing a swift kick to the stomach. The kidnapper, doubled over in pain, dropped the dagger. Ji Sheng shielded Xiao Shi, asking if he was all right. From behind him, Xiao Shi suddenly yelled, Look out! The kidnapper lunged at Ji Sheng with the recovered dagger. Ji Sheng ducked, inadvertently exposing Xiao Shi to the attacker. Too late to pull Xiao Shi away, Ji Sheng spun around, shielding him in his arms and taking the knife's blow to his back. Ignoring the searing pain, he grabbed the kidnapper's arm and punched him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled Xiao Shi and fled, the wound on his back now visible. With the kidnapper in pursuit, Ji Sheng reassured Xiao Shi, Don't be afraid. Moments later, help arrived. Yuan Bao, seeing Ji Sheng's injury, simply took his car keys, issued a few curt instructions, and left. Ji Sheng then told Xiao Shi to drive them home. Xiao Shi protested, insisting they go to the hospital. Ji Sheng pushed him into the car. I'm a doctor, he reminded him. Xiao Shi continued to argue, but Ji Sheng insisted he listen. Back at home, Xiao Shi tended to Ji Sheng's wound, relieved to see it wasn't serious. Xiao Shi, filled with guilt, began to apologize. Ji Sheng took his hand. Are you still angry? He asked. Xiao Shi, momentarily confused, finally understood. About Yi Zhu's company, he clarified. I'm not angry, Ji Sheng replied, just disappointed. Tears welled up in Xiao Shi's eyes. After what had just happened, anger was the furthest thing from his mind. Overwhelmed, Xiao Shi burst into tears, apologizing profusely. Ji Sheng pulled him into a hug, reassuring him that he was fine. After the emotional outburst, Ji Sheng promised to make it up to him. He'd help him with his insomnia, help him quit smoking, brew him herbal medicine every day, and even buy him a joke book to lift his spirits. After a moment of playful banter, they turned to the serious matter at hand. The attack had clearly been targeted at Xiao Shi, but he had no idea who was behind it. Suddenly, Yuan Bao rushed in, panicked. Ji Sheng, assuming it was about the kidnappers, asked what he'd found out. But Yuan Bao's next words sent a chill down his spine. Chairman Xiao, your father, he's gone. Ji Sheng and Xiao Shi rushed back to the family home. The room was filled with people. His father called his name. Zhisheng rushed to his father's side and took his hand. Xiao Mu, holding Xiao Shi's hand, fought to maintain her composure. Just a moment ago, he said he wanted to see his son and his wife. They're both here now. The two stood by Xiao Fu's bedside. Zhisheng reassured his father, "Don't worry. I'm married. Xiao Shi is my wife." For the first time, and perhaps the last, he addressed the man in the bed as father. The old man gripped his son's hand. "Take care of each other," he whispered, "and take care of your mother." He never got to finish what he wanted to say. Zhisheng told his father not to worry, but there was no response. He softly called out, "Father," again, the reality of his loss crashing down upon him. He clutched his father's hand and wept. Xiao Mu, realizing her husband was gone, was overcome with grief. Seeing his mother's despair, Zhisheng wiped away his tears and composed himself. Despite his own pain, he comforted her, assuring her that he was there for her. Xiao Shi watched, heartbroken, as Zhisheng made arrangements, his grief masked by a stoic facade. Xiao Shi felt a surge of helplessness, wanting desperately to do something. It was late. Zhisheng asked Yuan Bao to take Xiao Shi home, but Xiao Shi didn't want to leave. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked. Zhisheng, knowing his pain, took his hand. "I'm here," he said firmly. Looking at Xiao Shi, he was overwhelmed by emotion and pulled him into a tight embrace. Understanding his unspoken comfort, Zhisheng called for Yuan Bao and instructed him to take Xiao Shi home. Xiao Shi curled up on the sofa, staring at his phone. He hadn't heard from Zhisheng all day and was debating whether to call when the phone suddenly rang, startling him. Seeing the unknown number, he hesitantly answered, "Zhisheng?" He was surprised to hear his father's voice. Songba asked if Qiao Dingxiang had passed away. He reminded Xiao Shi that his marriage to Zhisheng was based on leverage, a secret Songba held over Qiao Dingxiang. Xiao Shi understood his father's concern. He was worried that without the leverage, Zhisheng would divorce him. Xiao Shi explained that Zhisheng hadn't wronged him, and if he wanted a divorce, he would accept it. Zhisheng returned home, oblivious to his father's earlier worries. Xiao Shi, seeing him, asked if he'd eaten anything. He turned towards the kitchen, intending to make some thick noodle soup for Zhisheng, but Zhisheng stopped him. He looked at Xiao Shi seriously, indicating he had something to say. Xiao Shi, watching Zhisheng's hesitant expression, felt a pang of anxiety. He braced himself for the word divorce, but instead, Zhisheng asked if he should attend his father's funeral. Lighting a cigarette, Zhisheng explained that his father's burial was the day after tomorrow, and he wanted Xiao Shi's opinion. His father had acknowledged Xiao Shi as his daughter-in-law before passing, so of course, Xiao Shi felt he should go. Xiao Fu's funeral would be attended by many of the Qiao family relatives. Zhisheng pointed out that if Xiao Shi attended, it would solidify his position as the Qiao family's daughter-in-law, especially in the eyes of Gu Dongsu. Had Xiao Shi considered how he would explain this to him? Xiao Shi covered Zhisheng's hand holding the cigarette and offered him a lollipop. As long as Zhisheng wasn't worried about him, there was nothing to hide. Looking at the offered lollipop, Zhisheng hesitated for a moment before accepting it. In truth, no one could truly accompany another for their entire life. Every relationship had its limits. Zhisheng walked to the window and opened the curtains. His father had him by his side in the end, so he must have had no regrets. As he spoke, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating his eyes. He quipped that marriage, too, was a relationship with its limits. Xiao Shi hadn't expected him to apply his words so readily. He had only meant to offer comfort. He waved his hand dismissively, telling Zhisheng he didn't need to be polite. Zhisheng insisted he wasn't being polite. He would be there for Xiao Shi. Hearing this, Xiao Shi felt a secret surge of joy. He was oblivious, however, to Zhisheng's good mood as he anxiously watched him from behind. Qiao Fu's funeral was well attended. It was a grand affair befitting the Qiao family. At the funeral, Dongsu spotted Xiao Shi. Unsure how to explain his presence, Dongsu was kindly urged by Xiao Shi to leave quickly, lest Zhisheng see him and become angry. As Dongsu turned to go, Xiao Shi reached out and stopped him. Finally summoning the courage to explain, he was interrupted by a young woman who rushed over, demanding to know if he was Xiao Shi. It turned out this young woman was Dongsu's aunt. Xiao Shi pieced together the relationships. This must be Zhisheng's sister, Qiao Aiwen. Before the young woman could cause further commotion, Zhisheng arrived and placed a hand on her head, silencing her. He took Xiao Shi's hand and introduced him as his wife. Dongsu exclaimed in disbelief relief at the news. Xiaoxi quickly interjected, saying it was him and he would explain later. The young woman was indeed Zhisheng's sister, his biological sister, sharing both parents. The young woman accused Xiaoxi, saying her father had forced her brother to marry him. Xiaoxi earnestly explained that that was the case before, but not anymore. Zhisheng put his arm around his sister, telling her to stop and go be with their mother. She resisted, but Xiaoxi reminded her there would be time later and urged her not to cause trouble for her brother at such an occasion. As the ceremony was about to begin, the young woman cried out, lamenting that she hadn't even seen her father one last time. Xiaoxi, watching the family of 3 before him, hesitated about approaching them. Zhisheng turned and called to him, telling him to stand by his side. The mourners observed a 3-minute silence. Those behind, Zhisheng looked curiously at Xiaoxi, wondering who he was. As the silence ended, a middle-aged woman instructed Dong Su to inquire about Xiaoxi. Outside, Dong Su was stunned. Xiaoxi, for self-preservation, had been married to his uncle for almost a year. He lamented his dramatically lowered status within the family. Xiaoxi reassured him they could maintain their usual address for each other. Dong Su could still call him Ji, older brother, and he would call Dong Su Juma, aunt. Dong Su expressed sympathy for Xiaoxi, imagining how difficult this past year must have been. Xiaoxi, with a relaxed expression, countered that Zhisheng probably had it worse. He added that their relationship was quite good now. He waited until Zhisheng was less occupied and then offered him a thermos. It was soup he had made at home. Zhisheng claimed to have no appetite, but Xiaoxi insisted he drink it, worried he wouldn't be able to cope otherwise. Zhisheng took the thermos, murmuring that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to cope after drinking it. Xiaoxi asked what he meant, only to watch Zhisheng tip back the thermos and drink all the soup. His face was pale. A moment later, he collapsed into Xiaoxi's arms. Zhisheng slowly regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw Xiaoxi straddling him, a look of concern etched on his face. A damp cloth rested on his forehead. He was covered in a sticky sweat, and Xiaoxi was trying to wipe him clean. He gently removed the cloth from his forehead, indicating to Xiaoxi that he could manage. It turned out that during the funeral, he had developed a high fever from excessive grief and had fainted. Seeing this, Xiaoxi had brought him home. He asked Xiaoxi to help him sit up and then unbutton his shirt so Xiaoxi could wipe away the sweat. He just dreamed of his father. He dreamt his father was taking him horseback riding. He dreamt his father said he missed him very much. These long-lost, heartwarming images brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. It had been almost 15 years since his parents' divorce. Lost in his reverie, he was interrupted by Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi remarked that he himself had seen his mother no more than 10 times, feeling like a child without a mother. Zhisheng, hearing this, felt a flicker of confusion. Why was Xiaoxi making himself sound so pathetic? When someone else's suffering seems greater than your own pain naturally lessens. He couldn't help but tease, "I'm not as heartless as you." Xiaoxi seemed unfazed. He simply shrugged it off as human nature. "From now on, you're the Qiao family's pillar of support," he said, urging Zhisheng to stay strong. Just then, Zhisheng suddenly pulled Xiaoxi into a hug, holding him close for a long moment. After a while, Zhisheng seemed to fall asleep, his breathing gradually evening out. Held in Zhisheng's embrace, Xiaoxi didn't dare move, afraid to disturb him. He knew Zhisheng was exhausted from the past couple of days and needed the rest. Slowly, nestled against him, Xiaoxi closed his eyes too. They fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Xiaoxi woke to find something stuck to his forehead. He peeled it off curiously. It was a sticky note with a simple message, "Feeling better." He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Elsewhere in the Qiao residence, Qiao Aiwen was persistently questioning her brother, Zhisheng, about Songxi. She couldn't understand why, now that they no longer had any leverage over him, her brother was still so tolerant of Songxi. Zhisheng patted his sister's shoulder and told her to go back to her room and not interfere in his and Xiaoxi's affairs. After Qiao Aiwen left, Qiao Mu finally voiced her own concerns to Zhisheng. She agreed with her daughter. He should divorce Songxi immediately. However, Zhisheng firmly shook his head. He had no intention of divorcing. Qiao Mu stared at him in disbelief. Could he really have fallen for Songxi? Zhisheng was silent for a moment, then nodded, admitting his feelings. Xiaoxi hadn't seen Zhisheng since he'd taken over the Qiao family business. Today, while out shopping with a friend, he happened to pass by their favorite clothing store. His friend excitedly pointed to a new arrival, praising its unique style. Xiaoxi encouraged him to try it on. Just then, a man approached his friend, asking where he'd bought his bubble tea. His friend, looking slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and asked if Xiaoxi could spot him the money. Xiaoxi readily agreed and told his friend to wait while he went. After they left, another man suddenly appeared and tried to add Xiaoxi on WeChat. Xiaoxi, finally snapping out of his thoughts, asked, puzzled, if the man knew his friend. The man quickly explained that he meant no harm. He just wanted to get to know Xiaoxi, but his friend had been in the way. His words made Xiaoxi's expression darken. He flatly refused the request and turned to leave. However, the man seemed persistent, unwilling to let him go. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. He grabbed the man's arm, threw him to the ground, and barked at him to get lost. Xiaoxi hurried forward to greet the newcomer. It was Zhisheng's friend, Yuan Bao. After exchanging greetings, an awkward silence fell between them. Neither knew what to say to break the tension. To ease the awkwardness, Zhisheng's friend mentioned that it was Zhisheng's birthday tomorrow and suggested they celebrate together. Xiaoxi laughed, teasing that it was also Singles Day, a fitting birthday for monk Zhisheng. He explained that this year, because of Zhisheng's father, they were planning a big celebration. Xiaoxi readily accepted the invitation. He was told he'd be added to a group chat later to discuss the details. Soon after, his friend returned, looking dejected. Xiaoxi, sensing his friend's distress, advised him to ignore the man. They continued shopping. Later, laden with bags and exhausted, Xiaoxi arrived home to hear a familiar voice at the door. He was surprised to find Zhisheng at home. Quickly, he hid the shopping bags behind his back. Zhisheng approached, asking if he was free tomorrow, as Yuan Bao was organizing something and wanted him to come along. Hearing this, Xiaoxi understood what was going on. On a whim, he lied and said he might have to work overtime. Zhisheng simply responded with a non-committal, "Oh," and closed the door. His reaction startled Xiaoxi. Wasn't he going to question him further? Zhisheng called out, "Weren't you working overtime?" Xiaoxi instantly regretted his impulsive lie, cursing himself inwardly for overplaying his hand. It was midnight, the house silent. Zhisheng was still reading when he noticed a figure lurking by the doorway, furtively switching off the bedroom light. He pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. He was about to ask Xiaoxi what he was up to this time when he saw, with a mixture of surprise and dismay, that the bedroom had been festooned with colorful fairy lights. Xiaoxi appeared before him, holding a beautiful birthday cake. Xiaoxi offered him birthday wishes, but Zhisheng merely glanced at the cake without reaching for it. Xiaoxi watched his back and softly asked, "Aren't you happy?" Zhisheng shook his head slightly, sitting down on the sofa. "No," he said, his thoughts drifting back to his conversation with Xiaomu. Xiaomu, upon learning of his feelings for Xiaoxi, had angrily accused him of being foolish, asking him what about Qianyu. He had lowered his head, explaining that things with Qianyu were long over. He would make it clear to her, and then start a new life with Xiaoxi. Now, Xiaoxi came to his side, curiously asking, "If you're not sad, why aren't you smiling?" He gave a small smile. "Do I have to show it on my face if I'm happy?" he teased. He gently blew out the candles on the cake, and then told Xiaoxi to turn on the lights. But the room remained plunged in darkness, and Xiaoxi stumbled, about to fall. In that instant, Zhisheng reached out and caught him, their eyes meeting in a charged gaze. Just then, however, the discarded cake box toppled over, landing squarely on Xiaoxi's face. Zhisheng burst out laughing at the comical sight. "Now I'm finally happy," he declared. Xiaoxi, indignant, lunged at him playfully, ready to retaliate. He hugged Zhisheng tightly, smearing the cake from his own face onto Zhisheng's. Flustered and exasperated, Zhisheng pushed him out of the room. That evening, Zhisheng looked at a text message on his phone and sighed. The same thing every year. "How boring," he muttered. Besides, Xiaoxi won't be coming anyway. When he opened the door to the private room, however, he was surprised to find the very person he was thinking about already there. Xiaoxi stood up with a microphone, offering him birthday wishes once again. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded a cake trolley, surprising him with a celebratory entrance. His eyes scanned their elaborate costumes. "Are we putting on a play?" he quipped. Xiaoxi explained, a little awkwardly, that it was a game they used to play in college. He held out a container of straws, inviting Zhisheng to pick one and choose a costume. Surprisingly, Ji Sheng accepted the offer. His friends exchanged surprised glances. He drew a military uniform, and everyone urged him to go and change. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Xiaoxi asked curiously about the evening's activities. Jimin smiled mysteriously. "The games are about to begin," she said. Xiaoxi looked at the cards in his hand. "Why am I always the lowest?" he mumbled. Ji Sheng interjected, seemingly a little drunk. The others started to tease. "Why don't you take his place?" they suggested. Ji Sheng tossed his cards down without hesitation. "What do I have to do?" he asked. Someone suggested he choose a member of the opposite sex and spend 10 minutes alone with them in a dark room. Another added, "Or if you don't want to, you have to drink everything on the table." He stood up and walked straight toward Xiaoxi. Under the teasing gazes of everyone present, he led a slightly reluctant Xiaoxi into the dark room. Inside, it was pitch black. Someone outside had obviously turned off the lights. In the darkness, Xiaoxi fumbled, trying to find Ji Sheng, but he remained silent. Suddenly, Xiaoxi bumped into Ji Sheng's knee and landed on top of him with a yelp. Ji Sheng, sensing Xiaoxi's movement, asked indifferently, "How long are you planning to stay on top of me? Isn't it supposed to be 10 minutes? Xiaoxi reached up and touched his face. "I have a present for you," he whispered mysteriously. As Ji Sheng looked at him questioningly, Xiaoxi tilted his chin up. "I want to kiss you," he said boldly. "No one can see us here anyway." And with that, he covered Ji Sheng's lips with his own. He pulled back with a triumphant grin. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, however, Ji Sheng pulled him close and kissed him deeply. Before the 10 minutes were up, Ji Sheng emerged from the darkened room, holding Xiaoxi in his arms. Ignoring the shocked stares of the onlookers, he carried Xiaoxi away, leaving behind a room full of bewildered faces. Back at home, Ji Sheng unceremoniously tossed Xiaoxi onto the bed. Xiaoxi, a little frightened, shrank back, but Ji Sheng quickly moved forward, wrapping his arms around Xiaoxi's waist, his eyes burning as he stared intently at him. "You started it," he said, his voice low. His words barely finished echoing when he leaned down and kissed him deeply. Xiaoxi struggled, pushing him away and demanding to know what exactly their relationship was supposed to be. The question stunned Ji Sheng. Hadn't Xiaoxi been forced into this marriage with him? Seeing Xiaoxi's tears streaming down his face, guilt twisted in Ji Sheng's gut. He apologized, his voice low and sincere. Then he confessed his love. He loved Xiaoxi. He had fallen deeply in love. Xiaoxi stared at him, disbelief etched on his face, as if the whole scene were a dream. Ji Sheng explained that his heart had been touched from a moment Xiaoxi, mistakenly believing Ji Sheng also had a child, had selflessly offered his help. Yet, he had always been unsure if Xiaoxi felt even a flicker of affection for him in return. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiaoxi sat bolt upright, pounding on Ji Sheng's chest. "If you didn't care for me," he retorted, "why would you worry about my insomnia every night? Why would you stay by my side, supporting me through my father's funeral?" Ji Sheng, a surge of emotion welling up inside him, couldn't resist kissing him again. When they finally parted, still lost in the sweetness of the moment, he whispered, asking Xiaoxi to repeat his words. With a sudden push, Xiaoxi shoved Ji Sheng onto the bed, straddling him. He tore open his own shirt, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You've bullied me for so long," he murmured. "Today it's my turn." Ji Sheng, however, didn't give him the chance. He quickly flipped them over, pinning Xiaoxi beneath him. The next morning, Xiaoxi slowly woke from sleep. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and sat up, only to find Ji Sheng gone. Confusion clouded his mind as he looked around, searching for any sign of him. Ji Sheng had vanished without a trace since that night, a whole week ago. Xiaoxi slammed his fist against the wall. Hadn't Ji Sheng shown interest in him? What was the meaning of this sudden disappearance? Xiaoxi's anger hadn't yet subsided when a nurse rushed towards him, her voice urgent. "There's been a car explosion downstairs. 2 victims have been brought to the ER." As he hurried back to the emergency room, Xiaoxi questioned the nurse about the situation. One of the victims, she explained, was a hero who had intervened in the accident. He was now unconscious in a hospital bed. Xiaoxi turned his head, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, quickly followed by a pallor that even the nurse noticed. "Eh?" he stammered. Their last encounter had been the day they broke up. He'd discovered AE was cheating on him with a younger student. Furious, he'd confronted the girl, demanding to know the nature of their relationship. He'd listened in disbelief as she admitted Yi was her boyfriend. The girl had been brazen, asking if he was Xiao Shi and telling him to leave her boyfriend alone. Xiao Shi, still struggling to accept the truth, had grabbed her hand, demanding that Yi himself explain everything. As they struggled, Yi had appeared, angrily ordering Xiao Shi to let go. He'd shielded the girl, admitting he'd made a mistake by falling for someone else, but demanding that Xiao Shi be reasonable about the breakup. Hearing such shameless words, Xiao Shi had asked one last time if Yi truly no longer loved him, urging him to think carefully before answering. Yi hadn't hesitated to confirm it, telling Xiao Shi to stay away from them. Xiao Shi had simply replied, "Fine," then coldly stated, "We're over," before running away in tears. Now, seeing Yi lying unconscious before him, Xiao Shi couldn't help but feel a turmoil of emotions. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he instructed the nurses to prepare for surgery. Meanwhile, in faraway England, the vanished Yisheng stood outside a private hospital, a bouquet of flowers in his hand. He was there to see Qianyu. He had something important to tell him. Unfortunately, he'd arrived just as Qianyu was being prepped for surgery. Qianyu grabbed Yisheng's hand, assuming he was still angry about their breakup 2 years prior, and that's why he'd avoided him. He asked Yisheng to wait. However, before he could finish, Yisheng cut him off. He explained he wasn't there to reconcile. He was in love with someone else. Though apologetic, he told Qianyu that it was truly over between them. Meng Meng, hearing of Shen Zhao Yi's return, rushed to Xiao Shi's side, trying to comfort him. Xiao Shi attempted to hide his inner turmoil, but his perceptive friend saw through the facade. Meng Meng took his hand, softly urging, "Just cry. Let out. Don't keep it bottled up inside." Xiao Shi's tears finally overflowed. It was all just too much, too sudden. At this moment, Dongshu rushed in, bringing shocking news. Shen Zhaoyi had unexpectedly landed a position in the acupuncture department, directly taking on the role of department head. Xiao Shi was stunned. Yi's father had been imprisoned for kidnapping, and he had always opposed their relationship. How could someone with such a background achieve this? It turned out that before breaking up with Xiao Shi, Yi had volunteered for the most dangerous peacekeeping force. He had gambled his life to earn his current position. He hadn't cheated back then. He was just afraid Xiao Shi would be heartbroken because of his family's involvement in the kidnapping. Dongshu wanted to ask about his own uncle's situation, but Meng Meng interrupted. Annoyed, he locked Meng Meng in a playful headlock and dragged him out, leaving Xiao Shi some space to think. The two bickered childishly at the hospital entrance. Zhisheng returned at that moment and witnessed the scene. He interrupted them to ask where Xiao Shi was. Learning he was on the 4th floor, he left the two to their squabble. Dongshu was about to call out to him, but Meng Meng interrupted again. Exasperated, he pinched Meng Meng's cheek and yelled at him to shut up. Zhisheng went upstairs to find Xiao Shi. Suddenly, he heard someone say, "Long time no see." He stopped, puzzled. Inside the room, after Xiao Shi checked on Yi's condition, they began to exchange pleasantries. Yi apologized for not being able to help when Xiao Shi's father had his accident. Xiao Shi politely replied that he was happy Yi was back. Seeing Xiao Shi's indifferent attitude, Yi anxiously grabbed his arm, explaining that he had never betrayed him. Xiao Shi gently pushed his hand away, smiling faintly as he told him he already knew about what happened 3 years ago. He didn't blame him. However, Xiao Shi's actions deeply hurt Yi. Ignoring his injuries, he gripped Xiao Shi's hand tightly, desperately asking if they had missed their chance. He wanted to say more, but the door suddenly burst open. Zhisheng walked in, his expression serious. He, too, wanted to know Xiao Shi's answer. Elsewhere, Meng Meng and Dongshu returned to the hospital and overheard nurses gossiping about Xiao Shi. Meng Meng's anger flared. He scolded the gossiping nurses. "Aren't you supposed to be working? You bunch of gossip mongers." Seeing this, Dongshu quickly stepped forward to comfort Meng Meng, telling him not to get angry and that Xiao Shi would handle it. However, Meng Meng felt a pang of disappointment. What exactly was the relationship between Xiao Shi and his uncle? Why hadn't Xiao Shi told him? Dongshu sensed his mood and patted him, softly comforting him. "Xiao Shi probably just hasn't had a chance to tell you yet. Don't be sad." He put his arm around Meng Meng and led him away, suggesting they get some milk tea to help him relax. Inside the Bing Fong ward, Xiaoxi looked at Ji Sheng in surprise. Why was he here? Ji Sheng's gaze was complex. He thought his arrival had interrupted something. He quickly explained, saying Xiaoxi had misunderstood. That wasn't his intention. He had just come out of surgery. It wasn't a good place to talk. With that, he turned and told Ai to rest well, then ushered Ji Sheng out of the room. Watching them leave, Ai felt a strange pang of loss. He understood. He had truly missed his chance. After they left the ward, Xiaoxi grabbed Ji Sheng's tie, demanding to know what he was doing. Ai had just had surgery. Couldn't they talk outside? Ji Sheng took a deep breath. He was afraid Xiaoxi would rekindle his old flame. Xiaoxi paused, then turned to look at Ji Sheng, a shy blush creeping up his cheeks. He asked in a low voice, "You disappeared after that the other day. How was I supposed to know what you meant?" Ji Sheng stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around Xiaoxi's waist, gazing at him tenderly. "What I said that day, I meant it." He lowered his head and kissed the back of Xiaoxi's hand, expressing his affection. Xiaoxi shyly lowered his head, murmuring, "Me too." Seeing his bashfulness, Ji Sheng couldn't resist teasing him. "Me too what?" Before Xiaoxi could answer, Ji Sheng leaned down and kissed him deeply. After the kiss, Xiaoxi decided to talk things through with Ai. Ji Sheng wanted to go with him, but Xiaoxi refused. He wanted Ji Sheng to wait outside. He hadn't been able to finish his conversation with Ai because of the interruption. Ji Sheng nodded resignedly and stepped aside. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind him. "Ji Sheng," the person said, "I'm back." Ji Sheng and Xiaoxi turned to look at the woman who had suddenly appeared, expressions of surprise on their faces.